The tropical rain hammered the roof of the medical clinic in Costa Rica. Dr. Roberta Carter sighed and stared out the window. She was a visiting physician from Chicago, and she worked here now with her paramedic Manuel. Carter liked Costa Rica and the friendliness of its people, but the rain, the constant, unending rain, it had rained every day since she'd gotten here. Listen.
Believe me, I hear it.
No, listen. Then she heard it too, a low rhythmic thumping noise. Suddenly, a wide-bellied helicopter burst low from the clouds, the words InGen Construction on the side. It was looking for a place to land. Uniformed men burst out from the doors. They were calling for a doctor. Is there a doctor here?
I'm Dr. Carter.
Ed Regis, we've got a very sick man here, doctor.
Then you better take him to San Jose.
We would, but we can't get over the mountains in this weather. You have to treat him here.
What happened to him?
Construction accident. He fell. One of the backhoes ran over him. Carter carefully probed the wound.
Tell me about this injury again.
I didn't see it. They say the backhoe dragged him.
Because it almost looks like he was mauled.
Mauled? No, it was a backhoe, believe me. Do you want lavage?
Yes, after you block him. How long ago did this happen?
An hour. Carter noticed how tense Ed Regis looked. He didn't seem like a construction foreman at all. He was clearly out of his depth. Again, she scanned the injured body. For a construction accident, the wounds had surprisingly little amount of dirt. Instead, what she found was a slimy foam with the stench of decay. She looked at his hands. His hands! She felt a chill when she saw those short cuts. She'd worked in Chicago long enough to know what that meant.
Alright, wait outside.
Why?
Do you want me to help him or not?
I continue to wash?
Yes.
She picked up her camera and began to take photos. Raptor, Losa Raptor.
What does it mean?
I do not know, Doctor. Losa Raptor no es español.
No? Then please continue to wash him.
No, Doctor. Bad smell. He crossed himself. Raptor. It bit him.
What bit him?
Raptor.
What's a raptor?
It means hupia. The hupia were said to be night ghosts, faceless vampires who kidnap small children. The locals were extremely superstitious of them. It's not normal, this smell. It's the hupia. The boy sat up and looked around with his blood-red eyes. What the hell is happening? No, the hupia will cross over.
Manuel, for God's sake!
No, you do not understand these things. Carter looked at the body and knew there was no chance of resuscitating him. The men came back to take the body away. I'm sure you did everything you could. It is better. Carter kept thinking about the boy's hands, those short slashing cuts that were a sure sign of an animal mauling. But what had attacked him?
Where is this island they come from?
In the ocean, perhaps 120 miles offshore.
Pretty far for a resort.
I hope they never come back. Well, at least I have pictures, she thought, but when she turned to look, her camera was gone.
Elena?
See, Doctor?
Do you know what is a raptor?
The local midwife frowned.
Raptor?
Yes. You know this word?
See, it means a person who comes into the night and takes away a child.
A kidnapper? A hupia?
Do not say this word, Doctor.
Why not?
Do not speak of hupia now. It is not wise to say this word now.
But does a raptor bite and cut his victims?
Bite and cut? No, Doctor, nothing like this. A raptor is a man who takes a new baby. I will call you when she's ready, Doctor. I think 1 more hour. Perhaps 2.
Carter watched the peaceful scene, the waves softly lapping the shore, the boats. She felt foolish to be thinking about ghosts. But then she remembered something Manuel had told her. Manuel had insisted that it was not a Spanish word, so she looked through the English dictionary, and to her surprise, she saw it there too. Raptor. Bird of prey.
Whistled cheerfully as he drove the Land Rover through the Cabo Blanco Biological Reserve on the west coast of Costa Rica. It was a beautiful morning in July, and the road before him was spectacular, hugging the edge of a cliff overlooking the jungle and the blue Pacific. According to the guidebooks, Cabo Blanco was unspoiled wilderness, almost a paradise. Seeing it now made Bowman feel as if the vacation was back on track. Bowman, a 36-year-old real estate developer from Dallas, had come to Costa Rica with his wife and daughter for a 2-week holiday. The trip had actually been his wife's idea. For weeks, Ellen had filled his ear about the wonderful national parks of Costa Rica and how good it would be for Tina to see them. Then, when they arrived, it turned out Ellen had an appointment to see a plastic surgeon in San Jose. That was the first Mike Bowman had heard about the excellent and inexpensive plastic surgery available in Costa Rica, and all the luxurious private clinics in San Jose. Of course, they'd had a huge fight. Mike felt she'd lied to him, and she had. And it seemed as if, in recent years, she had mostly worried about losing her looks. That and everything else. The Land Rover bounced in a pothole, splashing mud. Seated beside him, Ellen said, "Mike, are you sure this is the right road? We haven't seen any other people for hours." "There was another car 15 minutes ago," he reminded her. "Remember, the blue one?" "Going the other way? Darling, you wanted a deserted beach," he said, "and that's what you're gonna get." Ellen shook her head doubtfully. "I hope you're right." "Yeah, Dad, I hope you're right," said Christina from the back seat. She was 8 years old. "Trust me, I'm right." He drove in silence a moment. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that view. It's beautiful." "It's okay," Tina said. Ellen got out a compact and looked at herself in the mirror, pressing under her eyes. She sighed and put the compact away. The road began to descend, and Mike Bowman concentrated on driving. Suddenly, a small black shape flashed across the road, and Tina shrieked, "Look! Look!" Then it was gone into the jungle. "What was it?" Ellen asked. "A monkey?" "Maybe a squirrel monkey," Bowman said. "Can I count it?" Tina said, taking her pencil out. She was keeping a list of all the animals she had seen on her trip as a project for school. "I don't know," Mike said doubtfully. Tina consulted the pictures in the guidebook. "I don't think it was a squirrel monkey," she said. "I think it was just another howler." They had seen several howler monkeys already on their trip. "Hey," she said more brightly, "according to this book, the beaches of Cabo Blanco are frequented by a variety of wildlife, including howler and white-faced monkeys, three-toed sloths, and coatimundis. You think we'll see a three-toed sloth, Dad?" "I bet we do." "Really?" "Just look in the mirror." "Very funny, Dad." The road sloped downward through the jungle toward the ocean. Mike Bowman felt like a hero when they finally reached the beach. A 2-mile crescent of white sand, utterly deserted. He parked the Land Rover in the shade of the palm trees that fringed the beach and got out the box lunches. Ellen changed into her bathing suit, saying, "Honestly, I don't know how I'm going to get this weight off." "You look great, hon." Tina was already running down the beach. "Don't forget you need your sunscreen," Ellen called. "Later," Tina shouted over her shoulder. "I'm going to see if there's a sloth." Ellen Bowman looked around at the beach and the trees. "You think she's all right?" "Honey, there's nobody here for miles," Mike said. "What about snakes?" "Oh, for God's sake," Mike Bowman said. "There's no snakes on a beach." "Well, there might be." "Honey," he said firmly, "snakes are cold-blooded. They're reptiles. They can't control their body temperature. It's 90 degrees on that sand. If a snake came out, it'd be cooked. Believe me, there's no snakes on the beach." He watched his daughter scampering down the beach, a dark spot on the white sand. "Let her go! Let her have a good time!" He put his arm around his wife's waist. Tina ran until she was exhausted, and then she threw herself down on the sand and gleefully rolled to the water's edge. The ocean was warm, and there was hardly any surf at all. She sat for a while, catching her breath, and then she looked back toward her parents in the car to see how far she had come. Her mother waved, beckoning her to return. Tina waved back cheerfully, pretending she didn't understand. Tina didn't want to put sunscreen on, and she didn't want to go back and hear her mother talk about losing weight. She wanted to stay right here and maybe see a sloth. Tina had seen a sloth 2 days earlier at the zoo in San Jose. It looked like a Muppets character, and it seemed harmless. In any case, it couldn't move fast. She could easily outrun it. Now her mother was calling to her, and Tina decided to move out of the sun, back from the water, to the shade of the palm trees. In this part of the beach, the palm trees overhung a gnarled tangle of mangrove roots, which blocked any attempt to penetrate inland. Tina sat in the sand and kicked the dried mangrove leaves. She noticed many bird tracks in the sand. Costa Rica was famous for its birds. The guidebook said there were 3 times as many birds in Costa Rica as in all of America and Canada. In the sand, some of the 3-toed bird tracks were small and so faint they could hardly be seen. Other tracks were large and cut deeper in the sand. Tina was looking idly at the tracks when she heard a chirping, followed by a rustling in the mangrove thicket. Did sloths make a chirping sound? Tina didn't think so, but she wasn't sure. The chirping was probably some ocean bird. She waited quietly, not moving, hearing the rustling again, and finally she saw the source of the sound. A few yards away, a lizard emerged from the mangrove roots and peered at her. Tina held her breath. A new animal for her list. The lizard stood up on its hind legs, balancing on its thick tail, and stared at her. Standing like that, it was almost a foot tall, dark green with brown stripes along its back. Its tiny front legs ended in little lizard fingers that wiggled in the air. The lizard cocked its head as it looked at her. Tina thought it was cute, sort of like a big salamander. She raised her hand and wiggled her fingers back. The lizard wasn't frightened. It came toward her, walking upright on its hind legs. It was hardly bigger than a chicken, and like a chicken, it bobbed its head as it walked. Tina thought it would make a wonderful pet. She noticed that the lizard left 3-toed tracks that looked exactly like bird tracks. The lizard came closer to Tina. She kept her body still, not wanting to frighten the little animal. She was amazed that it would come so close, but she remembered that this was a national park. All the animals in the park would know that they were protected. This lizard was probably tame. Maybe it even expected her to give it some food. Unfortunately, she didn't have any. Slowly, Tina extended her hand, palm open, to show she didn't have any food. The lizard paused, cocked his head, and chirped. "Sorry," Tina said. "I just don't have anything." And then, without warning, the lizard jumped up onto her outstretched hand. Tina could feel its little toes pinching the skin of her palm, and she felt the surprising weight of the animal's body pressing her arm down. And then the lizard scrambled up her arm toward her face. "I just wish I could see her," Ellen Bowman said, squinting in the sunlight. "That's all, just see her." "I'm sure she's fine," Mike said, picking through the box lunch packed by the hotel. There was unappetizing grilled chicken and some kind of a meat-filled pastry. Not that Ellen would eat any of it. "You don't think she'd leave the beach?" Ellen said. "No, hon, I don't." "I feel so isolated here," Ellen said. "I thought that's what you wanted," Mike Bowman said. "I did." "Well, then, what's the problem?" "I just wish I could see her, is all," Ellen said. Then, from down the beach, carried by the wind, they heard their daughter's voice. She was screaming.
"I think she is quite comfortable now," Dr. Cruz said, lowering the plastic flap of the oxygen tent around Tina as she slept. Mike Bowman sat beside the bed, close to his daughter. Mike thought Dr. Cruz was probably pretty capable. He spoke excellent English, the result of training at medical centers in London and Baltimore. Dr. Cruz radiated, but even so, Mike Bowman felt nervous. There was no getting around the fact that his only daughter was desperately ill, and they were far from home. When Mike had first reached Tina, she was screaming hysterically. Her whole left arm was bloody, covered with a profusion of small bites, each the size of a thumbprint, and there were flecks of sticky foam on her arm like a foamy saliva. He carried her back down the beach. Almost immediately, her arm began to redden and swell. Mike would not soon forget the frantic drive back to civilization, the four-wheel-drive Land Rover slipping and sliding up the muddy track into the hills, while his daughter screamed in fear and pain, and her arm grew more bloated and red. Long before they reached the park boundaries, the swelling had spread to her neck, and then Tina began to have trouble breathing. "She'll be all right now?" Ellen said, staring through the plastic oxygen tent. "I believe so," Dr. Cruz said. "I have given her another dose of steroids, and her breathing is much easier. And you can see the edema in her arm is greatly reduced." Mike Bowman said, "About those bites, we have no identification yet," the doctor said. "I myself haven't seen bites like that before, but you'll notice they are disappearing. It's already quite difficult to make them out. Fortunately, I have taken photographs for reference, and I have washed her arm to collect some samples of the sticky saliva, one for analysis here, a second to send to the labs in San Jose, and the third we will keep frozen in case it is needed. Do you have the picture she made?" "Yes," Mike Bowman said. He handed the doctor the sketch that Tina had drawn in response to questions from the admitting officials. "This is the animal that bit her?" Dr. Cruz said, looking at the picture. "Yes," Mike Bowman said. "She said it was a green lizard, the size of a chicken or a crow." "I don't know of such a lizard," the doctor said. "She has drawn it standing on its hind legs." "That's right," Mike Bowman said. "She said it walked on its hind legs." Dr. Cruz frowned. He stared at the picture a while longer. "I am not an expert. I have asked for Dr. Gutierrez to visit us here. He is a senior researcher at the Reserva Biológica de Carrara, which is across the bay. Perhaps he can identify the animal for us." "Isn't there someone from Cabo Blanco?" Bowman asked. "That's where she was bitten." "Unfortunately not," Dr. Cruz said. "Cabo Blanco has no permanent staff, and no researcher has worked there for some time. You were probably the first people to walk on that beach in several months. But I am sure you will find Dr. Gutierrez to be knowledgeable." Dr. Gutierrez turned out to be a bearded man wearing khaki shorts and shirt. The surprise was that he was American. He was introduced to the Bowmans, saying in a soft southern accent, "Mr. and Mrs. Bowman, how you doing? Nice to meet you." And then explaining that he was a field biologist from Yale who had worked in Costa Rica for the last 5 years. Marty Gutierrez examined Tina thoroughly, lifting her arm gently, peering closely at each of the bites with a penlight, then measuring them with a small pocket ruler. After a while, Gutierrez stepped away, nodding to himself as if he had understood something. He then inspected the Polaroids and asked several questions about the saliva, which Cruz told him was still being tested in the lab. Finally, he turned to Mike Bowman and his wife, waiting tensely. "I think Tina's going to be fine. I just want to be clear about a few details," he said, making notes in a precise hand. "Your daughter says she was bitten by a green lizard, approximately 1 foot high, which walked upright onto the beach from the mangrove swamp?" "That's right, yes." "And the lizard made some kind of a vocalization?" "Tina said it chirped or squeaked." "Like a mouse, would you say?" "Yes." "Well then," Dr. Gutierrez said, "I know this lizard." He explained that of the 6,000 species of lizards in the world, no more than a dozen species walked upright. Of those species, only 4 were found in Latin America, and judging by the coloration, the lizard could be only one of the 4. "I am sure this lizard was a Basiliscus amoratus, a striped basilisk lizard, found here in Costa Rica and also in Honduras. Standing on their hind legs, they are sometimes as tall as a foot." "Are they poisonous?" "No, Mrs. Bowman, not at all." Gutierrez explained that the swelling in Tina's arm was an allergic reaction. According to the literature, 14% of people are strongly allergic to reptiles, he said, and your daughter seems to be one of them. She was screaming. She said it was so painful. Probably it was, Gutierrez said. Reptile saliva contains serotonin, which causes tremendous pain. He turned to Cruz. Her blood pressure came down with antihistamines? Yes, Cruz said promptly. Serotonin, Gutierrez said, no question. Still, Ellen Bowman remained uneasy. But why would a lizard bite her in the first place? Lizard bites are very common, Gutierrez said. Animal handlers in zoos get bitten all the time, and just the other day I heard that a lizard had bitten an infant in her crib in Amaloya, about 60 miles from where you were. So bites do occur. I'm not sure why your daughter had so many bites. What was she doing at the time? Nothing. She said she was sitting pretty still because she didn't want to frighten it away. Sitting pretty still, Gutierrez said, frowning. He shook his head. Well, I don't think we can say exactly what happened. Wild animals are unpredictable. And what about the foamy saliva on her arm? Ellen said. I keep thinking about rabies. No, Dr. Gutierrez said. A reptile can't carry rabies, Mrs. Bowman. Your daughter has suffered an allergic reaction to the bite of a basilisk lizard. Nothing more serious. Mike Bowman then showed Gutierrez the picture that Tina had drawn. Gutierrez nodded. I would accept this as a picture of a basilisk lizard, he said. A few details are wrong, of course. The neck is much too long, and she's drawn the hind legs with only 3 toes instead of 5. The tail is too thick and raised too high, but otherwise, this is a perfectly serviceable lizard of the kind we are talking about. But Tina specifically said the neck was long, Ellen Bowman insisted, and she said there were 3 toes on the foot. Tina's pretty observant, Mike Bowman said. I'm sure she is, Gutierrez said, smiling, but I still think your daughter was bitten by a common Basilisk amoratus and had a severe herpetological reaction. Normal time course with medication is 12 hours. She should be just fine in the morning. In the modern laboratory in the basement of the Clinica Santa Maria, word was received that Dr. Gutierrez had identified the animal that had bitten the American child as a harmless basilisk lizard. Immediately, the analysis of the saliva was halted, even though a preliminary fractionation showed several extremely high molecular weight proteins of unknown biological activity. But the night technician was busy, and he placed the saliva samples on the holding shelf of the refrigerator. The next morning, the day clerk checked the holding shelf against the names of discharged patients. Seeing that Bowman Christina L. was scheduled for discharge that morning, the clerk threw out the saliva samples. At the last moment, he noticed that one sample had the red tag, which meant that it was to be forwarded to the university lab in San Jose. He retrieved the test tube from the wastebasket and sent it on its way. Go on. Say thank you to Dr. Cruz, Ellen Bowman said, and pushed Tina forward. Thank you, Dr. Cruz, Tina said. I feel much better now. She reached up and shook the doctor's hand. Then she said, You have a different shirt. For a moment, Dr. Cruz looked perplexed. Then he smiled. That's right, Tina. When I work all night at the hospital, in the morning I change my shirt. But not your tie? No, just my shirt. Ellen Bowman said, Mike told you she's observant. She certainly is. Dr. Cruz smiled and shook the little girl's hand gravely. Enjoy the rest of your holiday in Costa Rica, Tina. I will. The Bowman family had started to leave when Dr. Cruz said, Oh, Tina, do you remember the lizard that bit you? Uh-huh. You remember its feet? Uh-huh. Did it have any toes? Yes. How many toes did it have? 3, she said. How do you know that? Because I looked, she said. Anyway, all the birds on the beach made marks in the sand with 3 toes like this. She held up her hand, middle 3 fingers spread wide. And the lizard made those kind of marks in the sand, too. The lizard made marks like a bird? Uh-huh, Tina said. He walked like a bird, too. He jerked his head like this, up and down. She took a few steps, bobbing her head. After the Bowmans had departed, Dr. Cruz decided to report this conversation to Gutierrez at the biological station. I must admit the girl's story is puzzling, Gutierrez said. I've been doing some checking myself. I am no longer certain she was bitten by a basilisk. Not certain at all. Then what could it be? Well, Gutierrez said, let's not speculate prematurely. By the way, have you heard of any other lizard bites at the hospital? No. Why? Let me know, my friend, if you do. Marty Gutierrez sat on the beach and watched the afternoon sun fall lower in the sky until it sparkled harshly on the water of the bay and its rays reached beneath the palm trees to where he sat among the mangroves on the beach of Cabo Blanco. As best he could determine, he was sitting near the spot where the American girl had been 2 days before. Although it was true enough, as he had told the Bowmans, that lizard bites were common, Gutierrez had never heard of a basilisk lizard biting anyone, and he had certainly never heard of anyone being hospitalized for a lizard bite. Then, too, the bite radius on Tina's arm appeared slightly too large for a basilisk. When he got back to the Carrara station, he had checked the small research library there, but found no reference to basilisk lizard bites. Next, he checked International Biosciences Services, a computer database in America, but he found no references to basilisk bites or hospitalization for lizard bites. He then called the medical officer in Amaloya, who confirmed that a 9-day-old infant sleeping in its crib had been bitten on the foot by an animal the grandmother, the only person actually to see it, claimed was a lizard. Subsequently, the foot had become swollen, and the infant had nearly died. The grandmother described the lizard as green with brown stripes. It had bitten the child several times before the woman frightened it away. Strange, Gutierrez had said. No, like all the others, the medical officer replied, adding that he had heard of other biting incidents. A child in Vasquez, the next village up the coast, had been bitten while sleeping, and another in Puerto Sortrero. All these incidents had occurred in the last 2 months. All had involved sleeping children and infants. Such a new and distinctive pattern led Gutierrez to suspect the presence of a previously unknown species of lizard. This was particularly likely to happen in Costa Rica. Only 75 miles wide at its narrowest point, the country was smaller than the state of Maine. Yet within its limited space, Costa Rica had a remarkable diversity of biological habitats. New species were being discovered all the time at a pace that had increased in recent years for a sad reason. Costa Rica was becoming deforested, and as jungle species lost their habitats, they moved to other areas, and sometimes changed behavior as well. So a new species was perfectly possible, but along with the excitement of a new species was the worrisome possibility of new diseases. Sitting on the beach, he watched the sun drop lower and sighed. Perhaps Tina Bowman had seen a new animal, and perhaps not. Certainly Gutierrez had not. Earlier that morning he had taken the air pistol, loaded the clip with ligamine darts, and set out for the beach with high hopes. But the day was wasted. Soon he would have to begin the drive back up the hill from the beach. He did not want to drive that road in darkness. Gutierrez got to his feet and started back up the beach. Farther along, he saw the dark shape of a howler monkey ambling along the edge of the mangrove swamp. Gutierrez moved away, stepping out toward the water. If there was one howler, there would probably be others in the trees overhead, and howlers tended to urinate on intruders. But this particular howler monkey seemed to be alone, and walking slowly and pausing frequently to sit on its haunches. The monkey had something in its mouth. As Gutierrez came closer, he saw it was eating a lizard. The tail and the hind legs drooped from the monkey's jaws. Even from a distance, Gutierrez could see the brown stripes against the green. Gutierrez dropped to the ground and aimed the pistol. The howler monkey, accustomed to living in a protected reserve, stared curiously. He did not run away, even when the first dart whined harmlessly past him. When the second dart struck deep in the thigh, the howler shrieked in anger and surprise, dropping the remains of its meal as it fled into the jungle. Gutierrez got to his feet and walked forward. He wasn't worried about the monkey. The tranquilizer dose was too small to give it anything but a few minutes of dizziness. Already he was thinking of what to do with his new find. Gutierrez himself would write the preliminary report, but the remains would have to be sent back to the United States for final, positive identification, of course. To whom should he send it? The acknowledged expert was Edward H. Simpson, emeritus professor of zoology at Columbia University in New York. An elegant older man with swept-back white hair, Simpson was the world's leading authority on lizard taxonomy. Probably, Marty thought, he would send his lizard to Dr. Simpson. Dr. Richard Stone, head of the Tropical Diseases Laboratory of Columbia University Medical Center, often remarked that the name conjured up a grander place than it actually was. In the early 20th century, when the laboratory occupied the entire fourth floor of the Biomedical Research Building, crews of technicians worked to eliminate the scourges of yellow fever, malaria, and cholera. But medical successes, the research laboratories in Nairobi and Sao Paulo, had left the TDL a much less important place than it once was. Now, a fraction of its former size, it employed only 2 full-time technicians. The lab's comfortable routine was unprepared for what it received that morning. "Oh, very nice," the technician in the Tropical Diseases Laboratory said as she read the customs label. "Partially masticated fragment of unidentified Costa Rican lizard." She wrinkled her nose. "This one's all yours, Dr. Stone." Richard Stone crossed the lab to inspect the new arrival. "Is this the material from Ed Simpson's lab?" "Yes," she said, "but I don't know why they'd send a lizard to us." "His secretary called," Stone said. "Simpson's on a field trip in Borneo for the summer, and because there's a question of communicable disease with this lizard, she asked our lab to take a look at it. Let's see what we've got." The white plastic cylinder was the size of a half-gallon milk container. It had locking metal latches and a screw top. It was labeled International Biological Specimen Container and plastered with stickers and warnings in 4 languages. The warnings were intended to keep the cylinder from being opened by suspicious customs officials. Apparently, the warnings had worked. As Richard Stone swung the big light over, he could see the seals were still intact. Stone turned on the air handlers and pulled on plastic gloves and a face mask. Then he unscrewed the top. There was the hiss of escaping gas, and white smoke boiled out. The cylinder turned frosty cold. Inside, he found a plastic Ziploc sandwich bag containing something green. Stone spread a surgical drape on the table and shook out the contents of the bag. A piece of frozen flesh struck the table with a dull thud. "Huh," the technician said. "Looks eaten." "Yes, it does," Stone said. "What do they want with us?" The technician consulted the enclosed documents. "Lizard is biting local children. They have a question about identification of the species and a concern about diseases transmitted from the bite." She produced a child's picture of a lizard signed Tina at the top. One of the kids drew a picture of the lizard. Stone glanced at the picture. "Obviously, we can't verify the species," Stone said, "but we can check diseases easily enough if we can get any blood out of this fragment. What are they calling this animal?" "Basiliscus amoratus, with 3-toed genetic anomaly," she said, reading. "Okay," Stone said, "let's get started. While you're waiting for it to thaw, do an X-ray and take Polaroids for the record. Once we have blood, start running antibody sets until we get some matches. Let me know if there's a problem." Before lunchtime, the lab had its answer. The lizard blood showed no significant reactivity to any viral or bacterial antigen. They had run toxicity profiles as well, and they had found only one positive match. The blood was mildly reactive to the venom of the Indian king cobra. But such cross-reactivity was common among reptile species, and Dr. Stone did not think it noteworthy to include in the fax his technician sent to Dr. Martin Gutierrez that same evening. There was never any question about identifying the lizard. That would await the return of Dr. Simpson. He was not due back for several weeks, and his secretary asked if the TDL would please store the lizard fragment in the meantime. Dr. Stone put it back in the Ziploc bag and stuck it in the freezer. Martin Gutierrez read the facts from the Columbia Medical Center Tropical Diseases Laboratory. It was brief. Subject, Basiliscus amoratus with genetic anomaly, forwarded from Dr. Simpson's office. Materials, posterior segment, query partially eaten animal. Procedures performed, X-ray, microscopic, immunological RTX for viral, parasitic, bacterial disease. Findings, no histologic or immunologic evidence for any communicable disease in man in this Basiliscus amoratus sample. Signed, Richard A. Stone, M.D., Director. Gutierrez made two assumptions based on the memo. First, that his identification of the lizard as a basilisk had been confirmed by scientists at Columbia University, and second, that the absence of communicable disease meant the recent episodes of sporadic lizard bites implied no serious health hazards for Costa Rica. On the contrary, he felt his original views were correct, that a lizard species had been driven from the forest into a new habitat and was coming into contact with village people. Gutierrez was certain that in a few more weeks the lizards would settle down and the biting episodes would end.
The tropical rain fell in great drenching sheets, hammering the corrugated roof of the clinic at Bahia Anasco. It was nearly midnight. Power had been lost in the storm, and the midwife, Elena Morales, was working by flashlight when she heard a squeaking, chirping sound. Thinking that it was a rat, she quickly put a compress on the forehead of the mother and went into the next room to check on the newborn baby. As her hand touched the doorknob, she heard the chirping again, and she relaxed. Evidently, it was just a bird flying in the window to get out of the rain. Costa Ricans said that when a bird came to visit a newborn child, it brought good luck. Elena opened the door. The infant lay in a wicker bassinet, swaddled in a light blanket, only its face exposed. Around the rim of the bassinet, 3 dark green lizards crouched like gargoyles. When they saw Elena, they cocked their heads and stared curiously at her, but did not flee. In the light of her flashlight, Elena saw the blood dripping from the snouts. Softly chirping, one lizard bent down and with a quick shake of its head, tore a ragged chunk of flesh from the baby. Elena rushed forward, screaming, and the lizards fled into the darkness. But long before she reached the bassinet, she could see what had happened to the infant's face, and she knew the child must be dead. The lizards scattered into the rainy night, chirping and squealing, leaving behind only bloody, reed-toed tracks like birds.
Later, when she was calmer, Elena Morales decided not to report the lizard attack. Despite the horror she had seen, she began to worry that she might be criticized for leaving the baby unguarded. So she told the mother that the baby had asphyxiated, and she reported the death on the form she sent to San Jose as SIDS, Sudden Infant Death Syndrome, and her report went unchallenged. The university lab in San Jose that analyzed the saliva sample from Tina Bowman's arm made several remarkable discoveries. There was, as expected, a great deal of serotonin, but among the salivary proteins was a real monster, molecular mass of 1,980,000, one of the largest proteins known. Biological activity was still under study, but it seemed to be a neurotoxic poison related to cobra venom, although more primitive in structure. The lab also detected trace quantities of the gamma-aminomethionine hydrolase. Because this enzyme was a marker for genetic engineering and not found in wild animals, technicians assumed it was a lab contaminant and did not report it when they called Dr. Cruz, the referring physician in Punta Arenas. The lizard fragment rested in the freezer at Columbia University, awaiting the return of Dr. Simpson, who was not expected for at least a month. And so things might have remained had not a technician named Alice Levin walked into the Tropical Diseases Laboratory, seen Tina Bowman's picture, and said, "Oh, whose kid drew the dinosaur?" "What?" Richard Stone said, turning slowly toward her. "The dinosaur. Isn't that what it is? My kid draws them all the time." "This is a lizard," Stone said, "from Costa Rica. Some girl down there drew a picture of it." "No," Alice Levin said, shaking her head. "Look at it. It's very clear. Big head, long neck, stands on its hind legs, thick tail. It's a dinosaur." "It can't be. It was only a foot tall." "So? There were little dinosaurs back then," Alice said. "Believe me, I know. I have 2 boys. I'm an expert. The smallest dinosaurs were under a foot. Teenosaurus or something, I don't know. Those names are impossible. You'll never learn those names if you're over the age of 10. "You don't understand," Richard Stone said. "This is a picture of a contemporary animal. They sent us a fragment of the animal. It's in the freezer now." Stone went and got it and shook it out of the baggie. Alice Levin looked at the frozen piece of leg and tail and shrugged. She didn't touch it. "I don't know," she said, "but that looks like a dinosaur to me." Stone shook his head. "Impossible." "Why?" Alice Levin said. "It could be a leftover or a remnant or whatever they call them." Stone continued to shake his head. Alice was uninformed. She was just a technician who worked in the bacteriology lab down the hall, and she had an active imagination. "You know," Alice Levin said, "if this is a dinosaur, Richard, it could be a big deal." "It's not a dinosaur." "Has anybody checked it?" "No," Stone said. "Well, take it to the Museum of Natural History or something," Alice Levin said. "You really should." "I'd be embarrassed." "You want me to do it for you?" she said. "No," Richard Stone said, "I don't." "You're not going to do anything?" "Nothing at all." He put the baggie back in the freezer and slammed the door. "It's not a dinosaur, it's a lizard. And whatever it is, it can wait until Dr. Simpson gets back from Borneo to identify it. That's final, Alice. This lizard's not going anywhere." Alan Grant crouched down, his nose inches from the ground. The temperature was over 100 degrees. His knees ached, despite the rug layers pads he wore. His lungs burned from the harsh alkaline dust. Sweat dripped off his forehead onto the ground. But Grant was oblivious to the discomfort. His entire attention was focused on the 6-inch square of earth in front of him. Working patiently with a dental pick and an artist's camel brush, he exposed the tiny L-shaped fragment of jawbone. It was only 1 inch long, and no thicker than his little finger. Grant paused for a moment to paint the bone with rubber cement before continuing to expose it. There was no question that this was the jawbone from an infant carnivorous dinosaur. Its owner had died 79 million years ago at the age of about 2 months. With any luck, Grant might find the rest of the skeleton as well. If so, it would be the first complete skeleton of a baby carnivore. "Hey, Alan!" Alan Grant looked up, blinking in the sunlight. He pulled down his sunglasses and wiped his forehead with the back of his arm. He was crouched on an eroded hillside in the Badlands outside Snakewater, Montana. There was not a tree or a bush, nothing but barren rock, hot sun, and whining wind. Visitors found the Badlands depressingly bleak, but when Grant looked at this landscape, he saw something else entirely. This barren land was what remained of another very different world, which had vanished 80 million years ago. "Hey, Alan!" He stood, a barrel-chested, bearded man of 40. He heard the chugging of the portable generator and the distant clatter of the jackhammer cutting into the dense rock on the next hill. He saw the kids working around the jackhammer, moving away the big pieces of rock after checking them for fossils. At the foot of the hill, he saw the 6 teepees of his camp, the flapping mess tent, and the trailer that served as their field laboratory. And he saw Ellie, waving to him from the shadow of the field laboratory. "Visitor!" she called, and pointed to the east. Grant saw the cloud of dust, and the blue Ford sedan bouncing over the rutted road toward them. He glanced at his watch. Right on time. On the other hill, the kids looked up with interest. They didn't get many visitors in Snakewater, and there had been a lot of speculation about what a lawyer from the Environmental Protection Agency would want to see Alan Grant about. But Grant knew that paleontology, the study of extinct life, had in recent years taken on an unexpected relevance to the modern world. The modern world was changing fast, and urgent questions about the weather, deforestation, global warming, or the ozone layer often seemed answerable, at least in part, with information from the past. Information that paleontologists could provide. Grant started down the hill to meet the car. The visitor coughed in the white dust as he slammed the car door. "Bob Morris, EPA," he said, extending his hand. "I'm with the San Francisco office." Grant introduced himself and said, "You look hot. Want a beer?" "Jesus, yeah." Morris was in his late 20s, wearing a tie and pants from a business suit. He carried a briefcase. His wingtip shoes crunched on the rocks as they walked toward the trailer. "When I first came over the hill, I thought this was an Indian reservation," Morris said, pointing to the teepees. "No," Grant said, "just the best way to live out here." Grant explained that in 1978, the first year of the excavations, they had come out in North Slope octahedral tents, the most advanced available, but the tents always blew over in the wind. They tried other kinds of tents with the same result. Finally, they started putting up teepees, which were larger inside, more comfortable, and more stable in wind. "How long you been out here?" "About 60 cases, Grant said. When Morris looked surprised, he explained, "We measure time in beer. We start in June with 100 cases. We've gone through about 60 so far." 63, to be exact, Ellie Sattler said as they reached the trailer. Grant was amused to see Morris gaping at her. Ellie was wearing cut-off jeans and a work shirt tied at her midriff. She was 24 and darkly tanned. Her blonde hair was pulled back. "Ellie keeps us going," Grant said, introducing her. "She's very good at what she does." "What does she do?" Morris asked. "Paleobotany," Ellie said, "and I also do the standard field preps." She opened the door and they went inside. The air conditioning in the trailer only brought the temperature down to 85 degrees, but it seemed cool after the midday heat. The trailer had a series of long wooden tables with tiny bone specimens neatly laid out, tagged and labeled. Farther along were ceramic dishes and crocks. There was a strong odor of vinegar. Morris glanced at the bones. "I thought dinosaurs were big," he said. "They were," Ellie said, "but everything you see here comes from babies. We've discovered a dozen different hadrosaur nests, complete with eggs and bones of infants." While Grant went to the refrigerator, she showed Morris the acetic acid baths, which were used to dissolve away the limestone from the delicate bones. "They look like chicken bones," Morris said, peering into the ceramic dishes. "Yes," she said, "they're very bird-like." "Here you go," Grant said, thrusting a beer into his hand. He gave another to Ellie. She chugged hers, throwing her long neck back. Morris stared. "We're pretty informal here," Grant said. "Want to step into my office?" "Sure," Morris said. Grant led him to the end of the trailer, where there was a torn couch, a sagging chair, and a battered end table. Grant dropped onto the couch, which creaked and exhaled a cloud of chalky dust. He leaned back, thumped his boots up on the end table, and gestured for Morris to sit in the chair. "Make yourself comfortable." Grant watched as Morris primly brushed off the seat of the chair before he sat down. Morris opened his briefcase, rummaged through his papers, and glanced back at Ellie, who was lifting bones with tweezers from the acid bath at the other end of the trailer, paying no attention to them. "You're probably wondering why I'm here." Grant nodded. "It's a long way to come, Mr. Morris." "Well," Morris said, "to get right to the point, the EPA is concerned about the activities of the Hammond Foundation. You received some funding from them." $30,000 a year, Grant said, nodding. "For the last 5 years. "What do you know about the foundation?" Morris said. Grant shrugged. "The Hammond Foundation is a respected source of academic grants. They fund research all over the world, including several dinosaur researchers." "Do you know why the Hammond Foundation supports so much dinosaur research?" Morris asked. "Of course, it's because old John Hammond is a dinosaur nut." "You've met Hammond?" Grant shrugged. "Once or twice. He comes here for brief visits. He's quite elderly, you know, and eccentric, the way rich people sometimes are, but always very enthusiastic." "Why?" "Well," Morris said, The Hammond Foundation is actually a rather mysterious organization. He pulled out a Xeroxed world map marked with red dots and passed it to Grant. These are the digs the Foundation financed last year. Notice anything odd about them? Montana, Alaska, Canada, Sweden. They're all sites in the north. There's nothing below the 45th parallel. Morris pulled out more maps. It's the same year after year. Dinosaur projects to the south in Utah or Colorado or Mexico never get funded. The Hammond Foundation only supports cold weather digs. And there are other puzzles, Morris said. For example, what is the relationship of dinosaurs to amber? Amber? Yes, it's the hard yellow resin of dried tree sap. I know what it is, Grant said, but why are you asking? Because, Morris said, over the last 5 years, Hammond has purchased enormous quantities of amber in America, Europe, and Asia, including many pieces of museum-quality jewelry. The Foundation has spent $17 million on amber. They now possess the largest privately held stock of this material in the world. As far as we can tell, it doesn't make any sense at all. Amber is easily synthesized. It has no commercial or defense value. There's no reason to stockpile it. But Hammond has done just that over many years. Amber, Grant said, shaking his head. And what about his island in Costa Rica? Morris continued. 10 years ago, the Hammond Foundation leased an island from the government of Costa Rica, supposedly to set up a biological preserve. I don't know anything about that, Grant said, frowning. I haven't been able to find out much, Morris said. The island is 100 miles off the west coast. It's very rugged, and it's in an area of ocean where the combinations of wind and current make it almost perpetually covered in fog. They used to call it Cloud Island, Isla Nublar. Apparently, the Costa Ricans were amazed that anybody would want it. Morris searched in his briefcase. The reason I mention it, he said, is that, according to the records, you were paid a consultant's fee in connection with this island. I was? Grant said. Morris passed a sheet of paper to Grant. It was the Xerox of a check issued in March 1984 from InGen Incorporated, Farallon Road, Palo Alto, California, made out to Alan Grant in the amount of $12,000. At the lower corner, the check was marked Consultant Services / Costa Rica / Juvenile Hyperspace. Oh, sure, Grant said. I remember that. It was weird as hell, but I remember it. And it didn't have anything to do with an island. During those frantic days of the mid-1980s that he was approached by the InGen Corporation with a request for consulting services. Had you heard of InGen before? Morris asked. No. How did they contact you? Telephone call. There was a man named Gennaro or Giannino, something like that. Morris nodded. Donald Gennaro, he said. He's the legal counsel for InGen. Anyway, he wanted to know about eating habits of dinosaurs, and he offered me a fee to draw up a paper for him. Grant drank his beer, set the can on the floor. Gennaro was particularly interested in young dinosaurs, infants and juveniles, what they ate. I guess he thought I would know about that. Did you? Not really, no. I told him that. We had found lots of skeletal material, but we had very little dietary data. But Gennaro said he knew we hadn't published everything, and he wanted whatever we had, and he offered a very large fee, $50,000. So, Gennaro telephoned you in 1984. What happened then? Well, Grant said, you see our operation here. $50,000 would support 2 full summers of digging. I told him I'd do what I could. So, you agreed to prepare a paper for him? Yes. On the dietary habits of juvenile dinosaurs? Yes. You met Gennaro? No, just on the phone. Did Gennaro say why he wanted this information? Yes, Grant said. He was planning a museum for children, and he wanted to feature baby dinosaurs. Morris nodded, making notes. So you accepted the consultancy? Yes. I agreed to send him a summary of our work, what we knew about the habits of the duck-billed hadrosaurs we'd found. What kind of information did you send? Morris asked. Everything. Nesting behavior, territorial ranges, feeding behavior, social behavior, everything. And how did Gennaro respond? He kept calling and calling, sometimes in the middle of the night. Would the dinosaurs eat this? Would they eat that? Should the exhibit include this? I could never understand why he was so worked up. I mean, I think dinosaurs are important too, but not that important. They've been dead 65 million years. You'd think his calls could wait until morning. Grant shook his head. I got tired of Gennaro and called the whole thing off. We settled up for 12,000. That must have been about the middle of 85. Morris made a note. And InGen, any other contact with him? Not since 1985. And when did the Hammond Foundation begin to fund your research? I'd have to look, Grant said, but it was around then, mid-80s. And you know Hammond as just a rich dinosaur enthusiast? Yes. Morris made another note. Look, Grant said, if the EPA is so concerned about John Hammond and what he's doing, the dinosaur sites in the north, the amber purchases, the island in Costa Rica, why don't you just ask him about it? At the moment we can't, Morris said. Why not? Grant said. Because we don't have any evidence of wrongdoing, Morris said. But personally, I think it's clear John Hammond is evading the law. I was first contacted, Morris explained, by the Office of Technology Transfer. The OTT monitors shipments of American technology which might have military significance. They called to say that InGen had two areas of possible illegal technology transfer. First, InGen shipped 3 Cray XMPs to Costa Rica. InGen characterized it as transfer within corporate divisions and said they weren't for resale, but OTT couldn't imagine why the hell somebody'd need that power in Costa Rica. 3 Crays, Grant said. Is that a kind of computer? Morris nodded. Very powerful supercomputers. To put it in perspective, 3 Crays represent more computing power than any other privately held company in America. And InGen sent the machines to Costa Rica. You have to wonder why. I give up. Why? Grant said. Nobody knows. And the hoods are even more worrisome, Morris continued. Hoods are automated gene sequencers, machines that work out the genetic code by themselves. They're so new that they haven't been put on the restricted lists yet, but any genetic engineering lab is likely to have one if it can afford the $500,000 price tag. He flipped through his notes. Well, it seems InGen shipped 24 hood sequencers to their island in Costa Rica. Again, they said it was a transfer within divisions and not an export, Morris said. There wasn't much that OTT could do. They're not officially concerned with use, but InGen was obviously setting up one of the most powerful genetic engineering facilities in the world in an obscure Central American country, a country with no regulations. That kind of thing has happened before. And what have you actually found? Grant said. Not much, Morris admitted. When I go back to San Francisco, we'll probably have to close the investigation. And I think I'm about finished here. He started packing up his briefcase. By the way, what does juvenile hyperspace mean? That's just a fancy label for my report, Grant said. Hyperspace is a term for multidimensional space, like three-dimensional tic-tac-toe. If you were to take all the behaviors of an animal, its eating and movement and sleeping, you could plot the animal within the multidimensional space. Some paleontologists refer to the behavior of an animal as occurring in an ecological hyperspace. Juvenile hyperspace would just refer to the behavior of juvenile dinosaurs, if you wanted to be as pretentious as possible. At the far end of the trailer, the phone rang. Ellie answered it. She said, "He's in a meeting right now. Can he call you back?" Morris snapped his briefcase shut and stood. "Thanks for your help and the beer," he said. "No problem," Grant said. Grant walked with Morris down the trailer to the door at the far end. Morris said, "Did Hammond ever ask for any physical materials from your site, bones or eggs or anything like that?" "No," Grant said. "Dr. Sattler mentioned you do some genetic work here." "Well, not exactly," Grant said. "When we remove fossils that are broken or for some other reason not suitable for museum preservation, we send the bones out to a lab that grinds them up and tries to extract proteins for us. The proteins are then identified, and the report is sent back to us." The lab has nothing to do with InGen? Morris asked. Not that I know, Grant said. They came to the door of the trailer. Grant opened it and felt the rush of hot air from outside. Morris paused to put on his sunglasses. One last thing, Morris said. Suppose InGen wasn't really making a museum exhibit. Is there anything else they could have done with the information in the report you gave them? Grant laughed. Sure, they could feed a baby hadrosaur. Morris laughed too. Baby hadrosaur. That'd be something to see. How big were they? About so, Grant said, holding his hands 6 inches apart. Squirrel size. And how long before they become full-grown? 3 years, Grant said, give or take. Morris held out his hand. Well, thanks again for your help. Take it easy driving back, Grant said. He watched for a moment as Morris walked back toward his car and then closed the trailer door. Grant said, What did you think? Ellie shrugged. Naive. You like the part where John Hammond is the evil arch-villain? Grant laughed. John Hammond's about as sinister as Walt Disney. By the way, who called? Oh, Ellie said, it was a woman named Alice Levin. She works at Columbia Medical Center. You know her? Grant shook his head. No. Well, it was something about identifying some remains. She wants you to call her back right away. Ellie Sattler brushed a strand of blonde hair back from her face and turned her attention to the acid baths. She had 6 in a row, at molar strengths from 5 to 30%. She listened idly as Grant said, Miss Levin, this is Alan Grant. And what's this about a... You have what? A what? He began to laugh. Oh, I doubt that very much, Miss Levin. No, I really don't have time, I'm sorry. Well, I'll take a look at it, but I can pretty much guarantee it's a basilisk lizard, but yes, you can do that. All right, send it now. Grant hung up and shook his head. These people. Ellie said, What's it about? Some lizard she's trying to identify, Grant said. She's going to fax me an X-ray. He walked over to the fax and waited as the transmission came through. Incidentally, I've got a new find for you, a good one. Yes? Grant nodded. Found it just before the kid showed up. On South Hill, Horizon 4. Infant velociraptor, jaw and complete dentition. So there's no question about identity, and the site looks undisturbed. We might even get a full skeleton. That's fantastic, Ellie said. How young? Young, Grant said. 2, maybe 4 months at most. And it's definitely a velociraptor? Definitely, Grant said. Maybe our luck has finally turned. You must be pretty excited, Ellie said. Grant didn't answer. I said you must be excited, Ellie repeated. My God, Grant said. He was staring at the fax. Ellie looked over Grant's shoulder at the X-ray and breathed out slowly. You think it's an amazicus? Yes, Grant said. Or a triassicus. The skeleton is so light. But it's no lizard, she said. No, Grant said, this is not a lizard. No 3-toed lizard has walked on this planet for 200 million years. Ellie's first thought was that she was looking at a hoax, an ingenious, skillful hoax, but a hoax nonetheless. To Ellie's eye, the X-ray image of the lizard was exactly correct. The 3-toed foot was well-balanced, with a medial claw smallest. The bony remnants of the 4th and 5th toes were located up near the metatarsal joint. The tibia was strong and considerably longer than the femur. At the hip, the acetabulum was complete. The tail showed 45 vertebrae. It was a young Procompsognathus. Could this X-ray be faked? I don't know, Grant said, but it's almost impossible to fake an X-ray. And Procompsognathus is an obscure animal. Even people familiar with dinosaurs have never heard of it. Ellie read the note. Specimen acquired on the beach of Cabo Blanco, July 16th. Apparently a howler monkey was eating the animal, and this was all that was recovered. Oh, and it says the lizard attacked a little girl. I doubt that, Grant said. But perhaps Procompsognathus was so small and light we assume it must be a scavenger, only feeding off dead creatures. And you can tell the size, he measured quickly. It's about 20 centimeters to the hips, which means the full animal would be about a foot tall. about as big as a chicken. Even a child would look pretty fearsome to it. It might bite an infant, but not a child. Ellie frowned at the X-ray image. You think this could really be a legitimate rediscovery, she said? Like the coelacanth? Maybe, Grant said. But could it be real? She persisted. What about the age? Grant nodded. The age is a problem. Well, Ellie said, we know animals have survived. Crocodiles are basically Triassic animals living in the present. Sharks are Triassic, so we know it has happened before. Grant nodded. And the thing is, he said, how else do we explain it? It's either a fake, which I doubt, or else it's a rediscovery. What else could it be? The phone rang. Alice Levin again, Grant said. Let's see if she'll send us the actual specimen. He answered it and looked at Ellie, surprised. Yes, I'll hold for Mr. Hammond. Yes, of course. Hammond? What does he want? Ellie said. Grant shook his head and then said into the phone, Yes, Mr. Hammond, yes, it's good to hear your voice, too. Yes. He looked at Ellie. Oh, you did? Oh, yes? Is that right? He cupped his hand over the mouthpiece and said, Still eccentric as ever. You've got to hear this. Grant pushed the speaker button, and Ellie heard a raspy old man's voice speaking rapidly. Hell of an annoyance from some EPA fellow. Seems to have gone off half-cocked, all on his own, running around the country talking to people, stirring up things. I don't suppose anybody's come to see you way out there. As a matter of fact, Grant said, somebody did come to see me. Hammond snorted. I was afraid of that smart-ass kid named Morris. Yes, his name was Morris, Grant said. He's going to see all our consultants, Hammond said. He went to see Ian Malcolm the other day, you know, the mathematician in Texas. That's the first I knew of it. We're having one hell of a time getting a handle on this thing. It's typical of the way government operates. There isn't any complaint, there isn't any charge, just harassment from some kid who's unsupervised and is running around at the taxpayer's expense. Did he bother you? Disrupt your work? No, he didn't bother me. Well, that's too bad in a way, Hammond said, because I'd try and get an injunction to stop him if he had. As it is, I had our lawyers call over at EPA to find out what the hell their problem is. The head of the office claims he didn't know there was any investigation. You figure that one out. Damn bureaucracy is all it is. Hell, I think this kid's trying to get down to Costa Rica, poke around, get onto our island. You know we have an island down there? No, Grant said, looking at Ellie. I didn't know. Oh, yes, we bought it and started our operation, 4 or 5 years ago now. I forget exactly. Called Isla Nublar. Big island, 100 miles offshore. Going to be a biological preserve. Wonderful place, tropical jungle. You know, you ought to see it, Dr. Grant. Sounds interesting, Grant said. But actually, it's almost finished now, you know, Hammond said. I've sent you some material about it. Did you get my material? No, but we're pretty far from... Maybe it'll come today. Look it over. The island's just beautiful. It's got everything. We've been in construction now 30 months. You can imagine. Big park. Opens in September next year. You really ought to go see it. It sounds wonderful, but as a matter of fact, Hammond said, I'm going to insist you see it, Dr. Grant. I know you'd find it right up your alley. You'd find it fascinating. I'm in the middle of... Grant said. Say, I'll tell you what, Hammond said, as if the idea had just occurred to him. I'm having some of the people who consulted for us go down there this weekend, spend a few days and look it over. At our expense, of course. It'd be terrific if you'd give us your opinion. I couldn't possibly, Grant said. Oh, just for a weekend, Hammond said with the irritating, cheery persistence of an old man. That's all I'm talking about, Dr. Grant. I wouldn't want to interrupt your work. I know how important that work is. Believe me, I know that. Never interrupt your work. But you could hop on down there this weekend and be back on Monday. No, I couldn't, Grant said. I've just found a new skeleton and... Yes, fine, but I still think you should come, Hammond said, not really listening. And we've just received some evidence for a very puzzling and remarkable find, which seems to be a living procompsognathed. What? Hammond said, slowing down. I didn't quite get that. You said A living procompsognathed? That's right, Grant said. It's a biological specimen, a partial fragment of an animal collected from Central America, a living animal. You don't say, Hammond said. A living animal. How extraordinary. Yes, Grant said, we think so too. So, you see, this isn't the time for me to be leaving Central America, did you say? Yes. Where in Central America is it from, do you know? A beach called Cabo Blanco. I don't know exactly where. I see. Hammond cleared his throat. And when did this, specimen arrive in your hands? Just today. Today? I see. Today. I see. Yes. Hammond cleared his throat again. Grant looked at Ellie and mouthed, "What's going on?" Ellie shook her head. "Sounds upset." Grant mouthed, "See if Morris is still here." She went to the window and looked out, but Morris's car was gone. She turned back. On the speaker, Hammond coughed. Dr. Grant, have you told anybody about it yet?" "No." "Good. That's good. Well, yes. I'll tell you frankly, Dr. Grant, I'm having a little problem about this island. This EPA thing is coming at just the wrong time." "How's that?" Grant said. "Well, we've had our problems and some delays. Let's just say that I'm under a little pressure here, and I'd like you to look at this island for me. Give me your opinion. I'll be paying you the usual weekend consultant rate of $20,000 a day. That'd be $60,000 for 3 days. And if you can spare Dr. Sattler, she'll go at the same rate. We need a botanist. What do you say?" Ellie looked at Grant as he said, "Well, Mr. Hammond, that much money would fully finance our expeditions for the next 2 summers." "Good, good," Hammond said blandly. He seemed distracted now, his thoughts elsewhere. "I want this to be easy. Now, I'm sending the corporate jet to pick you up at that private airfield east of Choto. You know the one I mean? It's only about 2 hours' drive from where you are. You be there at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I'll be waiting for you. Take you right down. Can you and Dr. Sattler make that plane?" "I guess we can." "Good. Pack lightly. You don't need passports. I'm looking forward to it. See you tomorrow," Hammond said, and he hung up. Midday sun streamed into the San Francisco law offices of Cowan, Swain, and Ross, giving the room a cheerfulness that Donald Gennaro did not feel. He listened on the phone and looked at his boss, Daniel Ross, cold as an undertaker in his dark pinstripe suit. "I understand, John," Gennaro said. "And Grant agreed to come?" "Good, good. Yes, that sounds fine to me. My congratulations, John." He hung up the phone and turned to Ross. "We can't trust Hammond anymore. He's under too much pressure. The EPA's investigating him, is behind schedule on his Costa Rican resort, and the investors are getting nervous. There have been too many rumors of problems down there. Too many workmen have died. And now this business about a living procompsit whatever on the mainland." "What does that mean?" Ross said. "Maybe nothing," Gennaro said. "But Hamachi is one of our principal investors. I got a report last week from Hamachi's representative in San Jose, the capital of Costa Rica. According to the report, some new kind of lizard is biting children on the coast." Ross blinked. "New lizard?" "Yes," Gennaro said. "We can't screw around with this. We've got to inspect that island right away. I've asked Hammond to arrange independent site inspections every week for the next 3 weeks. "And what does Hammond say?" "He insists nothing is wrong on the island, claims he has all these security precautions." "But you don't believe him," Ross said. "No," Gennaro said, "I don't." One of his first assignments back in 1982 had been to accompany John Hammond while the old man, then nearly 70, put together the funding to start the InGen Corporation. They eventually raised almost $1 billion, and Gennaro remembered it as a wild ride. "Hammond's a dreamer," Gennaro said. "A potentially dangerous dreamer," Ross said. "We should never have gotten involved. What is our financial position?" "The firm," Gennaro said, "owns 5%. "General or limited?" "General." Ross shook his head. We should never have done that. It seemed wise at the time, Gennaro said. Hell, it was 8 years ago. We took it in lieu of some fees. And if you remember, Hammond's plan was extremely speculative. He was really pushing the envelope. Nobody really thought he could pull it off. But apparently he has, Ross said. In any case, I agree that an inspection is overdue. What about your site experts? I'm starting with experts Hammond already hired as consultants early in the project. Gennaro tossed a list onto Ross's desk. First group is a paleontologist, a paleobotanist, and a mathematician. They go down this weekend. I'll go with them. Will they tell you the truth? Ross said. I think so. None of them had much to do with the island, and one of them, the mathematician, Ian Malcolm, was openly hostile to the project from the start. Insisted it would never work, could never work. And who else? Just a technical person, a computer system analyst. Review the park's computers and fix some bugs. He should be there by Friday morning. Fine, Ross said. You are making the arrangements? Hammond asked to place the calls himself. I think he wants to pretend that he's not in trouble, that it's just a social invitation, showing off his island. All right, Ross said, but just make sure it happens. Stay on top of it. I want this Costa Rican situation resolved within a week. Ross got up and walked out of the room. Gennaro dialed, heard the whining hiss of a radio phone. Then he heard a voice say, Grant here. Hi, Dr. Grant, this is Donald Gennaro. I'm the general counsel for InGen. We talked a few years back. I don't know if you remember. I remember, Grant said. Well, Gennaro said, I just got off the phone with John Hammond, who tells me the good news that you're coming down to our island in Costa Rica. Yes, Grant said. I guess we're going down there tomorrow. Well, I just want to extend my thanks to you for doing this on short notice. Everybody at InGen appreciates it. We've asked Ian Malcolm, who, like you, was one of the early consultants, to come down as well. He's the mathematician at UT in Austin. John Hammond mentioned that, Grant said. Well, good, Gennaro said. And I'll be coming too, as a matter of fact. By the way, this specimen you have found of a what is it? Procompsognathus, Grant said. Yes, do you have the specimen with you, Dr. Grant, the actual specimen? No, Grant said. I've only seen an X-ray. The specimen is in New York. A woman from Columbia University called me. Well, I wonder if you could give me the details on that, Gennaro said. Then I can run down that specimen for Mr. Hammond, who's very excited about it. I'm sure you want to see the actual specimen, too. Perhaps I can even get it delivered to the island while you're all down there, Gennaro said. Grant gave him the information. Well, that's fine, Dr. Grant, Gennaro said. My regards to Dr. Sattler. I look forward to meeting you and him tomorrow. And Gennaro hung up. This just came, Ellie said the next day, walking to the back of the trailer with a thick manila envelope. One of the kids brought it back from town. It's from Hammond. Grant noticed the blue and white InGen logo as he tore open the envelope. Inside there was no cover letter, just a bound stack of paper. Pulling it out, he discovered it was blueprints. They were reduced, forming a thick book. What the hell is this? He said. As he flipped open the book, a sheet of paper fell out. Dear Alan and Ellie, as you can imagine, we don't have much in the way of formal promotional materials yet, but this should give you some idea of the Isla Nublar project. I think it's very exciting. Looking forward to discussing this with you. Hope you can join us. Regards, John. I don't get it, Grant said. He flipped through the sheets. These are architectural plans. He turned to the top sheet. Visitor Center / Lodge, Isla Nublar Resort. Client, InGen Incorporated, Palo Alto, California. Architects, Dunning, Murphy & Associates, New York. Richard Murphy, design partner. Theodore Chen, senior designer. Sheldon James, administrative partner. Engineers, Harlow, Whitney & Fields, Boston, structural. A.T. Mishikawa, Osaka, mechanical. Landscaping, Shepperton Rogers, London. A. Ashikiga, H. Ayasu, Kanazawa. Electrical, N.V. Kobayashi, Tokyo. A.R. Makasawa, senior consultant. Computer C/C, Integrated Computer Systems Incorporated, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Dennis Nedry, Project Supervisor. Grant turned to the plans themselves. They were stamped Industrial Secrets Do Not Copy and Confidential Work Product Not for Distribution. Looks pretty paranoid to me, he said. Maybe there's a reason, Ellie said. The next page was a topographical map. It showed Isla Nublar as an inverted teardrop, bulging at the north, tapering at the south. The island was 8 miles long, and the map divided it into several large sections. The northern section was marked Visitor Area, and it contained structures marked Visitor Arrivals, Visitor Center / Administration, Power / Desalinization / Support, Hammond Res, and Safari Lodge. Grant could see the outline of a swimming pool, the rectangles of tennis courts, and the round squiggles that represented planting and shrubbery. Looks like a resort, all right, Ellie said. There followed detail sheets for the Safari Lodge itself. In the elevation sketches, the lodge looked dramatic, a long, low building with a series of pyramid shapes on the roof, but there was little about the other buildings in the visitor area, and the rest of the island was even more mysterious. As far as Grant could tell, it was mostly open space. A network of roads, tunnels, and outlying buildings, and a long, thin lake that appeared to be man-made with concrete dams and barriers. But for the most part, the island was divided into big, curving areas with very little development at all. I'm telling you, Grant said, paranoid. He looked at the big, curving divisions separated from one another by the network of roads. There were only 6 divisions on the whole island, and each division was separated from the road by a concrete moat. Outside each moat was a fence with a little lightning sign alongside it. That mystified them until they were finally able to figure out it meant the fences were electrified. That's odd, she said. Electrified fences at a resort? Miles of them, Grant said. Electrified fences and moats together. And usually with a road alongside them as well. Just like a zoo, Ellie said. They went back to the topographical map and looked closely at the contour lines. The roads had been placed oddly. The main road ran north-south, right through the central hills of the island, including one section of road that seemed to be literally cut into the side of a cliff above a river. It began to look as if there had been a deliberate effort to leave these open areas as big enclosures, separated from the roads by moats and electric fences. You know, Ellie said, some of these dimensions are enormous. Look at this. This concrete moat is 30 feet wide. That's like a military fortification. So are these buildings, Grant said. He had noticed that each open division had a few buildings, usually located in out-of-the-way corners, but the buildings were all concrete, with thick walls. In side-view elevations, they looked like concrete bunkers, with small windows. At that moment, they heard a muffled explosion, and Grant put the papers aside. Back to work, he said. Fire! There was a slight vibration, and then yellow contour lines traced across the computer screen. This time the resolution was perfect, and Alan Grant had a glimpse of the skeleton beautifully defined, the long neck arched back. It was unquestionably an infant velociraptor, and it looked in perfect... The screen went blank. I hate computers, Grant said, squinting in the sun. What happened now? Lost the integrator input, one of the kids said. Just a minute. The kid bent to look at the tangle of wires going into the back of the battery-powered portable computer. They had set the computer up on a beer carton on top of Hill 4, not far from the device they called Thumper. Grant sat down on the side of the hill and looked at his watch. He said to Ellie, We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. One of the kids overheard. Ah, Alan. Look, Grant said, I've got a plane to catch, and I want the fossil protected before I go. Thumper was 20 feet away now, a big silver box on wheels with an umbrella on top. It looked like an ice cream vendor's pushcart, parked incongruously on the Badlands. Thumper had 2 youthful attendants loading the next soft lead pellet. So far, the CAST program merely located the extent of finds, helping Grant's team to dig more efficiently, but the kids claimed that within a few years, it would be possible to generate an image so detailed that excavation would be redundant. "How much longer?" Grant said. "We got it now, Alan. It's not bad." Grant went to look at the computer screen. He saw the complete skeleton traced in bright yellow. It was indeed a young specimen. The outstanding characteristic of Velociraptor, the single-toed claw, which in a full-grown animal was a curved 6-inch-long weapon capable of ripping open its prey, was in this infant no larger than the thorn on a rosebush. It was hardly visible at all on the screen. And Velociraptor was a lightly built dinosaur in any case, an animal as fine-boned as a bird, and presumably as intelligent. Grant saw that this particular skeleton had also been twisted laterally, so that the right leg and foot were raised up above the backbone. "It looks kind of distorted," one of the kids said, "but I don't think it's the computer." "No," Grant said, "it's just time. Lots and lots of time." Grant knew that people could not imagine geological time. Human life was lived on another scale of time entirely. An apple turned brown in a few minutes. Silverware turned black in a few days. A compost heap decayed in a season. A child grew up in a decade. None of these everyday human experiences prepared people to be able to imagine the meaning of 80 million years, the length of time that had passed since this little animal had died. "Doesn't look very fearsome," one of the kids said. "He wasn't," Grant said, "at least not until he grew up." Probably this baby had scavenged, feeding off carcasses slain by the adults after the big animals had gorged themselves, and lay basking in the sun. Grant thought it must have been a sight to see a dozen of these animals racing at full speed, leaping onto the back of a much larger dinosaur, tearing at the neck and slashing at the ribs and belly. "We're running out of time," Ellie said, bringing him back. Grant gave instructions for the trench. From the computer image, they knew the skeleton lay in a relatively confined area. A ditch around a 2-meter square would be sufficient. Meanwhile, Ellie lashed down the tarp that covered the side of the hill. Grant helped her pound in the final stakes. "How did the baby die?" one of the kids asked. "I doubt we'll know," Grant replied. "Infant mortality in the wild is high. In African parks it runs 70% among some carnivores. It could have been anything: disease, separation from the group, anything. Or even attack by an adult. We know these animals hunted in packs, but we don't know anything about their social behavior in a group." They knew so little about dinosaurs, Grant thought. After 150 years of research and excavation all around the world, they still knew almost nothing about what the dinosaurs had really been like. "We've got to go," Ellie said, "if we're going to get the show to by 5. Gennaro's secretary bustled in with a new suitcase. It still had the sales tags on it. "You know, Mr. Gennaro," she said severely, "when you forget to pack, it makes me think you don't really want to go on this trip." "Maybe you're right," Gennaro said. "I'm missing my kid's birthday." "Well, I did the best I could on short notice," his secretary said. "There's running shoes your size, and khaki shorts and shirts, and a shaving kit. A pair of jeans and a sweatshirt if it gets cold. The car is downstairs to take you to the airport. You have to leave now to make the flight." She left. Gennaro walked down the hallway, tearing the sales tags off the suitcase. As he passed the all-glass conference room, Dan Ross left the table and came outside. "Have a good trip," Ross said. "But let's be very clear about one thing. I don't know how bad this situation actually is, Donald, but if there's a problem on that island, burn it to the ground." Gennaro nodded. "I hear you," he said, "but Hammond—" "Screw Hammond," Ross said. My boy," the familiar raspy voice said. "How have you been, my boy?" "Very well, sir," Gennaro replied. He leaned back in the padded leather chair of the Gulfstream II jet as it flew east toward the Rocky Mountains. "You never call me any more," Hammond said reproachfully. "I've missed you, Donald. How is your lovely wife?" "She's fine. Elizabeth's fine. We have a little girl now." "Wonderful, wonderful. Children are such a delight. She'd get a kick out of our new park in Costa Rica." Gennaro had forgotten how short Hammond was. As he sat in the chair, his feet didn't touch the carpeting. He swung his legs as he talked. There was a childlike quality to the man, even though Hammond must now be, 75, 76, something like that. He looked older than Gennaro remembered, but then Gennaro hadn't seen him for almost 5 years. Hammond was flamboyant, a born showman. And although Hammond spoke confidently of $7 billion in annual revenues by 1993, his project was intensely speculative. Hammond had vision and enthusiasm, but there was no certainty that his plan would work at all, particularly since Norman Atherton, the brains behind the project, had terminal cancer, which was a final point Hammond neglected to mention. Even so, with Gennaro's help, Hammond got his money. Between September of 1983 and November of 1985, John Alfred Hammond and his pachyderm portfolio raised $870 million in venture capital to finance his proposed corporation, International Genetic Technologies Incorporated. In the end, they'd had to take mostly Japanese consortia. The Japanese were the only investors who had the patience. Sitting in the leather chair of the jet, Gennaro thought about how evasive Hammond was. The old man was now ignoring the fact that Gennaro's law firm had forced this trip on him. Instead, Hammond behaved as if they were engaged in a purely social outing. "It's too bad you didn't bring your family with you, Donald," he said. Gennaro shrugged. "It's my daughter's birthday. 20 kids already scheduled. The cake and the clown, you know how it is." "Oh, I understand," Hammond said. "Kids set their hearts on things." "Anyway, is the park ready for visitors?" Gennaro asked. "Well, not officially," Hammond said. "But the hotel is built, so there is a place to stay." "And the animals?" "Of course, the animals are all there, all in their spaces." Gennaro said, "I remember in the original proposal you were hoping for a total of 12... "Oh, we're far beyond that. We have 238 animals, Donald." 238? The old man giggled, pleased at Gennaro's reaction. "You can't imagine it. We have herds of them." 238? How many species? 15 different species, Donald. "That's incredible," Gennaro said. "That's fantastic. And what about all the other things you wanted, the facilities, the computers?" All of it, Hammond said. "Everything on that island is state-of-the-art. You'll see for yourself, Donald. It's perfectly wonderful. That's why this concern is so misplaced. There's absolutely no problem with the island." Gennaro said, "Then there should be absolutely no problem with an inspection." "And there isn't," Hammond said, "but it slows things down. Everything has to stop for the official visit. You've had delays anyway. You've postponed the opening." "Oh, that." Hammond tugged at the red silk handkerchief in the breast pocket of his sport coat. "It was bound to happen. Bound to happen." "Why?" Gennaro asked. "Well, Donald," Hammond said, "to explain that, you have to go back to the initial concept of the resort. The concept of the most advanced amusement park in the world, combining the latest electronic and biological technologies. I'm not talking about rides. Everybody has rides. Coney Island has rides. And these days, everybody has animatronic environments. The haunted house, the pirate den, the Wild West, the earthquake. Everyone has those things. So we set out to make biological attractions, living attractions. Attractions so astonishing they would capture the imagination of the entire world." Gennaro had to smile. It was almost the same speech, word for word, that he had used on the investors so many years ago. "And we can never forget the ultimate object of the project in Costa Rica, to make money," Hammond said, staring out the windows of the jet. "Lots and lots of money." "I remember," Gennaro said. "And the secret to making money in a park," Hammond said, "is to limit your personnel costs. The food handlers, ticket takers, clean-up crews, repair teams. To make a park that runs with minimal staff. That was why we invested in all the computer technology. We automated wherever we could." "I remember. But the plain fact is," Hammond said, When you put together all the animals and all the computer systems, you run into snags. Who ever got a major computer system up and running on schedule? Nobody I know. So you've just had normal startup delays? Yes, that's right, Hammond said. Normal delays. I heard there were accidents during construction, Gennaro said. Some workmen died. Yes, there were several accidents, Hammond said, and a total of 3 deaths. 2 workers died building the cliff road. One other died as a result of an earth mover accident in January. But we haven't had any accidents for months now. He put his hand on the younger man's arm. Donald, he said, believe me when I tell you that everything on the island is going forward as planned. Everything on that island is perfectly fine. The intercom clicked. The pilot said, Seatbelts, please. We're landing in Shoto. Dry plains stretched away toward distant black buttes. The afternoon wind blew dust and tumbleweed across the cracked concrete. Grant stood with Ellie near the jeep and waited while the sleek Grumman jet circled for a landing. I hate to wait on the money men, Grant grumbled. Ellie shrugged. Goes with a job. The little jet landed and rolled quickly toward them. Ellie shouldered her bag. The jet came to a stop and a stewardess in a blue uniform opened the door. Inside, he was surprised at how cramped it was, despite the luxurious appointments. Grant had to hunch over as he went to shake Hammond's hand. Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler, Hammond said. It's good of you to join us. Allow me to introduce my associate, Donald Gennaro. He shook hands quickly. When Ellie shook hands, Gennaro said in surprise, You're a woman. These things happen, she said, and Grant thought, she doesn't like him either. Hammond turned to Gennaro. You know, of course, what Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler do. They're paleontologists. They dig up dinosaurs. And then he began to laugh as if he found the idea very funny. Take your seats, please, the stewardess said, closing the door. Immediately, the plane began to move. You'll have to excuse us, Hammond said, but we are in a bit of a rush. Donald thinks it's important we get right down there. The pilot announced 4 hours flying time to Dallas, where they would refuel, and then go on to Costa Rica, arriving the following morning. And how long will we be in Costa Rica? Grant asked. Well, that really depends, Gennaro said. We have a few things to clear up. Take my word for it, Hammond said, turning to Grant. We'll be down there no more than 48 hours. Grant buckled his seatbelt. This island of yours that we're going to, I haven't heard anything about it before. Is it some kind of secret? In a way, Hammond said. We have been very, very careful about making sure nobody knows about it, until the day we finally open that island to a surprised and delighted public. The Biosyn Corporation of Cupertino, California, had never called an emergency meeting of its board of directors. The 10 directors now sitting in the conference room were irritable and impatient. It was 8 p.m. They had been talking among themselves for the last 10 minutes, but slowly had fallen silent, shuffling papers, looking pointedly at their watches. What are we waiting for? One asked. One more, Louis Dodgson said. We need one more. He glanced at his watch. Ron Meyer's office had said he was coming up on the 6 o'clock plane from San Diego. He should be here by now, even allowing for traffic from the airport. You need a quorum? Another director asked. Yes, Dodgson said, we do. That shut them up for a moment. A quorum meant that they were going to be asked to make an important decision. And God knows they were, although Dodgson would have preferred not to call a meeting at all. But Steingarten, the head of Biosyn, was adamant. You'll have to get their agreement for this one, Lou, he had said. The door opened and Ron Meyer entered the room, slipped into a seat. Dodgson now had his quorum. He immediately stood. Gentlemen, he said, we're here tonight to consider a target of opportunity, InGen. We still had no idea where InGen might be going. The company seemed obviously focused on animals, and they had hired researchers with an interest in the past, paleobiologists, DNA phylogeneticists, and so on. Then in 1987, InGen bought an obscure company called Millipore Plastic Products in Nashville, Tennessee. This was an agribusiness company that had recently patented a new plastic with the characteristics of an avian eggshell. This plastic could be shaped into an egg and used to grow chick embryos. Starting the following year, InGen took the entire output of this millipore plastic for its own use. Dr. Dodgson, this is all very interesting. At the same time, Dodgson continued, construction was begun on Isla Nublar. This involved massive earthworks, including a shallow lake 2 miles long in the center of the island. Plans for resort facilities were let out with a high degree of confidentiality. But it appears that InGen has built a private zoo of large dimensions on the island. One of the directors leaned forward and said, Dr. Dodgson, so what? It's not an ordinary zoo, Dodgson said. This zoo is unique in the world. It seems that InGen has done something quite extraordinary. They have managed to clone extinct animals from the past. What animals? Animals that hatch from eggs, and that require a lot of room in a zoo. What animals? Dinosaurs, Dodgson said. They are cloning dinosaurs. What they have done, Dodgson said, is build the greatest single tourist attraction in the history of the world. As you know, zoos are extremely popular. Last year, more Americans visited zoos than all professional baseball and football games combined. And the Japanese love zoos. There are 50 zoos in Japan and more being built. And for this zoo, InGen can charge whatever they want, $2,000 a day, $10,000 a day. And then there is the merchandising, the picture books, T-shirts, video games, caps, stuffed toys, comic books, and pets. Pets? Of course. If InGen can make life-size dinosaurs, they can also make pygmy dinosaurs as household pets. What child won't want a little dinosaur as a pet, a little patented animal for their very own? InGen will sell millions of them. And InGen will engineer them so that these pet dinosaurs can only eat InGen pet food. You said these dinosaurs will be patented? Yes. Genetically engineered animals can now be patented. The Supreme Court ruled on that in favor of Harvard in 1987. InGen will own its dinosaurs and no one else can legally make them. Well, what prevents us from creating our own dinosaurs? Someone said. Nothing, except that they have a 5-year start. It'll be almost impossible to catch up before the end of the century. He paused. Of course, if we could obtain examples of their dinosaurs, we could reverse engineer them and make our own, with enough modifications in the DNA to evade their patents. Can we obtain examples of their dinosaurs? I believe we can, yes. Somebody cleared his throat. There wouldn't be anything illegal about it. Oh, no, Dodgson said quickly, nothing illegal. I'm talking about a legitimate source of their DNA, a disgruntled employee or some trash improperly disposed of, something like that. Do you have a legitimate source, Dr. Dodgson? I do, Dodgson said. But I'm afraid there is some urgency to the decision because InGen is experiencing a small crisis, and my source will have to act within the next 24 hours. I don't see the need for a formal resolution on this, Dodgson said. Just a sense of the room as to whether you feel I should proceed. Slowly the heads nodded. Nobody spoke. Nobody went on record. They just nodded silently. Thank you for coming, gentlemen, Dodgson said. I'll take it from here. Louis Dodgson entered the coffee shop in the departure building of the San Francisco airport and looked around quickly. His man was already there, waiting at the counter. Dodgson sat down next to him and placed the briefcase on the floor between them. You're late, pal, the man said. He looked at the straw hat Dodgson was wearing and laughed. What is this supposed to be, a disguise? You never know, Dodgson said, suppressing his anger. For 6 months, Dodgson had patiently cultivated this man, who had grown more obnoxious and arrogant with each meeting. But there was nothing Dodgson could do about that. Both men knew exactly what the stakes were. Let's get down to it, the man said. I've got 10 minutes before my flight. You want to go over it again? Dodgson said. Hell no, Dr. Dodgson, the man said. I want to see the damn money. Dodgson flipped the latch on the briefcase and opened it a few inches. The man glanced down casually. That's all of it? That's half of it, $750,000. Okay, fine. The man turned away, drank his coffee. That's fine, Dr. Dodgson. Dodgson quickly locked the briefcase. That's for all 15 species, you remember. I remember 15 species, frozen embryos. And how am I going to transport them? Dodgson handed the man a large can of Gillette foamy shaving cream. That's it? That's it. They may check my luggage. Dodgson shrugged. Press the top, he said. The man pressed it, and white shaving cream puffed into his hand. Huh, not bad. He wiped the foam on the edge of his plate. Not bad. The can's a little heavier than usual, is all. How much coolant gas is inside? Enough for 36 hours. The embryos have to be back in San Jose by then. That's up to your guy on the boat, the man said. Better make sure he has a portable cooler on board. I'll do that, Dodgson said. And let's just review the bidding. The deal is the same, Dodgson said. 50,000 on delivery of each embryo. If they're viable, an additional 50,000 each. That's fine. Just make sure you have the boat waiting at the east dock of the island Friday night. Not the north dock, where the big supply boats arrive, the east dock. It's a small utility dock. You got that? I got it, Dodgson said. When will you be back in San Jose? Probably Sunday. The man pushed away from the counter. Dodgson fretted. You're sure you know how to work the... I know, the man said. Believe me, I know. Also, Dodgson said, we think the island maintains constant radio contact with InGen corporate headquarters in California, so look, I've got it covered, the man said. Just relax and get the money ready. I want it all Sunday morning in San Jose Airport in cash. It'll be waiting for you, Dodgson said. Don't worry. Shortly before midnight, he stepped on the plane at the Dallas airport. A tall, thin, balding man of 35, dressed entirely in black. Black shirt, black trousers, black socks, black sneakers. Ah, Dr. Malcolm, Hammond said, smiling with forced graciousness. Malcolm grinned. Hello, John. Yes, I'm afraid your old nemesis is here. Malcolm shook hands with everyone, saying quickly, Ian Malcolm, how do you do? I do maths. He struck Grant as being more amused by the outing than anything else. Malcolm sat in one of the padded chairs. The stewardess asked him if he wanted a drink. He said, Diet Coke, shaken, not stirred. Humid Dallas air drifted through the open door. Ellie said, Isn't it a little warm for black? You're extremely pretty, Dr. Sattler, he said. I could look at your legs all day. But no, as a matter of fact, black is an excellent color for heat. If you remember your black body radiation, black is actually best in heat. Efficient radiation. In any case, I wear only two colors, black and gray. Ellie was staring at him, her mouth open. These colors are appropriate for any occasion, Malcolm continued, and they go well together, should I mistakenly put on a pair of gray socks with my black trousers. But don't you find it boring to wear only two colors? Not at all. I find it liberating. I believe my life has value, and I don't want to waste it thinking about clothing, Malcolm said. I don't want to think about what I will wear in the morning. Truly, can you imagine anything more boring than fashion? Professional sports, perhaps. Grown men swatting little balls while the rest of the world pays money to applaud. But on the whole, I find fashion even more tedious than sports. Dr. Malcolm, Hammond explained, is a man of strong opinions. And mad as a hatter, Malcolm said cheerfully. But you must admit these are non-trivial issues. We live in a world of frightful givens. It is given that you will behave like this, given that you will care about that. No one thinks about the givens. Isn't it amazing? In the information society, nobody thinks. We expected to banish paper, but we actually banished thought. Hammond turned to Gennaro and raised his hands. You invited him. And a lucky thing, too, Malcolm said, because it sounds as if you have a serious problem. We have no problem, Hammond said quickly. I always maintained this island would be unworkable, Malcolm said. I predicted it from the beginning. He reached into a soft leather briefcase. And I trust by now we all know what the eventual outcome is going to be. You're going to have to shut the thing down. Shut it down? Hammond stood angrily. "This is ridiculous." Malcolm shrugged, indifferent to Hammond's outburst. "I brought copies of my original paper for you to look at," he said. "The original consultancy paper I did for InGen. The mathematics are a bit sticky, but I can walk you through it. Are you leaving now?" "I have some phone calls to make," Hammond said, and went into the adjoining cabin. "Well, it's a long flight," Malcolm said to the others. "At least my paper will give you something to do." Grant thumbed through the paper, glancing at the equations. Gennaro said, "Your paper concludes that Hammond's Island is bound to fail?" "Correct." "Because of chaos theory?" "Correct. To be more precise, because of the behavior of the system in phase space." Gennaro tossed the paper aside and said, "Can you explain this in English?" "Surely," Malcolm said. "Let's see where we have to start. Do you know what a non-linear equation is?" "No." "Strange attractors?" "No." "All right," Malcolm said. "Let's go back to the beginning." He paused, staring at the ceiling. "Physics has had great success at describing certain kinds of behavior. Planets in orbit, spacecraft going to the moon, pendulums and springs, and rolling balls, that sort of thing. The regular movement of objects. These are described by what are called linear equations, and mathematicians can solve those equations easily. We've been doing it for hundreds of years." "Okay," Gennaro said. "But there is another kind of behavior which physics handles badly. For example, anything to do with turbulence. Water coming out of a spout, air moving over an airplane wing, weather, blood flowing through the heart. Turbulent events are described by non-linear equations. They're hard to solve. In fact, they're usually impossible to solve. So, physics has never understood this whole class of events. Until about 10 years ago. The new theory that describes them is called chaos theory. Chaos theory originally grew out of attempts to make computer models of weather in the 1960s. Weather is a big, complicated system, namely the Earth's atmosphere as it interacts with the land and the sun. The behavior of this big, complicated system always defied understanding, so naturally we couldn't predict weather. But what the early researchers learned from computer models was that even if you could understand it, you still couldn't predict it. Weather prediction is absolutely impossible. The reason is that the behavior of the system is sensitively dependent on initial conditions. "You lost me," Gennaro said. "If I use a cannon to fire a shell of a certain weight, at a certain speed and a certain angle of inclination, and if I then fire a second shell with almost the same weight, speed, and angle, what will happen?" "The two shells will land at almost the same spot." "Right," Malcolm said. "That's linear dynamics." "Okay. But if I have a weather system that I start up with a certain temperature and a certain wind speed and a certain humidity, and if I then repeat it with almost the same temperature, wind, and humidity, the second system will not behave almost the same. It'll wander off and rapidly will become very different from the first. Thunderstorms instead of sunshine. That's nonlinear dynamics. They are sensitive to initial conditions. Tiny differences become amplified." "I think I see," Gennaro said. "The shorthand is the butterfly effect. A butterfly flaps its wings in Peking, and weather in New York is different." "So chaos is all just random and unpredictable?" Gennaro said. "Is that it?" "No," Malcolm said. "We actually find hidden regularities within the complex variety of a system's behavior. That's why chaos has now become a very broad theory that's used to study everything from the stock market to rioting crowds to brain waves during epilepsy. Any sort of complex system where there is confusion and unpredictability. We can find an underlying order. Okay?" "Okay," Gennaro said, "but what is this underlying order?" "It's essentially characterized by the movement of the system within phase space," Malcolm said. "Jesus," Gennaro said, "all I want to know is why you think Hammond's Island can't work." "I understand," Malcolm said. "I'll get there. Chaos theory says two things. First, that complex systems like weather have an underlying order. Second, the reverse of that simple systems can produce complex behavior. You hit a pool ball and it starts to carom off the sides of the table. In theory, that's a fairly simple system, almost a Newtonian system. Since you can know the force imparted to the ball and the mass of the ball, and you can calculate the angles at which it will strike the walls, you can predict the future behavior of the ball. In theory, you could predict the behavior of the ball far into the future as it keeps bouncing from side to side. You could predict where it will end up 3 hours from now, in theory. Okay, Gennaro nodded. But in fact, Malcolm said, it turns out you can't predict more than a few seconds into the future. Because almost immediately, very small effects, imperfections in the surface of the ball, tiny indentations in the wood of the table, start to make a difference. And it doesn't take long before they overpower your careful calculations. So it turns out that this simple system of a pool ball on a table has unpredictable behavior. Okay. And Hammond's project, Malcolm said, is another apparently simple system, animals within a zoo environment, that will eventually show unpredictable behavior. You know this because of theory, Malcolm said. But hadn't you better see the island to see what he's actually done? No, that is quite unnecessary. The details don't matter. Theory tells me that the island will quickly proceed to behave in unpredictable fashion. And you're confident of your theory? Oh, yes, Malcolm said, totally confident. He sat back in the chair. There is a problem with that island. It is an accident, waiting to happen. With a whine, the rotors began to swing in circles overhead, casting shadows on the runway of San Jose Airport. Grant listened to the crackle in his earphones as the pilot talked to the tower. They had picked up another passenger in San Jose, a man named Dennis Nedry, who had flown in to meet them. He was fat and sloppy, eating a candy bar, and there was sticky chocolate on his fingers and flecks of aluminum foil on his shirt. Nedry had mumbled something about doing computers on the island and hadn't offered to shake hands. Through the plexi bubble, Grant watched the airport concrete drop away beneath his feet, and he saw the shadow of the helicopter racing along as they went west toward the mountains. It's about a 40-minute trip, Hammond said from one of the rear seats. Isla Nublar, Hammond explained, was not a true island. Rather, it was a seamount, a volcanic upthrusting of rock from the ocean floor. Its volcanic origins can be seen all over the island, Hammond said. There are steam vents in many places, and the ground is often hot underfoot. Because of this, and also because of prevailing currents, Isla Nublar lies in a foggy area. As we get there, you will see... there we are! The helicopter rushed forward, low to the water. Ahead, Grant saw an island, rugged and craggy, rising sharply from the ocean. Christ, it looks like Alcatraz, Malcolm said. Its forested slopes were wreathed in fog, giving the island a mysterious appearance. Much larger, of course, Hammond said. 8 miles long and 3 miles wide at the widest point. In total, some 22 square miles, making it the largest private animal preserve in North America. The helicopter began to climb and headed toward the north end of the island. Grant was trying to see through the dense fog. It's not usually this thick, Hammond said. He sounded worried. Unfortunately, Hammond said, we have to land on the island. I don't like to do it because it disturbs the animals. And it's sometimes a bit thrilling. Hammond's voice cut off as the pilot said, Starting our descent now. Hang on, folks. The helicopter started down, and immediately they were blanketed in fog. Grant heard a repetitive electronic beeping through his earphones, but he could see nothing at all. Then he began dimly to discern the green branches of pine trees reaching through the mist. Some of the branches were close. How the hell is he doing this? Malcolm said, but nobody answered. The pilot swung his gaze left, then right, looking at the pine forest. The trees were still close. The helicopter descended rapidly. Jesus, Malcolm said. The beeping was louder. Grant looked at the pilot. He was concentrating. Grant glanced down and saw a giant, glowing fluorescent cross beneath the plexi bubble at his feet. There were flashing lights at the corners of the cross. The pilot corrected slightly and touched down on a helipad. The sound of the rotors faded and died. Grant sighed and released his seatbelt. "We have to come down fast that way," Hammond said, "because of the wind shear. There is often bad wind shear on this peak, and, well, we're safe." Someone was running up to the helicopter, a man with a baseball cap and red hair. He threw open the door and said cheerfully, "Hi, I'm Ed Regis. Welcome to Isla Nublar, everybody. And watch your step, please." A narrow path wound down the hill. The air was chilly and damp. As they moved lower, the mist around them thinned, and Grant could see the landscape better. It looked, he thought, rather like the Pacific Northwest, the Olympic Peninsula. "That's right," Regis said. "Primary ecology is deciduous rainforest." Down below, they could see the white roofs of large buildings nestled among the planting. Grant was surprised. The construction was elaborate. They moved lower out of the mist, and now he could see the full extent of the island stretching away to the south. Rising above the palm trees, Grant saw a single trunk with no leaves at all, just a big curving stump. Then the stump moved and twisted around to face the new arrivals. Grant realized that he was not seeing a tree at all. He was looking at the graceful, curving neck of an enormous creature rising 50 feet into the air. He was looking at a dinosaur. "My God," Ellie said softly. They were all staring at the animal above the trees. "My God." Her first thought was that the dinosaur was extraordinarily beautiful. Books portrayed them as oversized, dumpy creatures, but this long-necked animal had a gracefulness, almost a dignity about its movements, and it was quick. There was nothing lumbering or dull in its behavior. The sauropod peered alertly at them and made a low trumpeting sound, rather like an elephant. A moment later, a second head rose above the foliage, and then a third, and a fourth. "My God," Ellie said again. Gennaro was speechless. He hoped to God the island was safe. Grant stood on the path on the side of the hill with a mist on his face, staring at the grey necks craning above the palms. He felt dizzy, as if the ground were sloping away too steeply. He had trouble getting his breath, because he was looking at something he had never expected to see in his life. Yet he was seeing it. Grant began to laugh. "What is it?" Hammond said, worried. "Is something wrong?" Grant just shook his head and continued to laugh. He couldn't tell them that what was funny was that he had seen the animal for only a few seconds, but he had already begun to accept it. The sauropods watched the people arrive. They reminded Grant of oversized giraffes. They had the same pleasant, rather stupid gaze. "I take it they're not animatronic," Malcolm said. "They're very lifelike." "Yes, they certainly are," Hammond said. "Well, they should be, shouldn't they?" From the distance they heard the trumpeting sound again. First one animal made it, and then the others joined in. "That's their call," Ed Regis said, "welcoming us to the island." Grant stood and listened for a moment, entranced. "You probably want to know what happens next," Hammond was saying, continuing down the path. "We've scheduled a complete tour of the facilities for you, and a trip to see the dinosaurs in the park later this afternoon. I'll be joining you for dinner, and we'll answer any remaining questions you may have then. Now, if you'll go with Mr. Regis." The group followed Ed Regis toward the nearest buildings. Over the path, a crude hand-painted sign read, "Welcome to Jurassic Park." They moved into a green tunnel of overarching palms leading toward the main visitor building. Everywhere, extensive and elaborate planting emphasized the feeling that they were entering a new world, a prehistoric tropical world, and leaving the normal world behind. Ellie said to Grant, "They look pretty good." "Yes," Grant said. "I want to see them up close. I want to lift up their toe pads and inspect their claws and feel their skin and open their jaws and have a look at their teeth. Until then, I don't know for sure, but yes, they look good." "I suppose it changes your field a bit," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "It changes everything," he said. "You don't seem upset," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "It's been discussed in the field. Many people imagined it was coming, but not so soon." "Story of our species," Malcolm said, laughing. "Everybody knows it's coming, but not so soon." As they walked down the path, they could no longer see the dinosaurs, but they could hear them, trumpeting softly in the distance. Grant said, "My only question is, where'd they get the DNA?" Ellie said, "You can't reproduce a real dinosaur because you can't get real dinosaur DNA." "Unless there's a way we haven't thought of," Grant said. "Like what?" she said. "I don't know," Grant said. Beyond a fence, they came to the swimming pool, which spilled over into a series of waterfalls and smaller rocky pools. The area was planted with huge ferns. "Isn't this extraordinary?" Ed Regis said. "Especially on a misty day, these plants really contribute to the prehistoric atmosphere. These are authentic Jurassic ferns, of course." Ellie paused to look more closely at the ferns. Yes, it was just as he said. Serena veriformans, a plant found abundantly in fossils more than 200 million years old, now common only in the wetlands of Brazil and Colombia. But whoever had decided to place this particular fern at poolside obviously didn't know that the spores of veriformans contained a deadly beta-carboline alkaloid. But if planting deadly ferns at poolside was any indication, then it was clear that the designers of Jurassic Park had not been as careful as they should have been. "Isn't it just wonderful?" Ed Regis was saying. "If you look up ahead, you'll see our safari lodge." Ellie saw a dramatic low building with a series of glass pyramids on the roof. "That's where you'll all be staying here in Jurassic Park." Grant's suite was done in beige tones, the rattan furniture and green jungle print motifs. The room wasn't quite finished. There were stacks of lumber in the closet and pieces of electrical conduit on the floor. There was a television set in the corner with a card on top. Channel 2, Hypsilophodont Highlands. Channel 3, Triceratops Territory. Channel 4, Sauropod Swamp. Channel 5, Carnivore Country. Channel 6, Stegosaurus South. Channel 7, Velociraptor Valley. Channel 8, Pterosaur Peak. He found the names irritatingly cute. Grant turned on the television but got only static. He shut it off and went into his bedroom, tossed his suitcase on the bed. Directly over the bed was a large pyramidal skylight. It created a tented feeling, like sleeping under the stars. Unfortunately, the glass had to be protected by heavy bars so that striped shadows fell across the bed. Puzzled, Grant moved from the bedroom to the living room. His window looked out on the swimming pool. "By the way, those ferns are poison," Ellie said, walking into his room. "But did you notice anything about the rooms, Alan?" "They changed the plans." "I think so, yes." She moved around the room. "The windows are small," she said, "and the glass is tempered, set in a steel frame. The doors are steel-clad. That shouldn't be necessary. And did you see the fence when we came in?" Grant nodded. The entire lodge was enclosed within a fence with bars of inch-thick steel. The fence was gracefully landscaped and painted flat black to resemble wrought iron, but no cosmetic effort could disguise the thickness of the metal, or its 12-foot height. "I don't think the fence was in the plans either," Ellie said. "It looks to me like they've turned this place into a fortress." Grant looked at his watch. "We'll be sure to ask why," he said. "The tour starts in 20 minutes. They met in the visitor building, 2 stories high and all glass, with exposed black anodized girders and supports. Grant found it determinedly high-tech. There was a small auditorium, dominated by a robot Tyrannosaurus Rex, poised menacingly by the entrance to an exhibit area labeled "When Dinosaurs Rule the Earth." Gennaro climbed up on the stage and talked to Grant, Ellie, and Malcolm, his voice echoing slightly in the room. Hammond sat in the back, his hands folded across his chest. "We're about to tour the facilities," Gennaro said. "I'm sure Mr. Hammond and his staff will show everything in the best light. Before we go, I wanted to review why we are here and what I need to decide before we leave. Basically, as you all realize by now, this is an island in which genetically engineered dinosaurs have been allowed to move in a natural park-like setting, forming a tourist attraction. The attraction isn't open to tourists yet, but it will be in a year. Now, my question for you is a simple one. Is this island safe? Is it safe for visitors? And is it safely containing the dinosaurs? Gennaro turned down the room lights. There are two pieces of evidence which we have to deal with. First of all, there is Dr. Grant's identification of a previously unknown dinosaur on the Costa Rican mainland. This dinosaur is known only from a partial fragment. It was found in July of this year, after it supposedly bit an American girl on a beach. Dr. Grant can tell you more later. I've asked for the original fragment, which is in a lab in New York, to be flown here so that we can inspect it directly. Meanwhile, there is a second piece of evidence. Costa Rica has an excellent medical service, and it tracks all kinds of data. Beginning in March, there were reports of lizards biting infants in their cribs, and also, I might add, biting old people who were sleeping soundly. These lizard bites were sporadically reported in coastal villages from Ismaloya to Punta Arenas. After March, lizard bites were no longer reported. However, I have this graph from the Public Health Service in San Jose of infant mortality in the towns of the West Coast earlier this year. I direct your attention to two features of this graph, Gennaro said. First, infant mortality is low in the months of January and February, then spikes in March, then it's low again in April. But from May onward, it is high, right through July, the month the American girl was bitten. The Public Health Service feels that something is now affecting infant mortality, and it is not being reported by the workers in the coastal villages. The second feature is the puzzling bi-weekly spiking, which seems to suggest some kind of alternating phenomenon is at work. The lights came back on. "All right," Gennaro said. "That's the evidence I want explained. Now, are there any—" "We can save ourselves a great deal of trouble," Malcolm said. "I'll explain it for you now." "You will?" Gennaro said. "Yes," Malcolm said. "First of all, animals have very likely gotten off the island." "Oh, balls," Hammond growled from the back. "And second, the graph from the Public Health Service is almost certainly unrelated to any animals that have escaped." Grant said, "How do you know that?" "You'll notice that the graph alternates between high and low spikes," Malcolm said. "That is characteristic of many complex systems. For example, water dripping from a tap. If you turn on the faucet just a little, you'll get a constant drip, drip, drip. But if you open it a little more, so that there's a bit of turbulence in the flow, then you'll get alternating large and small drops. Drip, 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 like that. You can try it yourself. Turbulence produces alternation. It's a signature. And you will get an alternating graph like this for the spread of any new illness in a community." "But why do you say it isn't caused by escaped dinosaurs?" Grant said. "Because it is a non-linear signature," Malcolm said. "You need hundreds of escaped dinosaurs to cause it, and I don't think hundreds of dinosaurs have escaped. So I conclude that some other phenomenon, such as a new variety of flu, is causing the fluctuations you see in the graph." Gennaro said, "But you think the dinosaurs have escaped?" "Probably, yes." "Why?" "Because of what you are attempting here. Look, this island is an attempt to recreate a natural environment from the past, to make an isolated world where extinct creatures roam freely, correct?" "Yes." "But from my point of view, such an undertaking is impossible. The mathematics are so self-evident that they don't need to be calculated. It's rather like my asking you whether, on $1 billion in income, you had to pay tax. You wouldn't need to pull out your calculator to check. You'd know tax was owed. And similarly, I know overwhelmingly that one cannot successfully duplicate nature in this way, or hope to isolate it." "Why not? After all, there are zoos." "Zoos don't recreate nature," Malcolm said. "Let's be clear. Zoos take the nature that already exists and modify it very slightly to create holding pens for animals. Even those minimal modifications often fail. The animals escape with regularity. But a zoo is not a model for this park. This park is attempting something far more ambitious than that, something much more akin to making a space station on Earth. Gennaro shook his head. I don't understand. Well, it's very simple. Except for the air, which flows freely, everything about this park is meant to be isolated. Nothing gets in, nothing out. The animals kept here are never to mix with the greater ecosystems of Earth. They are never to escape. And they never have, Hammond snorted. Such isolation is impossible, Malcolm said flatly. It simply cannot be done. It can. It's done all the time. I beg your pardon, Malcolm said, but you don't know what you're talking about. You arrogant little snot, Hammond said. He stood and walked out of the room. Gentlemen, Gennaro said. I'm sorry, Malcolm said, but the point remains. What we call nature is in fact a complex system of far greater subtlety than we are willing to accept. We make a simplified image of nature, and then we botch it up. I'm no environmentalist, but you have to understand what you don't understand. How many times must the point be made? How many times must we see the evidence? We build the Aswan Dam and claim it is going to revitalize the country. Instead, it destroys the fertile Nile Delta, produces parasitic infestation, and wrecks the Egyptian economy. We build a— Excuse me, Gennaro said, but I think I hear the helicopter. That's probably the sample for Dr. Grant to look at. He started out of the room. They all followed. At the foot of the mountain, Gennaro was screaming over the sound of the helicopter. The veins of his neck stood out. You did what? You invited who? Take it easy, Hammond said. Gennaro screamed, Are you out of your goddamn mind? Now look here, Hammond said, drawing himself up. I think we have to get something clear. No, Gennaro said. No, you get something clear. This is not a social outing. This is not a weekend excursion. This is my island, Hammond said, and I can invite whomever I want. This is a serious investigation of your island because your investors are concerned that it's out of control. We think this is a very dangerous place, and you're not going to shut me down, Donald. I will if I have to. This is a safe place, Hammond said, no matter what that damn mathematician is saying. It's not, and I'll demonstrate its safety. And I want you to put them right back on that helicopter, Gennaro said. Can't, Hammond said, pointing toward the clouds. It's already leaving. And indeed, the sound of the rotors was fading. God damn it, Gennaro said. Don't you see you're needlessly risking— Hammond said. Let's continue this later. I don't want to upset the children. Grant turned and saw two children coming down the hillside, led by Ed Regis. There was a bespectacled boy of about 11 and a girl a few years younger, perhaps 7 or 8, her blonde hair pushed up under a Mets baseball cap and a baseball glove slung over her shoulder. The two kids made their way nimbly down the path from the helipad and stopped some distance from Gennaro and Hammond. Low, under his breath, Gennaro said, Christ. Now, take it easy, Hammond said. Their parents are getting a divorce, and I want them to have a fun weekend here. The girl waved tentatively. Hi, Grandpa, she said. We're here. Tim Murphy could see at once that something was wrong. His grandfather was in the middle of an argument with a younger, red-faced man opposite him, and the other adults standing behind looked embarrassed and uncomfortable. Alexis felt the tension, too, because she hung back, tossing her baseball in the air. He had to push her. Go on, Lex. Go on yourself, Timmy. Don't be a worm, he said. Lex glared at him, but Ed Regis said cheerfully, I'll introduce you to everybody, and then we can take the tour. I have to go, Lex said. I'll just introduce you first, Ed Regis said. No, I have to go. But Ed Regis was already making introductions. First to Grandpa, who kissed them both, then to the man he was arguing with. This man was muscular, and his name was Gennaro. The rest of the introductions were a blur to Tim. There was a blonde woman wearing shorts, and a man with a beard who wore jeans and a Hawaiian shirt. He looked like the outdoors type. Then a fat college kid who had something to do with computers, and finally a thin man in black who didn't shake hands but just nodded his head. Tim was trying to organize his impressions and was looking at the blonde woman's legs. when he suddenly realized that he knew who the bearded man was. "Your mouth is open," Lex said. Tim said, "I know him." "Oh, sure, you've just met him." "No," Tim said, "I have his book." The bearded man said, "What book is that, Tim?" "Lost World of the Dinosaurs," Tim said. Alexis snickered. "Daddy says Tim has dinosaurs on the brain," she said. "Dinosaurs on the brain?" the bearded man said. "Well, as a matter of fact, I have that same problem." "Dad says dinosaurs are really stupid," Lex said. "He says Tim should get out in the air and play more sports." Tim felt embarrassed. "I thought you had to go," he said. "In a minute," Lex said. "I thought you were in such a rush." "I'm the one who would know, don't you think, Timothy?" she said, putting her hands on her hips, copying her mother's most irritating stance. "Tell you what," Ed Regis said, "why don't we all just head on over to the visitor center, and we can begin our tour?" Everybody started walking. Tim heard Gennaro whisper to his grandfather, "I could kill you for this." And then Tim looked up and saw that Dr. Grant had fallen into step beside him. "How old are you, Tim?" 11. "And how long have you been interested in dinosaurs?" Grant asked. Tim swallowed. "A while now," he said. He felt nervous to be talking to Dr. Grant. "We go to museums sometimes, when I can talk my family into it, my father." "Your father's not especially interested?" Tim nodded, and told Grant about his family's last trip to the Museum of Natural History. Tim stood in front of one skeleton, a Tyrannosaurus rex, the mightiest predator the Earth had ever known, for a long time. Finally, his father said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm counting the vertebrae," Tim said. "The vertebrae?" "In the backbone." "I know what vertebrae are," his father said, annoyed. He stood there a while longer, and then he said, "Why are you counting them?" "I think they're wrong. Tyrannosaurus should only have 37 vertebrae in the tail. This has more." "You mean to tell me," his father said, "that the Museum of Natural History has a skeleton that's wrong? I can't believe that." "It's wrong," Tim said. His father stomped off toward a guard in the corner. "What did you do now?" his mother said to Tim. "I didn't do anything," Tim said. "I just said the dinosaur is wrong, that's all." And then his father came back with a funny look on his face, because of course the guard told him that the Tyrannosaurus had too many vertebrae in the tail. "How'd you know that?" his father asked. "I read it," Tim said. "That's pretty amazing, son," he said, and he put his hand on his shoulder, giving it a squeeze. "You know how many vertebrae belong in that tail. I've never seen anything like it. You really do have dinosaurs on the brain." And then his father said he wanted to catch the last half of the Mets game on TV, and Lex said she did too, so they left the museum. Now that his father was getting a divorce from his mother, things would probably be different. His father had already moved out, and even though it was weird at first, Tim liked it. He thought his mother had a boyfriend, but he couldn't be sure, and of course he would never mention it to Lex. Lex was heartbroken to be separated from her father, and in the last few weeks she had become so obnoxious that... "Was it 5027, Grant said. "I'm sorry?" Tim said. "The Tyrannosaurus at the museum, was it 5027? "Yes," Tim said. "How'd you know?" Grant smiled. "They've been talking about fixing it for years, but now it may never happen." "Why is that?" "Because of what is taking place here," Grant said, "on your grandfather's island." Tim shook his head. He didn't understand what Grant was talking about. "My mom said it was just a resort, you know, with swimming and tennis." "Not exactly," Grant said. "I'll explain as we walk along." "Now I'm a damn babysitter," Ed Regis thought unhappily, tapping his foot as he waited in the visitor center. That was what the old man had told him. "You watch my kids like a hawk. They're your responsibility for the weekend." Ed Regis didn't like it at all. He felt degraded. He wasn't a damn babysitter. And for that matter, he wasn't a damn tour guide, even for VIPs. He was the head of public relations for Jurassic Park, and he had much to prepare between now and the opening, a year away. But that was the trouble with a career in public relations. Nobody saw you as a professional. Regis had been down here on the island off and on for the past 7 months, and they were still pushing odd jobs on him. Like that episode back in January. Harding should have handled that. Harding or Owens, the general contractor. Instead, it had fallen to Ed Regis. What did he know about taking care of some sick workman? And now he was a damned tour guide and babysitter. He turned back and counted the heads. Still one short. Then in the back he saw Dr. Sattler emerge from the bathroom. "All right, folks, let's begin our tour on the second floor." Tim went with the others, following Mr. Regis up the black suspended staircase to the second floor of the building. They passed a sign that read, "Closed area, authorized personnel only beyond this point." Tim felt a thrill when he saw that sign. Halfway down the corridor, they came to a glass partition marked with another sign displaying the International Biohazard symbol, which read, "Biohazard, caution, biological hazard. This laboratory conforms to USG P4/EK3 genetic protocols." Underneath were more signs. "Caution, tetragenic substances. Pregnant women avoid exposure to this area. Danger, radioactive isotopes in use. Carcinogenic potential." Tim grew more excited all the time. Tetragenic substances. Things that made monsters. It gave him a thrill. And he was disappointed to hear Ed Regis say, "Never mind the signs, they're just up for legal reasons. I can assure you everything is perfectly safe." He led them through the door. There was a guard on the other side. Ed Regis turned to the group. "Here's our control room. The entire park is controlled from here." They paused before windows and peered into a darkened room that looked like a small version of Mission Control. There was a vertical glass see-through map of the park, and facing it a bank of glowing computer consoles. Some of the screens displayed data, but most of them showed video images from around the park. There were just 2 people inside, standing and talking. "The man on the left is our chief engineer, John Arnold." Regis pointed to a thin man in a button-down short-sleeved shirt and tie smoking a cigarette. "And next to him our park warden, Mr. Robert Muldoon, the famous white hunter from Nairobi." Muldoon was a burly man in khaki, sunglasses dangling from his shirt pocket. He glanced out at the group, gave a brief nod, and turned back to the computer screens. "I'm sure you want to see this room," Ed Regis said, "but first let's see how we obtain dinosaur DNA." The sign on the door said extractions, and like all the doors in the laboratory building, it opened with a security card. Ed Regis slipped the card in the slot, the light blinked, and the door opened. Inside, Tim saw a small room bathed in green light. 4 technicians in lab coats were peering into double-barreled stereo microscopes or looking at images on high-resolution video screens. The room was filled with yellow stones. The stones were in glass shelves, in cardboard boxes, in large pull-out trays. Each stone was tagged and numbered in black ink. Regis introduced Henry Wu, a slender man in his 30s. "Dr. Wu is our chief geneticist. I'll let him explain what we do here." Henry Wu smiled. "At least I'll try," he said. "Genetics is a bit complicated, but you're probably wondering where our dinosaur DNA comes from." "It crossed my mind," Grant said. "As a matter of fact," Wu said, "there are 2 possible sources. Using the Loy antibody extraction technique, we can sometimes get DNA directly from dinosaur bones." "What kind of a yield?" Grant asked. "Well, most soluble protein is leached out during fossilization, but 20% of the proteins are still recoverable by grinding up the bones and using Loy's procedure. His technique is so refined, it can work with a mere 50 nanograms of material. That's 50 billionths of a gram." "And you've adapted his technique here?" Grant asked. "Only as a backup," Wu said. "As you can imagine, a 20% yield is insufficient for our work. We need the entire dinosaur DNA strand in order to clone, and we get it here." He held up one of the yellow stones. "From amber, the fossilized resin of prehistoric tree sap." Grant looked at Ellie, then at Malcolm. "That's really quite clever," Malcolm said, nodding. "I still don't understand," Grant admitted. "Tree sap," Wu explained, "often flows over insects and traps them. The insects are then perfectly preserved within the fossil. One finds all kinds of insects in amber, including biting insects that have sucked blood from larger animals. Sucked the blood, Grant repeated. His mouth fell open. You mean sucked the blood of dinosaurs? Hopefully, yes. And then the insects are preserved in amber. Grant shook his head. I'll be damned. That just might work. I assure you it does work, Wu said. He moved to one of the microscopes where a technician positioned a piece of amber containing a fly under the microscope. On the video monitor, they watched as he inserted a long needle through the amber into the thorax of the prehistoric fly. If this insect has any foreign blood cells, we may be able to extract them and obtain paleo-DNA, the DNA of an extinct creature. We won't know for sure, of course, until we extract whatever is in there, replicate it, and test it. That is what we have been doing for 5 years now. It has been a long, slow process, but it has paid off. Tim saw that Dr. Grant still looked skeptical, and Dennis Nedry, the messy fat man, appeared completely uninterested, as if he knew it all already. Nedry kept looking impatiently toward the next room. I see Mr. Nedry has spotted the next phase of our work, Wu said. How we identify the DNA we have extracted. For that we use powerful computers. They went through sliding doors into a chilled room. There was a loud humming sound. 2 6-foot-tall round towers stood in the center of the room, and along the walls were rows of waist-high stainless steel boxes. This is our high-tech laundromat, Dr. Wu said. The boxes along the walls are all Hamachi Hood automated gene sequencers. They are being run at very high speed by the Cray XMP supercomputers, which are the towers in the center of the room. In essence, you are standing in the middle of an incredibly powerful genetics factory. Wu pushed a button and slowed one image. Here you see the actual structure of a small fragment of dinosaur DNA. The full DNA molecule contains 3 billion of these bases. If we looked at a screen like this once a second for 8 hours a day, it'd still take more than 2 years to look at the entire DNA strand. It's that big. He pointed to the image. This is a typical example because you see the DNA has an error down here in line 1201. Much of the DNA we extract is fragmented or incomplete. So the first thing we have to do is repair it. Or rather, the computer has to. It'll cut the DNA using what are called restriction enzymes. The computer will select a variety of enzymes that might do the job. Here is the same section of DNA with the points of the restriction enzymes located. As you can see in lines 1201, 2 enzymes will cut on either side of the damaged point. Ordinarily, we'll let the computers decide which to use, but we also need to know what base pairs we should insert to repair the injury. For that, we have to align various cut fragments, like so. Now we are finding a fragment of DNA that overlaps the injury area and will tell us what is missing. And you can see we can find it and go ahead and make the repair. The dark bars you see are restriction fragments, small sections of dinosaur DNA broken by enzymes and then analyzed. The computer is now recombining them by searching for overlapping sections of code. It's a little bit like putting a puzzle together. The computer can do it very rapidly. And here is the revised DNA strand, repaired by the computer. The operation you've witnessed would have taken months in a conventional lab, but we can do it in seconds. Then are you working with the entire DNA strand? Grant asked. Oh, no, Wu said. That's impossible. We've come a long way from the 60s when it took a whole laboratory 4 years to decode a screen like this. Now the computers can do it in a couple of hours, but even so, the DNA molecule is too big. We look only at the sections of the strand that differ from animal to animal or from contemporary DNA. Only a few % of the nucleotides differ from one species to the next. That's what we analyze, and it's still a big job. Dennis Nedry yawned. He'd long ago concluded that InGen must be doing something like this. A couple of years earlier, when InGen had hired Nedry to design the park control systems, one of the initial design parameters called for data records with 3 by 10 to the 9th fields. Puzzled, Nedry had gone to see Barney Fellows over at Symbolics near the MIT campus in Cambridge. What kind of a database has 3 billion records, Barney? A mistake, Barney said, laughing. They put in an extra 0 or 2. It's not a mistake, I checked. It's what they want. But that's crazy, Barney said. It's not workable. Even if you had the fastest processors and blindingly fast algorithms, a search would still take days, maybe weeks. Yeah, Nedry said, I know. Fortunately, I'm not being asked to do algorithms. I'm just being asked to reserve storage and memory for the overall system, but still. What could the database be for? Barney frowned. You operating under an ND? Yes, Nedry said. Most of his jobs required non-disclosure agreements. Can you tell me anything? It's a bioengineering firm. Bioengineering, Barney said. Well, there's the obvious. Which is? A DNA molecule. Oh, come on, Nedry said. Nobody could be analyzing a DNA molecule. This is a private company, Nedry said. With 3 billion records, Barney said, I don't know what else it could be. Maybe they're being optimistic designing their system. Very optimistic, Nedry said. Or maybe they're just analyzing DNA fragments, but they've got RAM-intensive algorithms. You know who did their algorithms? No, Nedry said. This company is very secretive. Well, my guess is they're doing something with DNA, Barney said. What's the system? Multi-XMP. Multi-XMP? You mean more than one, Cray? Wow. Barney was frowning now, thinking that one over. Can you tell me anything else? Sorry, Nedry said. I can't. And he had gone back and designed the control systems. Nedry turned back to the group as Grant asked, And once the computer has analyzed the DNA, how do you know what animal it encodes? We have 2 procedures, Wu said. The first is phylogenetic mapping. DNA evolves over time, like everything else in an organism, hands or feet or any other physical attribute. So we can take an unknown piece of DNA and determine roughly by computer where it fits in the evolutionary sequence. It's time-consuming, but it can be done. And the other way? Wu shrugged. Just grow it and find out what it is, he said. That's what we usually do. I'll show you how that's accomplished. Tim felt a growing impatience as the tour continued. He liked technical things, but even so he was losing interest. They came to the next door, which was marked Fertilization. Dr. Wu unlocked the door with his security card and they went inside. Tim saw still another room with technicians working at microscopes. In the back was a section entirely lit by blue ultraviolet light. Dr. Wu explained that their DNA work required the interruption of cellular mitosis at precise instants, and therefore they kept some of the most virulent poisons in the world. Tim would have liked to know more about the poisons, but Dr. Wu droned on about using unfertilized crocodile ova and replacing the DNA, and then Professor Grant asked some complicated questions. To one side of the room were big tanks marked Liquid N2, and there were big walk-in freezers with shelves of frozen embryos, each stored in a tiny silver foil wrapper. Lex was bored. Nedry was yawning, and even Dr. Sattler was losing interest. Tim was tired of looking at these complicated laboratories. He wanted to see the dinosaurs. The next room was labeled Hatchery. It's a little warm and damp in here, Dr. Wu said. We keep it at 99 degrees Fahrenheit and a relative humidity of 100%. We also run a higher O2 concentration. It's up to 33%. Jurassic atmosphere, Grant said. Yes, at least we presume so. If any of you feel faint, just tell me. Dr. Wu inserted his security card into the slot and the outer door hissed open. Just a reminder, don't touch anything in this room. Some of the eggs are permeable to skin oils. And watch your heads. The sensors are always moving. He opened the inner door to the nursery, and they went inside. Tim faced a vast open room bathed in deep infrared light. The eggs lay on long tables, their pale outlines obscured by the hissing low mist that covered the tables. The eggs were all moving gently, rocking. Reptile eggs contain large amounts of yolk, but no water at all. The embryos must extract water from the surrounding environment, hence the mist. Dr. Wu explained that each table contained 150 eggs and represented a new batch of DNA extractions. The batches were identified by numbers at each table. Steg-458-2 or Trice-390-4. In this hatchery, we have produced more than a dozen crops of extractions, giving us a total of 238 live animals. Our survival rate is somewhere around 0.4%, and we naturally want to improve that. But by computer analysis, we're working with something like 500 variables, 120 environmental, another 200 intra-egg, and the rest from the genetic material itself. Our eggs are plastic. The embryos are mechanically inserted and then hatched here. And how long to grow? Dinosaurs mature rapidly, attaining full size in 2 to 4 years, so we now have a number of adult specimens in the park. What do the numbers mean? Those codes, Wu said, identify the various batch extractions of DNA. The first 4 letters identify the animals being grown. Over there, that TRIC means Triceratops, and the STEG means Stegosaurus, and so on. And this table here, Grant said? The code said XXXX-0001-1. Beneath was scrawled, Presumed Silu. That's a new batch of DNA, Wu said. We don't know exactly what will grow out. The first time an extraction is done, we don't know for sure what the animal is. You can see it's marked Presumed Silu, so it's likely to be a Coelurosaurus, a small herbivore, if I remember. It's hard for me to keep track of the names. There are something like 300 genera of dinosaurs known so far. 347, Tim said. Grant smiled, then said, Is anything hatching now? Not at the moment. The incubation period varies with each animal, but in general it runs about 2 months. We try to stagger hatchings to make less work for the nursery staff. You can imagine how it is when we have 150 animals born within a few days, though, of course, most don't survive. Actually, these X's are due any day now. Any other questions? No? Then we'll go to the nursery where the newborns are. It was a circular room, all white. There were some incubators of the kind used in hospital nurseries, but they were empty at the moment. Rags and toys were scattered across the floor. A young woman in a white coat was seated on the floor, her back to them. What have you got here today, Kathy? Dr. Wu asked. Not much, she said, just a baby raptor. Let's have a look. The woman got to her feet and stepped aside. Tim heard Nedry say, It looks like a lizard. The animal on the floor was about 1.5 feet long, the size of a small monkey. It was dark yellow with brown stripes like a tiger. It had a lizard's head and long snout, but it stood upright on strong hind legs balanced by a thick straight tail. Its smaller front legs waved in the air. It cocked its head to one side and peered at the visitors staring down at it. Velociraptor, Alan Grant said in a low voice. Velociraptor mongoliensis, Wu said, nodding. A predator. This one's only 6 weeks old. I just excavated a raptor, Grant said as he bent down for a closer look. Immediately, the little lizard sprang up, leaping over Grant's head into Tim's arms. Hey! They can jump, Wu said. The babies can jump. So can the adults, as a matter of fact. Tim caught the velociraptor and held it to him. The little animal didn't weigh very much, 1 pound or 2. The skin was warm and completely dry. The little head was inches from Tim's face. Its dark, beady eyes stared at him. A small forked tongue flicked in and out. Will he hurt me? No, she's friendly. Are you sure about that? Asked Gennaro with a look of concern. Oh, quite sure, Wu said. At least until she grows a little older. But in any case, the babies don't have any teeth, even egg teeth. What happens in the wild? In the wild? When they breed in the wild, Grant said. When they make a nest. Oh, they can't do that, Wu said. None of our animals is capable of breeding. That's why we have this nursery. It's the only way to replace stock in Jurassic Park. Why can't the animals breed? Well, as you can imagine, it's important that they not be able to breed, Wu said. And whenever we faced a critical matter such as this, we designed redundant systems. That is, we always arranged at least 2 control procedures. In this case, there are 2 independent reasons why the animals can't breed. First of all, they're sterile because we irradiate them with X-rays. And the second reason? All the animals in Jurassic Park are female, Wu said with a pleased smile. Malcolm said, I should like some clarification about this, because it seems to me that irradiation is fraught with uncertainty. The radiation dose may be wrong, or aimed at the wrong anatomical area of the animal. All true, Wu said, but we're quite confident we have destroyed gonadal tissue. And as for them all being female, Malcolm said, is that checked? Does anyone go out and lift up the dinosaur's skirts to have a look? I mean, how does one determine the sex of a dinosaur anyway? Sex organs vary with the species. It's easy to tell on some, subtle on others, but to answer your question, the reason we know all the animals are female is that we literally make them that way. We control their chromosomes, and we control the intra-egg developmental environment. From a bioengineering standpoint, females are easier to breed. We tend to refer to some of them as male, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex. We all call it a him. But in fact, they're all female, and believe me, they can't breed. The little velociraptor sniffed at Tim, and then rubbed her head against Tim's neck. Tim giggled. She wants you to feed her, Wu said. What does she eat? Mice, but she's just eaten, so we won't feed her again for a while. The little raptor leaned back, stared at Tim, and wiggled her forearms again in the air. Tim saw the small claws on the 3 fingers of each hand. Then the raptor burrowed her head against his neck again. Grant came over and peered critically at the creature. He touched the tiny 3-clawed hand. He said to Tim, Do you mind? And Tim released the raptor into his hands. Grant flipped the animal onto its back, inspecting it, while the little lizard wiggled and squirmed. Then he lifted the animal high to look at its profile, and it screamed shrilly. She doesn't like that, Regis said. Doesn't like to be held away from body contact. The raptor was still screaming, but Grant paid no attention. Now he was squeezing the tail, feeling the bones. Regis said, Dr. Grant, if you please. I'm not hurting her. Dr. Grant, these creatures are not of our world. They come from a time when there were no human beings around to prod and poke them. I'm not prodding and... Dr. Grant, put her down, Ed Regis said. But now... Regis was starting to get annoyed. Grant handed the animal back to Tim. It stopped squealing. Tim could feel its little heart beating rapidly against his chest. I'm sorry, Dr. Grant, Regis said, but these animals are delicate in infancy. We've lost several from a postnatal stress syndrome, which we believe is adrenocortically mediated. Sometimes they die within 5 minutes. Tim petted the little raptor. It's okay, kid, he said. Everything's fine now. The heart was still beating rapidly. We feel it is important that the animals here be treated in the most humane manner, Regis said. I promise you that you will have every opportunity to examine them later. But Grant couldn't stay away. He again moved toward the animal in Tim's arms, peering at it. The little velociraptor opened her jaws and hissed at Grant, in a posture of sudden intense fury. Fascinating, Grant said. Can I stay and play with her? Tim said. Not right now, Ed Regis said, glancing at his watch. It's 3 o'clock, and it's a good time for a tour of the park itself, so you can see all the dinosaurs in the habitats we have designed for them. Tim released the velociraptor, which scampered across the room, grabbed a cloth rag, put it in her mouth, and tugged at the end with her tiny claws. Walking back toward the control room, Malcolm said, I have one more question, Dr. Wu. How many different species have you made so far? I'm not exactly sure, Wu said. I believe the number at the moment is 15. 15 species. Do you know, Ed? Yes, it's 15, Ed Regis said, nodding. You don't know for sure? Malcolm said, affecting astonishment. Wu smiled. I stopped counting, he said, after the first dozen. And you have to realize that sometimes we think we have an animal correctly made from the standpoint of the DNA, which is our basic work, and the animal grows for 6 months and then something untoward happens, and we realize there is some error. A releaser gene isn't operating, a hormone not being released, or some other problem in the developmental sequence. So we have to go back to the drawing board with that animal, so to speak. He smiled. At one time I thought I had more than 20 species, but now only 15. And is one of the 15 species Malcolm turned to Grant. What was the name? Procompsognathus, Grant said. You have made some Procompsognathuses, or whatever they're called? Malcolm asked. Oh, yes, Wu said immediately. Compies are very distinctive animals, and we made an unusually large number of them. Why is that? Well, we want Jurassic Park to be as real an environment as possible, as authentic as possible. And the Procompsognathids are actual scavengers from the Jurassic period, rather like jackals. So we wanted to have the compies around to clean up. You mean to dispose of carcasses? Yes, if there were any. But with only 230-odd animals in our total population, we don't have many carcasses, Wu said. That wasn't the primary objective. Actually, we wanted the compies for another kind of waste management entirely. Which was? Well, Wu said, I don't know if you've ever seen elephant droppings, Wu said, but they are substantial. Each spore is roughly the size of a soccer ball. Imagine the droppings of a brontosaur, 10 times as large. Now imagine the droppings of a herd of such animals as we keep here, and the largest animals do not digest their food terribly well, so that they excrete a great deal. And in the 60 million years since dinosaurs disappeared, apparently the bacteria that specialize in breaking down their feces disappeared too. At least the sauropod feces don't decompose readily. That's a problem, Malcolm said. I assure you it is, Wu said, not smiling. We had a hell of a time trying to solve it. You probably know that in Africa there is a specific insect, the dung beetle, which eats elephant feces. Many other large species of associated creatures that have evolved to eat their excrement. Well, it turns out that compies will eat the feces of large herbivores and redigest it. And the droppings of compies are readily broken down by contemporary bacteria, so given enough compies, our problem was solved. How many compies did you make? I've forgotten exactly, but I think the target population was 50 animals, and we attained that, or very nearly so, in 3 batches. We did a batch every 6 months until we had the number. 50 animals, Malcolm said, is a lot to keep track of. The control room is built to do exactly that. They'll show you how it's done. I'm sure, Malcolm said, but if one of these compies were to escape from the island to get away, they can't get away. I know that, but just supposing one did. You mean like the animal that was found on the beach? Wu said, raising his eyebrows. The one that bit the American girl? Yes, for example. I don't know what the explanation for that animal is, Wu said. But I know it can't possibly be one of ours for 2 reasons. First, the control procedures. Our animals are counted by computer every few minutes. If one were missing, we'd know at once. And the second reason? The mainland is more than 100 miles away. It takes almost a day to get there by boat. And in the outside world, our animals will die within 12 hours, Wu said. How do you know? Because I've made sure that's precisely what will occur, Wu said, finally showing a trace of irritation. Look, we're not fools. We understand these are prehistoric animals. They are part of a vanished ecology, a complex web of life that became extinct millions of years ago. They might have no predators in the contemporary world, no checks on their growth. We don't want them to survive in the wild. So I've made them lysine dependent. I inserted a gene that makes a single faulty enzyme in protein metabolism. As a result, the animals cannot manufacture the amino acid lysine. They must ingest it from the outside. Unless they get a rich dietary source of exogenous lysine supplied by us in tablet form, they'll go into a coma within 12 hours and expire. These animals are genetically engineered to be unable to survive in the real world. They can only live here, in Jurassic Park. They are not free at all. They are essentially our prisoners. Here's the control room, Ed Regis said. Now that you know how the animals are made, you'll want to see the control room for the park itself, before we go out on the... He stopped. Through the thick glass window, the room was dark. The monitors were off, except for 3 that displayed spinning numbers and the image of a large boat. What's going on? Ed Regis said. Oh, hell, they're docking. Docking? Every 2 weeks the supply boat comes in from the mainland. One of the things this island doesn't have is a good harbor, or even a good dock. It's a little hairy to get the ship in when the seas are rough. Could be a few minutes. He rapped on the window, but the men inside paid no attention. I guess we have to wait then. Ellie turned to Dr. Wu. You mentioned before that sometimes you make an animal and it seems to be fine, but as it grows, it shows itself to be flawed? Yes, Wu said. I don't think there's any way around that. We can duplicate the DNA, but there is a lot of timing in development, and we don't know if everything is working unless we actually see an animal develop correctly. Grant said, How do you know if it's developing correctly? No one has ever seen these animals before. Wu smiled. I've often thought about that. I suppose it is a bit of a paradox. Eventually, I hope paleontologists such as yourself will compare our animals with a fossil record to verify the developmental sequence. Ellie said, But the animal we just saw, the velociraptor, you said it was a mongoliensis? From the location of the amber, Wu said. It is from China. Interesting, Grant said. I was just digging up an infant Anteropus. Are there any full-grown raptors here? Yes, Ed Regis said, without hesitation. 8 adult females. The females are the real hunters. They're pack hunters, you know. Will we see them on the tour? No, Wu said, looking suddenly uncomfortable, and there was an awkward pause. Wu looked at Regis. Not for a while, Regis said cheerfully. The velociraptors haven't been integrated into the park setting just yet. We keep them in a holding pen. Can I see them there? Grant said. Why, yes, of course. In fact, while we're waiting, he glanced at his watch, you might want to go around and have a look at them. I certainly would, Grant said. Absolutely, Ellie said. I want to go too, Tim said eagerly. Just go around the back of this building, past the support facility, and you'll see the pen. But don't get too close to the fence. Do you want to go too? He said to the girl. No, Lex said. She looked appraisingly at Regis. You want to play a little pickle? Throw a few? Well, sure, Ed Regis said. Why don't you and I go downstairs, and we'll do that while we wait for the control room to open up.
Grant walked with Ellie and Malcolm around the back of the main building, with a kid tagging along. Grant liked kids. It was impossible not to like any group so openly enthusiastic about dinosaurs. Grant used to watch kids in museums as they stared open-mouthed at the big skeletons rising above them. He wondered what their fascination really represented. He finally decided that children liked dinosaurs because these giant creatures personified the uncontrollable force of looming authority. They were symbolic parents, fascinating and frightening like parents, and kids loved them, as they loved their parents. Grant also suspected that that was why even young children learned the names of dinosaurs. It never failed to amaze him when a 3-year-old shrieked, Stegosaurus! Saying these complicated names was a way of exerting power over the giants, a way of being in control. What do you know about Velociraptor? Grant asked Tim. He was just making conversation. It's a small carnivore that hunted in packs, like Deinonychus, Tim said. That's right, Grant said, although Deinonychus is now considered one of the velociraptors, and the evidence for pack hunting is all circumstantial. It derives in part from the appearance of the animals, which are quick and strong, but small for dinosaurs, just 150 to 300 pounds each. We assume they hunted in groups if they were to bring down larger prey. And there are some fossil finds in which a single large prey animal is associated with several raptor skeletons, suggesting they hunted in packs. And, of course, raptors were large-brained, more intelligent than most dinosaurs. How intelligent is that? Malcolm asked. Depends on who you talk to, Grant said. Just as paleontologists have come around to the idea that dinosaurs were probably warm-blooded, a lot of us are starting to think some of them might have been quite intelligent, too, but nobody knows for sure. They left the visitor area behind, and soon they heard the loud hum of generators, smelled the faint odor of gasoline. They passed a grove of palm trees and saw a large, low concrete shed with a steel roof. The noise seemed to come from there. They looked in the shed. It must be a generator, Ellie said. It's big, Grant said, peering inside. The power plant actually extended 2 stories below ground level, a vast complex of whining turbines and piping, that ran down in the earth lit by harsh electric bulbs. They can't need all this just for a resort, Malcolm said. They're generating enough power here for a small city. Maybe for the computers? Maybe. Grant heard bleating and walked north a few yards. He came to an animal enclosure with goats. By a quick count, he estimated there were 50 or 60 goats. What's that for? Ellie asked. Beats me. Probably they feed him to the dinosaurs, Malcolm said. The group walked on, following a dirt path through a dense bamboo grove. At the far side, they came to a double-layer chain-link fence 12 feet high, with spirals of barbed wire at the top. There was an electric hum along the outer fence. Beyond the fences, Grant saw dense clusters of large ferns, 5 feet high. He heard a snorting sound, a kind of snuffling. Then the sound of crunching footsteps coming closer. Then a long silence. "I don't see anything," Tim whispered finally. "Shh." Grant waited. Several seconds passed. Flies buzzed in the air. He still saw nothing. Ellie tapped him on the shoulder and pointed. Amid the ferns, Grant saw the head of an animal. It was motionless, partially hidden in the fronds, the two large dark eyes watching them coldly. The head was 2 feet long. From a pointed snout, a long row of teeth ran back to the hole of the auditory meatus, which served as an ear. The head reminded him of a large lizard, or perhaps a crocodile. The eyes did not blink, and the animal did not move. Its skin was leathery with a pebbled texture, and basically the same coloration as the infant's, yellow-brown, with darker reddish markings like the stripes of a tiger. As Grant watched, a single forelimb reached up very slowly to part the ferns beside the animal's face. The limb, Grant saw, was strongly muscled. The hand had 3 grasping fingers, each ending in curved claws. The hand gently, slowly, pushed aside the ferns. Grant felt a chill and thought, "He's hunting us." For a mammal like man, there was something indescribably alien about the way reptiles hunted their prey. No wonder men hated reptiles. The stillness, the coldness, the pace was all wrong. To be among alligators or other large reptiles was to be reminded of a different kind of life, a different kind of world, now vanished from the earth. Of course, this animal didn't realize that he had been spotted, The attack came suddenly, from the left and right. Charging raptors covered the 10 yards to the fence with shocking speed. Grant had a blurred impression of powerful 6-foot-tall bodies, stiff balancing tails, limbs with curving claws, open jaws with rows of jagged teeth. The animals snarled as they came forward, and then leapt bodily into the air, raising their hind legs with their big dagger claws. Then they struck the fence in front of them, throwing off twin bursts of hot sparks. The velociraptors fell backward to the ground, hissing. The visitors all moved forward, fascinated. Only then did the third animal attack, leaping up to strike the fence at chest level. Tim screamed in fright as the sparks exploded all around him. The creature snarled, a low reptilian hissing sound, and leapt back among the ferns. Then they were gone, leaving behind a faint odor of decay and hanging, acrid smoke. "Holy shit," Tim said. "It was so fast," Ellie said. "Pack hunters," Grant said, shaking his head. "Pack hunters for whom ambush is an instinct." Fascinating. "I wouldn't call them tremendously intelligent," Malcolm said. On the other side of the fence they heard snorting in the palm trees. Several heads poked slowly out of the foliage. Grant counted 3, 4, 5. The animals watched them, staring coldly. A black man in coveralls came running up to them. "Are you all right?" "We're okay," Grant said. "The alarms were set off." The man looked at the fence, dented and charred. "They attacked you?" "3 of them did, yes." The black man nodded. "They do that all the time. Hit the fence, take a shock. They never seem to mind." "Not too smart, are they?" Malcolm said. The black man paused. He squinted at Malcolm in the afternoon light. "Be glad for that fence, senor," he said, and turned away. From beginning to end, the entire attack could not have taken more than 6 seconds. Grant was still trying to organize his impressions. The speed was astonishing. The animals were so fast he had hardly seen them move. Walking back, Malcolm said, "They are remarkably fast." "Yes," Grant said, "much faster than any living reptile. A bull alligator can move quickly, but only over a short distance, 5 or 6 feet. Big lizards like the 5-foot Komodo dragons of Indonesia have been clocked at 30 miles an hour, fast enough to run down a man, and they kill men all the time. But I'd guess the animal behind the fence was more than twice that fast." cheetah speed, Malcolm said. 60, 70 miles an hour. Exactly. But they seem to dart forward, Malcolm said, rather like birds. Yes. In the contemporary world, only very small mammals, like the cobra-fighting mongoose, had such quick responses. Small mammals. And, of course, birds. The snake-hunting secretary bird of Africa, or the cassowary. In fact, the velociraptor conveyed precisely the same impression of deadly, swift menace Grant had seen in the cassowary, the clawed, ostrich-like bird of New Guinea. So, these velociraptors look like reptiles with the skin and general appearance of reptiles, but they move like birds, with the speed and predatory intelligence of birds. Is that about it? Malcolm said. Yes, Grant said. I'd say they display a mixture of traits. Does that surprise you? Not really, Grant said. It's actually rather close to what paleontologists believed a long time ago. When the first giant bones were found in the 1820s and 1830s, scientists felt obliged to explain the bones as belonging to some oversized variant of a modern species. This was because it was believed that no species could ever become extinct, since God would not allow one of his creations to die. Eventually, it became clear that this conception of God was mistaken, and the bones belonged to extinct animals. But what kind of animals? In 1842, Richard Owen, the leading British anatomist of the day, called them dinosauria, meaning terrible lizards. Owen recognized that dinosaurs seemed to combine traits of lizards, crocodiles, and birds. In particular, dinosaur hips were bird-like, not lizard-like. And unlike lizards, many dinosaurs seemed to stand upright. Owen imagined dinosaurs to be quick-moving, active creatures, and his view was accepted for the next 40 years. But when truly gigantic finds were unearthed, animals that had weighed 100 tons in life, scientists began to envision the dinosaurs as stupid, slow-moving giants, destined for extinction. The image of the sluggish reptile gradually predominated over the image of the quick-moving bird. In recent years, scientists like Grant had begun to swing back toward the idea of more active dinosaurs. Grant's colleagues saw him as radical in his conception of dinosaur behavior, but now he had to admit his own conception had fallen far short of the reality of these large, incredibly swift hunters. Actually, what I was driving at, Malcolm said, was this. Is it a persuasive animal to you? Is it, in fact, a dinosaur? I'd say so, yes. And a coordinated attack behavior to be expected, Grant said. According to the fossil record, packs of velociraptors were capable of bringing down animals that weighed 1,000 pounds, like Tenontosaurus, which could run as fast as a horse. Coordination would be required. How do they do that without language? Oh, language isn't necessary for coordinated hunting, Ellie said. Chimpanzees do it all the time. A group of chimps will stalk a monkey and kill it. All communication is by eyes. And were the dinosaurs, in fact, attacking us? Yes. They would kill us and eat us if they could, Malcolm said. I think so. The reason I ask, Malcolm said, is that I'm told large predators such as lions and tigers are not born man-eaters. Isn't that true? These animals must learn somewhere along the way that human beings are easy to kill. Only afterward do they become man-killers. Yes, I believe that's true, Grant said. Well, these dinosaurs must be even more reluctant than lions and tigers. After all, they come from a time before human beings, or even large mammals, existed at all. God knows what they think when they see us. So I wonder, have they learned, somewhere along the line, that humans are easy to kill? The group fell silent as they walked. In any case, Malcolm said, I shall be extremely interested to see the control room now.
Hammond and Wu stood in the billionaire's jungle bungalow. Henry had come here to discuss a major problem that he'd wanted to talk about for some time now. He placed the folder down on the coffee table, blueprints for what he'd hope would soon come. I really think you should consider my recommendations for Phase 2, Wu said. I think we should go to version 4.4. This surprised Hammond. You want to replace all of the current stock of animals, he asked? And Henry agreed that yes, he did. Hammond immediately asked what was wrong with the dinosaurs, and Wu gave the simple answer of nothing. Nothing was wrong with their dinosaurs, except that they were real dinosaurs. Hammond began to smile. That's what I asked for, Henry, and that's what you gave me. Wu began to show concern. How could he explain this to John? The man was barely on the island, and the dinosaurs he'd wanted were up and running all over the place. This would be difficult. Henry began to construct his argument. Look. As we stand here, almost no one in the world has seen a living dinosaur. Nobody knows what they're really like. The dinosaurs we have are real, but in certain ways they're unsatisfactory, unconvincing. I could make them better. Hammond stopped him. Better in what way, he asked. Henry replied that for one thing they're too fast. People aren't used to seeing big animals move that fast. They may be underwhelmed. We could easily breed them slower and make them more domesticated. Domesticated dinosaurs? Hammond asked. Henry, no one wants domesticated dinosaurs. They want the real thing. But that's just it, Henry rebutted. I don't think they do. They want to see their expectations, which is totally different. You said it yourself, John, this park is about entertainment, and that has nothing to do with reality. Entertainment is antithetical to reality. Hammond gave out a long sigh. Now look, he told the scientist, what we have here is real dinosaurs. Now Wu stopped his employer and began to bring up another subject. Not exactly. I don't think we should kid ourselves here. The past is gone. We can never recreate it. All we've done is reconstruct the past, or at least a version of it. And I think I can make it better. Better than real? Hammond asked. Wu saw this as an opportunity to explain his point. Why not? After all, I've already modified them to bring them to life. We gave them growth hormones to make them big as quick as possible. Why stop there? Why not create the dinosaur the visitors want to see? One that is more acceptable to the visitors. But Henry, Hammond said. But they wouldn't be real. But they're not real now, Henry asserted. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There isn't any reality here. He stopped. He could tell from the expression on Hammond's face that he wasn't getting through. The billionaire got up and put his arm around Henry's shoulders. Now, Henry, he started, I think you've gotten cold feet. You've been working so hard for so long, and you've done a hell of a job. A hell of a job. But it's finally time to reveal to some people what you've done. And it's perfectly normal to feel a little nervous, but I'm convinced that the world will be entirely satisfied. Entirely satisfied. We have real dinosaurs out there right now. That's what people want to see. And that's what they should see. And then smiling, Hammond opened the door and gestured for Henry to leave.
Grant looked at all the computer monitors in the darkened control room, feeling irritable. Grant didn't like computers. He knew that this made him old-fashioned, dated as a researcher, but he didn't care. But he noticed that Gennaro was perfectly comfortable, and Malcolm seemed to be in his element, making little sniffing sounds like a bloodhound on a trail. "You want to know about control mechanisms?" John Arnold said, turning in his chair in the control room. The head engineer was a thin, tense, chain-smoking man of 45. He squinted at the others in the room. "We have unbelievable control mechanisms," Arnold said, and lit another cigarette. "For example," Gennaro said. "For example, animal tracking." Arnold pressed a button on his console, and the vertical glass map lit up with a pattern of jagged blue lines. "That's our juvenile T-Rex, the Little Rex. All his movements within the park over the last 24 hours. Arnold pressed the button again. "Previous 24. And again, "Previous 24. The lines on the map became densely overlaid, a child's scribble. But the scribble was localized in a single area, near the southeast side of the lagoon. "You get a sense of his home range over time," Arnold said. "He's young, so he stays close to the water, and he stays away from the big adult Rex. You put up the big Rex and the little Rex, and you'll see their paths never cross." "Where is the big Rex right now?" Gennaro asked. Arnold pushed another button. The map cleared, and a single glowing spot with a code number appeared in the fields northwest of the lagoon. "He's right there." "And the little Rex?" "Hell, I'll show you every animal in the park," Arnold said. The map began to light up like a Christmas tree, dozens of spots of light, each tagged with a code number. "That's 238 animals as of this minute." "How accurate?" "Within 5 feet." Arnold puffed on the cigarette. "Let's put it this way. You drive out in a vehicle, and you'll find the animals right there, exactly as they're shown on the map." "How often is this updated?" "Every 30 seconds. "Pretty impressive," Gennaro said. "How's it done?" "We have motion sensors all around the park," Arnold said. "Most of them hardwired, some radio telemetered. Of course, motion sensors won't usually tell you the species, but we get image recognition direct off the video. Even when we're not watching the video monitors, the computer is, and checking where everybody is." "Does the computer ever make a mistake?" "Only with the babies. It mixes those up sometimes because they're such small images, but we don't sweat that. The babies almost always stay close to herds of adults. Also, you have the category tally." "What's that?" Once every 15 minutes, the computer tallies the animals in all categories, Arnold said. Like this. Total animals, 238. Tyrannosaurs expected, 2. Found, 2. Version 4.1. Myosaurs expected, 21. Found, 21. Version 3.3. Stegosaurs expected, 4. Found, 4. Version 3.9. Triceratops expected, 8. Found, 8. Version 3.1. Procompsognathids expected, 49. Found, 49. Version 3.9. Othnielia expected, 16. Found, 16. Version 3.1. Velociraptors expected, 8. Found, 8. Version 3.0. Apatosaurs expected, 17. Found, 17. Version 3.1. Hadrosaurs expected, 11. Found, 11. Version 3.1. Dilophosaurs expected, 7. Found, 7. Version 4.3. Pterosaurs expected, 6. Found, 6. Version 4.3. Hypsilophodontids expected, 33. Found, 33. Version 2.9. Euplocephalids expected, 16. Found, 16. Version 4.0. Styracosaurs expected, 18. Found, 18. Version 3.9. Microceratops expected, 22. Found, 22. Version 4.1. Total expected, 238. Total found, 238. What you see here, Arnold said, is an entirely separate counting procedure. It isn't based on the tracking data, it's a fresh look. The whole idea is that the computer can't make a mistake because it compares two different ways of gathering the data. If an animal were missing, we'd know it within 5 minutes. I see, Malcolm said. And has that ever actually been tested? Well, in a way, Arnold said. We've had a few animals die. An Othnelian got caught in the branches of a tree and strangled. One of the stegos died of that intestinal illness that keeps bothering them. One of the hypsilophodonts fell and broke his neck. And in each case, once the animal stopped moving, the numbers stopped tallying, and the computer signaled an alert. Within 5 minutes. Yes. Grant said, "What is the right-hand column?" Release version of the animals. The most recent are version 4.1 or 4.3. We're considering going to version 4.4. Version numbers? You mean like software, new releases? Well, yes, Arnold said. It is like software in a way. As we discover the glitches in the DNA, Dr. Wu's labs have to make a new version. The idea of living creatures being numbered like software, being subject to updates and revisions, troubled Grant. He could not exactly say why, it was too new a thought, but he was instinctively uneasy about it. They were, after all, living creatures. Arnold must have noticed his expression because he said, "Look, Dr. Grant, there's no point getting starry-eyed about these animals. It's important for everyone to remember that these animals are created by man. Sometimes there are bugs. So, as we discover the bugs, Dr. Wu's labs have to make a new version, and we need to keep track of what version we have out there." Yes, of course you do, Malcolm said impatiently. But going back to the matter of counting, I take it all the counts are based on motion sensors? Yes. And these sensors are everywhere in the park? They cover 92% of the land area, Arnold said. There are only a few places we can't use them. For example, we can't use them on the Jungle River because the movement of the water and the convection rising from the surface screws up the sensors. But we have them nearly everywhere else. And if the computer tracks an animal into an unsensed zone, it'll remember and look for the animal to come out again. And if it doesn't, it gives us an alarm. Now then, Malcolm said, you show 49 procompsognathids. Suppose I suspect that some of them aren't really the correct species. How would you show me that I'm wrong? 2 ways, Arnold said. First of all, I can track individual movements against the other presumed compies. Compies are social animals. They move in a group. We have 2 compy groups in the park, So the individual should be within either Group A or Group B. Yes, but the other way is direct visual, he said. He punched buttons, and one of the monitors began to flick rapidly through images of compies numbered from 1 to 49. These pictures are current ID images from within the last 5 minutes. So you can see all the animals if you want to? Yes. I can visually review all the animals whenever I want. How about physical containment, Gennaro said. Can they get out of their enclosures? Absolutely not, Arnold said. These are expensive animals, Mr. Gennaro. We take very good care of them. We maintain multiple barriers. First, the moats. He pressed a button and the board lit up with a network of orange bars. These moats are never less than 12 feet deep and water-filled. For bigger animals, the moats may be 30 feet deep. Next, the electrified fences. Lines of bright red glowed on the board. We have 50 miles of 12-foot-high fencing, including 22 miles around the perimeter of the island. All the park fences carry 10,000 volts. The animals quickly learn not to go near them. But if one did get out, Gennaro said. Arnold snorted and stubbed out his cigarette. Just hypothetically, Gennaro said, supposing it happened. Muldoon cleared his throat. We'd go out and get the animal back, he said. We have lots of ways to do that. Taser shotguns, electrified nets, tranquilizers. All non-lethal because, as Mr. Arnold says, these are expensive animals. Gennaro nodded. And if one got off the island? It'd die in less than 24 hours, Arnold said. These are genetically engineered animals. They're unable to survive in the real world. How about this control system itself, Gennaro said. Could anybody tamper with it? Arnold was shaking his head. The system is hardened. The computer is independent in every way. Independent power and independent backup power. The system does not communicate with the outside, so it cannot be influenced remotely by modem. The computer system is secure. There was a pause. Arnold puffed his cigarette. Hell of a system, he said. Hell of a goddamn system. Then I guess, Malcolm said, your system works so well you don't have any problems. We've got endless problems here, Arnold said, raising an eyebrow. But none of the things you worry about. I gather you're worried that the animals will escape and will get to the mainland and raise hell. We haven't got any concern about that at all. We see these animals as fragile and delicate. They've been brought back after 65 million years to a world that's very different from the one they left, the one they were adapted to. We have a hell of a time caring for them. You have to realize, Arnold continued, that men have been keeping mammals and reptiles in zoos for hundreds of years. So we know a lot about how to take care of an elephant or a croc, but nobody's ever tried to take care of a dinosaur before. They are new animals, and we just don't know. Diseases in our animals are the biggest concern. Diseases? Gennaro said, suddenly alarmed. Is there any way that a visitor could get sick? Arnold snorted again. You ever catch a cold from a zoo alligator, Mr. Gennaro? Zoos don't worry about that, neither do we. What we do worry about is the animals dying from their own illnesses or infecting other animals. But we have programs to monitor that too. You want to see the Big Rex's health file, his vaccination record, his dental record? That's something. You ought to see the vet scrubbing those big fangs so he doesn't get tooth decay. Not just now, Gennaro said. What about your mechanical systems? You mean the rides? Arnold said. Grant looked up sharply. Rides? None of the rides are running yet, Arnold was saying. We have the Jungle River ride, where the boats follow tracks underwater, and we have the Aviary Lodge ride, but none of it's operational yet. The park will open with a basic dinosaur tour, the one that you're about to take in a few minutes. The other rides will come online 12 months after that. Wait a minute, Grant said. You're going to have rides? Like an amusement park? Arnold said, This is a zoological park. We have tours of different areas, and we call them rides, that's all. Malcolm continued his questions. You can run the whole park from this control room? Yes, Arnold said. I can run it single-handed if I have to. We've got that much automation built in. The computer by itself can track the animals, feed them, and fill their water troughs for 48 hours without supervision. This is the system Mr. Nedry designed? Malcolm asked. Dennis Nedry was sitting at a terminal in the far corner of the room, eating a candy bar and typing. Yes, that's right, Nedry said, not looking up from the keyboard. It's a hell of a system, Arnold said proudly. That's right, Nedry said absently. Just one or two minor bugs to fix. No, Arnold said. I see the tour is starting, so unless you have other questions— Actually, just one, Malcolm said. Just a research question. You showed us that you can track the procompsognathids, and you can visually display them individually. Can you do any studies of them as a group? Measure them or whatever? If I wanted to know height or weight or— Arnold was punching buttons. Another screen came up, headed Height Distribution Procompsognathids, over a graph showing a smooth, symmetrical distribution curve with a single peak at 34 centimeters, based on the height of the procompsognathids in the park. We can do all of that, and very quickly, Arnold said. The computer takes measurement data in the course of reading the video screen, so it's translatable at once. You see here we have a normal Poisson distribution for the animal population. It shows that most of the animals cluster around an average central value, and a few are either larger or smaller than the average at the tails of the curve. You would expect that kind of graph, Malcolm said. Yes, any healthy biological population shows this kind of distribution. Now then, Arnold said, lighting another cigarette, are there any other questions? As they were walking out, Gennaro said, It looks like a pretty good system to me. I don't see how any animals could get off this island. Don't you? Malcolm said. I thought it was completely obvious. Wait a minute, Gennaro said. You think animals have gotten out? I know they have. Gennaro said, but how? You saw for yourself. They can count all the animals. They can look at all the animals. They know where all the animals are at all times. How can one possibly escape? Malcolm smiled. It's quite obvious, he said. It's just a matter of your assumptions. Your assumptions, Gennaro repeated, frowning. Yes, Malcolm said. Look here. The basic event that has occurred in Jurassic Park is that the scientists and technicians have tried to make a new, complete biological world. And the scientists in the control room expect to see a natural world. As in the graph they just showed us. Even though a moment's thought reveals that nice, normal distribution is terribly worrisome on this island. It is? Yes. Based on what Dr. Wu told us earlier, one should never see a population graph like that. Why not? Gennaro said. Because that is a graph for a normal biological population, which is precisely what Jurassic Park is not. Jurassic Park is not the real world. It is intended to be a controlled world that only imitates the natural world. In that sense, it's a true park, rather like a Japanese formal garden, nature manipulated to be more natural than the real thing, if you will. I'm afraid you've lost me, Gennaro said, looking annoyed. I'm sure the tour will make everything clear, Malcolm said. This way, everybody, this way, Ed Regis said. By his side, a woman was passing out pith helmets with Jurassic Park labeled on the headband and a little blue dinosaur logo. A line of Toyota Land Cruisers came out of an underground garage beneath the visitor center, each car pulled up driverless and silent. 2 black men in safari uniforms were opening the doors for passengers. 2 to 4 passengers to a car, please. 2 to 4 passengers to a car, a recorded voice was saying. Children under 10 must be accompanied by an adult. Tim watched as Grant, Sattler, and Malcolm got into the first Land Cruiser with a lawyer, Gennaro. Tim looked over at Lex, who was standing, pounding her fist into her glove. Tim pointed to the first car and said, Can I go with them? I'm afraid they have some things to discuss, Ed Regis said. Technical things. I'm interested in technical things, Tim said. I'd rather go with them. Well, you'll be able to hear what they're saying, Regis said. We'll have a radio open between the cars. The second car came. Tim and Lex got in, and Ed Regis followed. These are electric cars, Regis said, guided by a cable in the roadway. Tim was glad he was sitting in the front seat because mounted in the dashboard were 2 computer screens and a box that looked to him like a CD-ROM. That was a laser disc player controlled by a computer. There was also a portable walkie-talkie and some kind of a radio transmitter. There were 2 antennas on the roof and some odd goggles in the map pocket. The black men shut the doors of the Land Cruiser. The car started off with an electric hum. Up ahead, the 3 scientists and Gennaro were talking and pointing, clearly excited. Ed Regis said, "Let's hear what they are saying." An intercom clicked. "I don't know what the hell you think you're doing here," Gennaro said over the intercom. He sounded very angry. "I know quite well why I'm here," Malcolm said. "You're here to advise me, not play goddamn mind games. I've got 5% of this company and a responsibility to make sure that Hammond has done his job responsibly. Now you goddamn come here." Ed Regis pressed the intercom button and said, "In keeping with the non-polluting policies of Jurassic Park, these lightweight electric Land Cruisers have been specially built for us by Toyota in Osaka. Eventually, we hope to drive among the animals, just as they do in African game parks. But for now, sit back and enjoy the self-guided tour." He paused. "And, by the way, we can hear you back here." Ed Regis smiled blandly and pushed a button. "We'll just begin the show, shall we?" They heard a fanfare of trumpets, and the interior screens flashed "Welcome to Jurassic Park." A sonorous voice said, "Welcome to Jurassic Park. You are now entering the lost world of the prehistoric past, a world of mighty creatures long gone from the face of the earth, which you are privileged to see for the first time." "That's Richard Kiley," Ed Regis said. "We spared no expense." The Land Cruiser passed through a grove of low, stumpy palm trees. Richard Kiley was saying, "Notice, first of all, the remarkable plant life that surrounds you. Those trees to your left and right are called cycads, the prehistoric predecessors of palm trees. Cycads were a favorite food of the dinosaurs. You can also see Bennettitalians and ginkgos. The world of the dinosaur included more modern plants, such as pine and fir trees, and swamp cypresses. You will see these as well." The Land Cruiser moved slowly among the foliage. Tim noticed the fences and retaining walls were screened by greenery to heighten the illusion of moving through real jungle. "We imagine the world of the dinosaurs," said Richard Kiley's voice, "as a world of huge vegetarians, eating their way through the giant swampy forests of the Jurassic and Cretaceous world 100 million years ago. But most dinosaurs were not as large as people think. The smallest dinosaurs were no bigger than a house cat, and the average dinosaur was about as big as a pony. We are first going to visit one of these average-sized animals, called hypsilophodonts. If you look to your left, you may catch a glimpse of them now." The Land Cruiser stopped on a low rise where a break in the foliage provided a view to the east. They could see a sloping forested area which opened into a field of yellow grass that was about 3 feet high. There were no dinosaurs. "Where are they?" Lex said. Tim looked at the dashboard. The transmitter lights blinked and the CD-ROM whirred. Obviously, the disk was being accessed by some automatic system. He guessed that the same motion sensors that tracked the animals also controlled the screens in the Land Cruiser. The screens now showed pictures of hypsilophodonts and printed out data about them. The voice said, "Hypsilophodonts are the gazelles of the dinosaur world, small, quick animals that once roamed everywhere in the world, from England to Central Asia to North America. We think these dinosaurs were so successful because they had better jaws and teeth for chewing plants than their contemporaries did. In fact, the name hypsilophodontid means high-ridged tooth, which refers to the characteristic self-sharpening teeth of these animals. You can see them in the plains directly ahead, and also perhaps in the branches of the trees." Tim was scanning with binoculars, too. "To the right," he said, "halfway up that big green trunk." In the dappled shadows of the tree, a motionless dark green animal about the size of a baboon stood on a branch. It looked like a lizard standing on its hind legs. It balanced itself with a long, drooping tail. "That's an othnielia," Tim said. "The small animals you see are called othnielia," the voice said, "in honor of the 19th century dinosaur hunter Othniel Marsh of Yale. Tim spotted 2 more animals on the higher branches of the same tree. They were all about the same size. None of them were moving. Pretty boring, Lex said. They're not doing anything. The main herd of animals can be found in the grassy plain below you, said the voice. We can rouse them with a simple mating call. A loudspeaker by the fence gave a long nasal call, like the honking of geese. From the field of grass directly to their left, 6 lizard heads poked up, one after another. The effect was comical, and Tim laughed. The heads disappeared. The loudspeaker gave the call again, and once again the heads poked up, in exactly the same way, one after another. The fixed repetition of the behavior was striking. Hypsilophodonts are not especially bright animals, the voice explained. They have roughly the intelligence of a domestic cow. The heads were dull green, with a mottling of dark browns and blacks that extended down the slender necks. Judging from the size of the heads, Tim guessed their bodies were 4 feet long, about as large as deer. Some of the Hypsilophodonts were chewing, the jaws working. One reached up and scratched its head with a 5-fingered hand. The gesture gave the creature a pensive, thoughtful quality. If you see them scratching, that is because they have skin problems. The veterinary scientists here at Jurassic Park think it may be a fungus or an allergy, but they're not sure yet. After all, these are the first dinosaurs in history ever to be studied alive. The electric motor of the car started, and there was a grinding of gears. At the unexpected sound, the herd of Hypsilophodonts suddenly leapt into the air and bounded above the grass like kangaroos, showing their full bodies with massive hind limbs and long tails in the afternoon sunlight. In a few leaps, they were gone. Now that we've had a look at these fascinating herbivores, we will go on to some dinosaurs that are a little larger. Quite a bit larger, in fact. The land cruisers continued onward, moving south through Jurassic Park. Gears are grinding, John Arnold said in the darkened control room. Have maintenance check the electric clutches on vehicles BB4 and BB5 when they come back. Yes, Mr. Arnold, replied the voice on the intercom. A minor detail, Hammond said, walking in the room. Looking out, he could see the 2 land cruisers moving south through the park. Muldoon stood in the corner, silently watching. Arnold pushed his chair back from the central console at the control panel. There are no minor details, Mr. Hammond, he said, and he lit another cigarette. For the past 2 years, Arnold's job had been to get Jurassic Park up and running. As an engineer, he was accustomed to long time schedules. He often referred to the September opening, by which he meant September of the following year. And as the September opening approached, he was unhappy with the progress that had been made. He knew from experience that it sometimes took years to work the bugs out of a single park ride, let alone get a whole park running properly. You're just a worrier, Hammond said. I don't think so, Arnold said. You've got to realize that from an engineering standpoint, Jurassic Park is by far the most ambitious theme park in history. Visitors will never think about it, but I do. He ticked the points off on his fingers. First, Jurassic Park has all the problems of any amusement park. Ride maintenance, queue control, transportation, food handling, living accommodations, trash disposal, security. Second, we have all the problems of a major zoo. Care of the animals, health and welfare, feeding and cleanliness, protection from insects, pests, allergies, and illnesses, maintenance of barriers, and all the rest. And finally, we have the unprecedented problems of caring for a population of animals that no one has ever tried to maintain before. Oh, it's not as bad as all that, Hammond said. Yes, it is. You're just not here to see it, Arnold said. The tyrannosaurs drink the lagoon water and sometimes get sick. We aren't sure why. The Triceratops females kill each other in fights for dominance and have to be separated into groups smaller than 6. We don't know why. The stegosaurs frequently get blisters on their tongues and diarrhea for reasons no one yet understands, even though we've lost 2. Hypsilophodonts get skin rashes. And the velociraptors— Let's not start on the velociraptors, Hammond said. I'm sick of hearing about the velociraptors, how they're the most vicious creatures anyone has ever seen. They are, Muldoon said in a low voice. They should all be destroyed. You wanted to fit them with radio collars, Hammond said, and I agreed. Yes, and they promptly chewed the collars off. But even if the raptors never get free, Arnold said, I think we have to accept that Jurassic Park is inherently hazardous. Oh, balls, Hammond said. Whose side are you on, anyway? We now have 15 species of extinct animals, and most of them are dangerous, Arnold said. We've been forced to delay the Jungle River ride because of the Dilophosaurs, and the Triceratops Lodge in the aviary, because the pterodactyls are so unpredictable. These aren't engineering delays, Mr. Hammond. They're problems with control of the animals. You had plenty of engineering delays, Hammond said. Don't blame it on the animals. Yes, we have. In fact, it's all we could do to get the main attraction, Park Drive, working correctly, to get the CD-ROMs inside the cars to be controlled by the motion sensors. It's taken weeks of adjustment to get that working properly. And now the electric gear shifts on the cars are acting up. The gear shifts. Let's keep it in perspective, Hammond said. You get the engineering correct, and the animals will fall into place. After all, they're trainable. Meanwhile, how's the computer? Hammond said. He glanced at Dennis Nedry, who was working at a terminal in the corner of the room. This damn computer has always been a headache. We're getting there, Nedry said. If you had done it right in the first place, Hammond began, but Arnold put a restraining hand on his arm. Arnold knew there was no point in antagonizing Nedry while he was working. It's a large system, Arnold said. There are bound to be glitches. When he had arrived, Dennis Nedry had been under the impression that he could make all the fixes himself over the weekend. He had paled when he saw the full listing. Now he was calling his office in Cambridge, telling his staff programmers they were going to have to cancel their weekend plans and work overtime until Monday. And he had told John Arnold that he would need to use every telephone link between Isla Nublar and the mainland just to transfer program data back and forth to his programmers. He looked at the graphics display on his right-hand console, which showed the progress of the electric land cruisers. They were following the river, just north of the aviary and the Ornithischian paddock. If you look to your left, said the voice, you will see the dome of the Jurassic Park aviary, which is not yet finished for visitors. Tim saw sunlight glinting off aluminum struts in the distance. And directly below is our Mesozoic jungle river, where, if you are lucky, you just may catch a glimpse of a very rare carnivore. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. Inside the land cruiser, the screen showed a bird-like head topped with a flaming red crest. But everyone in Tim's car was looking out the windows. The car was driving along a high ridge, overlooking a fast-moving river below. The river was almost enclosed by dense foliage on both sides. There they are now, said the voice. The animals you see are called Dilophosaurs. Despite what the recording said, Tim saw only one. The Dilophosaur crouched on its hind legs by the river, drinking. It was built on the basic carnivore pattern with a heavy tail, strong hind limbs, and a long neck. Its 10-foot-tall body was spotted yellow and black like a leopard. Two broad, curving crests ran along the top of the head from the eyes to the nose. The crests met in the center, making a V shape above the dinosaur's head. The crests had red and black stripes, reminiscent of a parrot or toucan. The animal gave a soft hooting cry like an owl. Dilophosaurus, the tape said, is one of the earliest carnivorous dinosaurs. Scientists thought their jaw muscles were too weak to kill prey and imagined they were primarily scavengers, but now we know they are poisonous. Hey, Tim grinned. All right. Again, the distinctive hooting call of the Dilophosaur drifted across the afternoon air toward them. Lex shifted uneasily in her seat. Are they really poisonous, Mr. Regis? Don't worry about it, Ed Regis said. But are they? Well, yes, Lex. Along with such living reptiles as Gila monsters and rattlesnakes, Dilophosaurus secretes a hematotoxin from glands in its mouth. Unconsciousness follows within minutes of a bite. The dinosaur will then finish the victim off at its leisure, making Dilophosaurus a beautiful but deadly addition to the animals you see here at Jurassic Park. The land cruiser turned a corner, leaving the river behind. Tim looked back, hoping for a last glimpse of the Dilophosaur. This was amazing. Poisonous dinosaurs. He wished he could stop the car, but everything was automatic. He bet Dr. Grant wanted to stop the car, too. If you look on the bluff to the right, you'll see Les Gigantes, the site of our superb 3-star dining room. Tim looked up on the bluff and saw nothing. Not for a while, though, Ed Regis said. The restaurant won't even start construction until November. Continuing on our prehistoric safari, we come next to the herbivores of the Ornithischian group. If you look to your right, you can probably see them now. Tim saw 2 animals standing motionless in the shade of a large tree. Triceratops, the size and gray color of an elephant, with the truculent stance of a rhino. The horns above each eye curved 5 feet into the air, looking almost like inverted elephant tusks. A third rhino-like horn was located near the nose. Unlike other dinosaurs, the voice said, Triceratops serratus can't see well. They're nearsighted like the rhinos of today, and they tend to be surprised by moving objects. They'd charge our car if they were close enough to see it, but relax, folks, we're safe enough here. Triceratops have a fan-shaped crest behind their heads. It's made of solid bone, and it's very strong. These animals weigh about 7 tons each. Despite their appearance, they are actually quite docile. They know their handlers, and they'll allow themselves to be petted. They particularly like to be scratched in the hindquarters. Easy-going monsters from a bygone world stand in sharp contrast to what we will see next, the most famous predator in the history of the world, the mighty tyrant lizard known as Tyrannosaurus rex. Good. Tyrannosaurus rex, Tim said. The land cruiser rumbled forward. The mighty tyrannosaurs arose late in dinosaur history. Dinosaurs ruled the Earth for 120 million years, but there were tyrannosaurs for only the last 15 million years of that period. The land cruisers had stopped at the rise of a hill. They overlooked a forested area sloping down to the edge of the lagoon. The sun was falling to the west, sinking into a misty horizon. The whole landscape of Jurassic Park was bathed in soft light, with lengthening shadows. The surface of the lagoon rippled in pink crescents. Farther south, they saw the graceful necks of the apatosaurs standing at the water's edge, their bodies mirrored in the moving surface. As they stared out at that landscape, it was possible to believe that they had really been transported millions of years back in time to a vanished world. "It works, doesn't it?" they heard Ed Regis say over the intercom. "I like to come here sometimes in the evening and just sit." Grant was unimpressed. "Where is T-Rex?" "Good question. You often see the little one down in the lagoon. The lagoon's stocked, so we have fish in there. The little one has learned to catch the fish. Interesting how he does it. He doesn't use his hands, but he ducks his whole head under the water like a bird." "The little one?" "The little T-Rex. He's a juvenile, 2 years old, and about a third grown now, stands 8 feet high, weighs 1.5 tons. The other one's a full-grown tyrannosaur, but I don't see him at the moment." "Maybe he's down hunting the apatosaurs," Grant said. Regis laughed, his voice tinny over the radio. "He would if he could, believe me. Sometimes he stands by the lagoon and stares at those animals and wiggles those little forearms of his in frustration. But the T-Rex territory is completely enclosed with trenches and fences. They're disguised from view, but believe me, he can't go anywhere." "Then where is he?" "Hiding," Regis said. "He's a little shy." "Shy?" Malcolm said. "Tyrannosaurus rex is shy?" "Well, he conceals himself as a general rule. You almost never see him out in the open, especially in daylight. We think it's because he has sensitive skin and sunburns easily." Malcolm began to laugh. Grant sighed. "You're destroying a lot of illusions." "I don't think you'll be disappointed," Regis said. "Just wait." They heard a soft bleating sound. In the center of a field, a small cage rose up into view, lifted on hydraulics from underground. The cage bars slid down, and the goat remained tethered in the center of the field, bleating plaintively. "Any minute now," Regis said again. "Look at them," Hammond said, watching the control room monitor. "Leaning out of the window so eager. They can't wait to see it. They have come for the danger." "That's what I'm afraid of," Muldoon said. He twirled the keys on his finger and watched the land cruisers tensely. This was the first time that visitors had toured Jurassic Park, and Muldoon shared Arnold's apprehension. It was Muldoon's view that some dinosaurs were too dangerous to be kept in a park setting. In part, the danger existed because they still knew so little about the animals. For example, nobody even suspected the Dilophosaurs were poisonous until they were observed hunting indigenous rats on the island, biting the rodents and then stepping back to wait for them to die. And even then, nobody suspected the Dilophosaurs could spit until one of the handlers was almost blinded by spitting venom. Muldoon worried even more about the velociraptors. They were instinctive hunters, and they never passed up prey. They killed even when they weren't hungry. They killed for the pleasure of killing. They were swift, strong runners and astonishing jumpers. They had lethal claws on all four limbs. One swipe of a forearm would disembowel a man, spilling his guts out. And they had powerful tearing jaws that ripped flesh instead of biting it. They were far more intelligent than the other dinosaurs, and they seemed to be natural cage breakers. In the end, 2 specially built laser-guided missile launchers were kept in a locked room in the basement. Only Muldoon had keys to the room. Those were the keys Muldoon was twirling now. "I'm going downstairs," he said. Arnold, watching the control screens, nodded. The 2 land cruisers sat at the top of the hill, waiting for the T-Rex to appear. "Hey," Dennis Nedry called from the far console. "As long as you're up, give me a Coke, okay?" Grant waited in the car, watching quietly. The bleating of the goat became louder, more insistent. The goat tugged frantically at its tether, racing back and forth. Then they smelled the odor, a garbage stench of putrefaction and decay that drifted up the hillside toward them. Grant whispered, "He's here." "She," Malcolm said. The goat was tethered in the center of the field, 30 yards from the nearest trees. The dinosaur must be somewhere among the trees, but for a moment Grant could see nothing at all. Then he realized he was looking too low. The animal's head stood 20 feet above the ground, half concealed among the upper branches of the palm trees. Malcolm whispered, "Oh, my God. She's as large as a bloody building." Grant stared at the enormous square head, 5 feet long, mottled reddish-brown, with huge jaws and fangs. The Tyrannosaur's jaws worked once, opening and closing, but the huge animal did not emerge from hiding. Malcolm whispered, "How long will it wait?" "Maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Maybe—" The Tyrannosaur sprang silently forward, fully revealing her enormous body. In 4 bounding steps, she covered the distance to the goat, bent down, and bit it through the neck. The bleating stopped. There was silence. Poised over her kill, the Tyrannosaur became suddenly hesitant. Her massive head turned on the muscular neck, looking in all directions. She stared fixedly at the land cruiser, high above on the hill. Malcolm whispered, "Can she see us?" "Oh, yes," Regis said on the intercom. "Let's see if she's going to eat here in front of us or if she's going to drag the prey away." The Tyrannosaur bent down and sniffed the carcass of the goat. A bird chirped, her head snapped up, alert, watchful. She looked back and forth, scanning in small, jerking shifts. "Like a bird," Ellie said. Still the Tyrannosaur hesitated. "What is she afraid of?" Malcolm whispered. "Probably another Tyrannosaur," Grant whispered. The huge animal bent over the goat again. One great hind limb held the carcass in place as the jaws began to tear the flesh. "She's going to stay," Regis whispered. "Excellent." The Tyrannosaur lifted her head again, ragged chunks of bleeding flesh in her jaws. She stared at the land cruiser. She began to chew. They heard the sickening crunch of bones. And then, as if caution had finally gotten the better of her, the Tyrannosaur lifted the remains of the goat in her jaws and carried them silently back among the trees. "Ladies and gentlemen, Tyrannosaurus Rex," the tape said. The land cruiser started up and moved silently off through the foliage. Malcolm sat back in his seat. "Fantastic," he said. Gennaro wiped his forehead. He looked pale. Henry Wu came into the control room to find everyone sitting in the dark, listening to the voices on the radio. Jesus, if an animal like that gets out, Gennaro was saying, his voice tinny on the speaker, there'd be no stopping it. No stopping it, no. Huge, with no natural enemies. My God, think of it. In the control room, Hammond said, "Damn those people. They are so negative." Wu said, "They're still going on about an animal escaping? I don't understand. They must have seen by now that we have everything under control. We've engineered the animals and engineered the resort." He shrugged. Wu found it offensive to think that anyone would believe him capable of contributing to a system where such a thing could happen. "It's that Malcolm," Hammond said darkly. "He's behind it all. He was against us from the start, you know. He's got his theory that complex systems can't be controlled and nature can't be imitated. I don't know what his problem is. Hell, we're just making a zoo here. World's full of them and they all work fine. But he's going to prove his theory or die trying. I just hope he doesn't panic Gennaro into trying to shut the park down." Wu said, "Can he do that?" "No," Hammond said, "but he can try. He can try and frighten the Japanese investors and get them to withdraw funds. Or he can make a stink with the San Jose government. He can make trouble." Arnold stubbed out his cigarette. "Let's wait and see what happens," he said. "We believe in the park. Let's see how it plays out." Muldoon got off the elevator, nodded to the ground floor guard, and went downstairs to the basement. He flicked on the lights. The basement was filled with 24 Land Cruisers arranged in neat rows. These were the electric cars that would eventually form an endless loop, touring the park, returning to the visitor center. In the corner was a Jeep with a red stripe, one of 2 gasoline-powered vehicles. Harding, the vet, had taken the other that morning, which could go anywhere in the park, even among the animals. The Jeeps were painted with a diagonal red stripe because for some reason it discouraged the Triceratops from charging the car. Muldoon moved past the Jeep toward the back. The steel door to the armaments room was unmarked. He unlocked it with his key and swung the heavy door wide. Gun racks lined the interior. He pulled out a Randler shoulder launcher and a case of canisters. He tucked 2 gray rockets under his other arm. After locking the door behind him, he put the gun into the back seat of the Jeep. As he left the garage, he heard the distant rumble of thunder. "Looks like rain," Ed Regis said, glancing up at the sky. The Land Cruisers had stopped again near the sauropod swamp. A large herd of apatosaurs was grazing at the edge of the lagoon, eating the leaves of the upper branches of the palm trees. In the same area were several duck-billed hadrosaurs, which in comparison looked much smaller. "The big animals you see are commonly called Brontosaurus," the recording said, "but they are actually Apatosaurus. They weigh more than 30 tons. That means a single animal is as big as a whole herd of modern elephants. And you may notice that their preferred area alongside the lagoon is not swampy. Despite what the books say, Brontosaurs avoid swamps. They prefer dry land." "Brontosaurus is the biggest dinosaur, Lex," Ed Regis said. Tim didn't bother to contradict him. Alongside the apatosaurs, the smaller hadrosaurs stood on their hind legs to get at foliage. They moved gracefully for such large creatures. Several infant hadrosaurs scampered around the adults, eating the leaves that dropped from the mouths of the larger animals. "The dinosaurs of Jurassic Park don't breed," the recording said. "The young animals you see were introduced a few months ago, already hatched, but the adults nurture them anyway." There was the rolling growl of thunder. The sky was darker, lower, and menacing. "Yeah, looks like rain all right," Ed Regis said. The car started forward and Tim looked back at the hadrosaurs. Suddenly, off to one side, he saw a pale yellow animal moving quickly. There were brownish stripes on its back. He recognized it instantly. "Hey!" he shouted. "Stop the car!" "What is it?" Ed Regis said. "Quick! Stop the car!" "We move on now to see the last of our great prehistoric animals, the stegosaurs," the recorded voice said. "What's the matter, Tim?" "I saw one! I saw one in the field out there." "Saw what?" "A raptor in that field." "The stegosaurs are a mid-Jurassic animal evolving about 170 million years ago," the recording said. Several of these remarkable herbivores live here at Jurassic Park. Oh, I don't think so, Tim, Ed Regis said. Not a raptor. I did! Stop the car! There was a babble on the intercom as the news was relayed to Grant and Malcolm. Tim says he saw a raptor. Where? Back at the field. Let's go back and look. We can't go back, Ed Regis said. We can only go forward. The cars are programmed. We can't go back? Grant said. No, Regis said. Sorry. You see, it's kind of a ride. Tim, this is Professor Malcolm, said a voice cutting in on the intercom. I have just one question for you about this raptor. How old would you say it was? Older than the baby we saw today, Tim said, and younger than the big adults in the pen. The adults were 6 feet tall. This one was about half that size. That's fine, Malcolm said. I only saw it for a second, Tim said. I'm sure it wasn't a raptor, Ed Regis said. It couldn't possibly be a raptor. Must have been one of the Aussies. They're always jumping their fences. We have a hell of a time with them. I know I saw a raptor, Tim said. In the control room, Arnold turned to Wu. What do you think the kids saw? I think it must have been an Aussie. Arnold nodded. We have trouble tracking Aussies because they spend so much time in the trees. What burns me, Hammond said, is that we have made this wonderful park, this fantastic park, and our very first visitors are going through it like accountants, just looking for problems. They aren't experiencing the wonder of it at all. That's their problem, Arnold said. We can't make them experience wonder. The intercom clicked and Arnold heard a voice drawl. John, this is the NB over at the dock. We haven't finished offloading, but I'm looking at that storm pattern south of us. I'd rather not be tied up here if this chop gets any worse. Arnold turned to the monitor showing the cargo vessel, which was moored at the dock on the east side of the island. He pressed the radio button. How much left to do, Jim? Just the 3 final equipment containers. I haven't checked the manifest, but I assume you can wait another 2 weeks for it. We're not well berthed here, you know, and we're 100 miles offshore. You're requesting permission to leave? Yes, John. I want that equipment, Hammond said. That's equipment for the labs. We need it. Yes, Arnold said, but you didn't want to put money into a storm barrier to protect the pier, so we don't have a good harbor. If the storm gets worse, the ship will be pounded against the dock. I've seen ships lost that way. Then you've got all the other expenses, replacement of the vessel, plus salvage to clear your dock, and you can't use your dock until you do. Hammond gave a dismissing wave. Get them out of there. Permission to leave, Anby, Arnold said into the radio. See you in 2 weeks, the voice said. On the video monitor, they saw the crew on the decks, casting off the lines. Arnold turned back to the main console bank. He saw the land cruisers moving through fields of steam. Where are they now? Hammond said. It looks like the South Fields, Arnold said. The southern end of the island had more volcanic activity than the north. That means they should be almost to the Stegos. I'm sure they'll stop and see what Harding is doing. As the land cruiser came to a stop, Ellie Sattler stared through the plumes of steam at the Stegosaurus. It was standing quietly, not moving. A jeep with a red stripe was parked alongside it. The Stegosaurus was 20 feet long with a huge, bulky body and vertical armor plates along its back. The tail had dangerous-looking 3-foot spikes, but the neck tapered to an absurdly small head with a stupid gaze, like a very dumb horse. As they watched, a man walked around from behind the animal. That's our vet, Dr. Harding, Regis said over the radio. He's anesthetized the stego, which is why it's not moving. It's sick. Grant was already getting out of the car, hurrying toward the motionless stegosaur. Ellie got out and looked back as the second land cruiser pulled up and the 2 kids jumped out. What's he sick with? Tim said. They're not sure, Ellie said. The great leathery plates along the stegosaur's spine drooped slightly. It breathed slowly, laboriously, making a wet sound with each breath. They walked toward the tiny head of the animal, where Grant and the vet were on their knees, peering into the stegosaur's mouth. Ellie had already noticed the stegosaur had a peculiar odor, like rotting fish. It reminded her of something she knew, but couldn't quite place. In any case, she had never smelled a stegosaur before. Maybe this was its characteristic odor. But she had her doubts. Is that because it's sick? Lex asked. Maybe. And don't forget the vets tranquilized it. Ellie, have a look at this tongue, Grant said. The dark purple tongue drooped limply from the animal's mouth. The vet shone a light on it so she could see the very fine silvery blisters. Microvesicles, Ellie said. Interesting. We've had a difficult time with these stegos, the vet said. They're always getting sick. What are the symptoms? Ellie asked. She scratched the tongue with her fingernail. A clear liquid exuded from the broken blisters. Imbalance, disorientation, labored breathing, and massive diarrhea, Harding said. Seems to happen about once every 6 weeks or so. They feed continuously? Oh, yes, Harding said. Animal this size has to take in a minimum of 500 or 600 pounds of plant matter daily just to keep going. They're constant foragers. Then it's not likely to be poisoning from a plant, Ellie said. Constant browsers would be constantly sick if they were eating a toxic plant, not every 6 weeks. Exactly, the vet said. May I? Ellie asked. She took the flashlight from the vet. You have pupillary effects from the tranquilizer, she said, shining the light in the stegosaur's eye. Yes, there's a meiotic effect. Pupils are constricted. But these pupils are dilated, she said. Harding looked. There was no question. The stegosaur's pupil was dilated and did not contract when light shone on it. I'll be damned, he said. That's a pharmacological effect. Yes. Ellie got back on her feet and looked around. What is the animal's range? About 5 square miles. In this general area? She asked. They were in an open meadow with scattered rocky outcrops and intermittent plumes of steam rising from the ground. It was late afternoon, and the sky was pink beneath the lowering gray clouds. The range is mostly north and east of here, Harding said, but when they get sick, they're usually somewhere around this particular area. It was an interesting puzzle, she thought, how to explain the periodicity of the poisoning. She pointed across the field. You see those low, delicate-looking bushes? West Indian lilac, Harding nodded. We know it's toxic. The animals don't eat it. You're sure? Yes, we monitor them on video, and I've checked droppings just to be certain. The stegos never eat the lilac bushes. Interesting, Ellie said, because otherwise I would have said that this animal shows all the classic signs of meliotoxicity. Stupor, blistering of the mucous membranes, and pupillary dilatation. She set off toward the field to examine the plants more closely, her body bent over the ground. You're right, she said. Plants are healthy, no sign of being eaten, none at all. And there's the 6-week interval, the vet reminded her. The stegosaurs come here how often? About once a week, he said. Stegos make a slow loop through their home range territory, feeding as they go. They complete the loop in about a week. But they're only sick once every 6 weeks. Correct, Harding said. Ellie stared at the ground. The field was rocky in many places. She could hear the sound of the surf somewhere to the left. There were berries among the rocks. Perhaps the animals were just eating berries, but that didn't make sense. West Indian lilac berries were terribly bitter. Finding anything? Grant said, coming up to join her. Ellie sighed. Just rocks, she said. We must be near the beach, because all these rocks are smooth, and they're in funny little piles. Funny little piles? Grant said. All over. There's one pile right there. She pointed. As soon as she did, she realized what she was looking at. The rocks were worn, but it had nothing to do with the ocean. These rocks were piled in small piles, almost as if they had been thrown down that way. They were piles of gizzard stones. Gizzard stones, Grant said. I think so, yes. They swallow these stones, and after a few weeks the stones are worn smooth. So they regurgitate them, leaving this little pile, and swallow fresh stones. And when they do, they swallow berries as well and get sick. I'll be damned, Grant said. I'm sure you're right. He looked at the pile of stones, brushing through them with his hand, following the instinct of a paleontologist. Then he stopped. Ellie, he said, take a look at this. Put it there, babe, right in the old mitt, Lex cried, and Gennaro threw the ball to her. She threw it back so hard that his hands stung. Take it easy, I don't have a glove. You wimp, she said contemptuously. Annoyed, he fired the ball at her and heard it smack in the leather. Now that's more like it, she said. Standing by the dinosaur, Gennaro continued to play catch as he talked to Malcolm. How does this sick dinosaur fit into your theory? It's predicted, Malcolm said. Gennaro shook his head. Is anything not predicted by your theory? Look, Malcolm said, it's nothing to do with me. It's chaos theory. But I notice nobody is willing to listen to the consequences of the mathematics because they imply very large consequences for human life. Much larger than Heisenberg's principle or Gödel's theorem, which everybody rattles on about. Those are actually rather academic considerations, philosophical considerations. But chaos theory concerns everyday life. I gave all this information to Hammond long before he broke ground on this place. You're going to engineer a bunch of prehistoric animals and set them on an island? Fine. A lovely dream. Charming. But it won't go as planned. It is inherently unpredictable, just as the weather is. You told him this? Gennaro said. Yes. I also told him where the deviations would occur. Obviously, the fitness of the animals to the environment was one area. This stegosaur is 100 million years old. It isn't adapted to our world. The air is different, the solar radiation is different, the land is different, the insects are different, the sounds are different, the vegetation is different, everything is different. The oxygen content is decreased. This poor animal's like a human being at 10,000 feet altitude. Listen to him wheezing. And the other areas? Broadly speaking, the ability of the park to control the spread of life forms, because the history of evolution is that life escapes all barriers. Life breaks free. Life expands to new territories. Painfully, perhaps even dangerously, but life finds a way. Malcolm shook his head. I don't mean to be philosophical, but there it is. Gennaro looked over. Ellie and Grant were across the field, waving their arms and shouting. Did you get my Coke? Dennis Nedry asked as Muldoon came back into the control room. Muldoon didn't bother to answer. He went directly to the monitor and looked at what was happening. Over the radio, we heard Harding's voice saying, Stego, finally, handle on now. What's that about? Muldoon said. They're down by the South Point, Arnold said. That's why they're breaking up a little. I'll switch them to another channel. But they found out what's wrong with the Stegos. Eating some kind of berry. Hammond nodded. I knew we'd solve that sooner or later, he said.
Alan, Grant, and Gennaro are presently discussing a small discovery the doctor had found in the wild. Grant describes the tiny white fragment as having a pattern on the interior curve, and once you turn it over, you'll also see the faint pattern of raised lines making roughly triangular shapes. Grant says he's dug them up before at one of his dig sites. Dr. Harding just shakes his head, insisting that the animals can't breed. But Alan isn't having it. Look at the curvature, the thickness of the shell. Unless they've got ostriches in Jurassic Park, this is a dinosaur egg. Harding again doesn't believe Grant, telling him that the dinosaurs simply cannot breed. All I know, Grant said, is that this is a dinosaur egg. Once the mathematician heard this, he asked the doctor if he had any idea on what species it might be, to which Grant replied yes. It's a velociraptor egg. Back at control, Hammond can't believe what he's hearing over the radio. He finds it absolutely absurd. That little fragment had to have come from a bird. Let's do a little test then, shall we? Said Malcolm over the radio. He asked Mr. Arnold to run a tally of all of the animals in the park. No problem, the man said, just before the total number of animals printed out for everyone to see. Out of all of the expected 238 animals, each and every one came up as accounted for. Well, I hope you're satisfied, said Hammond, before asking the chaotician if he could see it down there. Malcolm said that they could see it just fine. Now, he said, can you have the computer search for a different number of animals? Arnold asked what exact number he'd like to try, and Malcolm simply said, how about 239? Arnold told him it would be just a minute before the computer started printing out the results. It would appear as if all of the dinosaurs were still accounted for, until the computer picked up the results of 50 copies being present in the park out of an expected 49. Hammond sat forward. What the hell is that, he said. We picked up another copy, Ray responded. From where? The billionaire asked, to which everyone in the room couldn't seem to answer. The radio crackled, and Ian asked for another tally. Now then, let's search for, say, 300 animals? That'll take a few minutes, but I can do it, Arnold replied. Hammond was beside himself, confused and worried. What the hell was he talking about 300 animals? They'd specifically bred and kept record of 238 animals in the park. Where did this copy come from? What the hell was going on? Pretty soon, the total number of animals went up to 244. What does that mean? Asked Hammond. The computer is counting the animals in the park, Wu said. All of the animals. Hammond began to show concern. I thought it always did that. Nedry, did you screw up again? Nedry immediately said no, before explaining that the computer simply allows an expected number of animals to be searched before giving its result. It's a convenience, not a flaw. Unfortunately, both Wu and Arnold began to realize the severity of what this could entail. The number climbed again, this time reaching 262. Wait a minute, John said. My animals can't breed. The sensors must be picking up field mice or something. He then turned to Wu. They can't breed, can they? Wu simply assured him that no, they cannot. The total rose to 270. Where are they coming from? Arnold said in disbelief. Wu just responded that damned if he knew. Now the number was at 283. Holy shit, said Gennaro. How much more? And then suddenly, the screen read error. 300 animals not found. Hammond smiled. An error, he said, nodding. I thought so. But then the screen printed. The total had climbed all the way up to 292. Most of the dinosaurs' population stayed relatively the same. The computer found the 2 Rexes, all 8 Trikes, and all 7 Dilophosaurs. But other animals appeared more numerous. Out of an expected 49 copies in the park, the system found 65. Where there should only be 16 Othnielia, there are now 23. 1 more Maiasaur and 1 more Hypsilophodontid were found in the park than there should be. And instead of the 8 Velociraptors that were expected to be found, the computer tallied a new total of 37. Now you see the flaw in your procedures, said Malcolm over the radio. You only tracked the expected number of dinosaurs. In your worry of losing any of the animals, you encountered a different problem. You had more than the expected number. Wu and Arnold couldn't believe it, but Malcolm reassured him that this means that they are indeed breeding. At this moment, Muldoon expressed his concern. This means that there were raptors loose in the park. Hammond tried to get everyone to relax, saying that there was only a small increase in a few populations, and that there wasn't anything to worry about. But Wu couldn't believe this train of thought. Do you know what this means? He said to Hammond. Of course I do, the billionaire responded. It means you screwed up. The radio clicked once more, this time with Grant's voice coming through to control. I think this proves that you have breeding taking place on 7 different spots on the island.
The sky was growing darker. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Grant and the others leaned in the doors of the jeep, staring at the screen on the dashboard. Breeding sites? Wu said over the radio. Nests, Grant said. Assuming the average clutch is 8 to 12 hatching eggs, these data would indicate the compies have 2 nests. The raptors have 2 nests, the Othies have 1 nest, and the Hypsies and the Mayas have 1 nest each. Where are these nests? We'll have to find them, Grant said. Dinosaurs build their nests in secluded places. But why are there so few big animals, Wu said. If there is a Maya nest of 8 to 12 eggs, there should be 8 to 12 new Mayas, not just 1. That's right, Grant said. Except that the raptors and the compies that are loose in the park are probably eating the eggs of the bigger animals, and perhaps eating the newly hatched young as well. But we've never seen that, Arnold said over the radio. Raptors are nocturnal, he said. Is anyone watching the park at night? There was a long silence. It still doesn't make sense, Wu said. You can't support 50 additional animals on a couple of nests of eggs. No, Grant said. I assume they are eating something else as well. Perhaps small rodents, mice and rats? There was another silence. Let me guess, Grant said. When you first came to the island, you had a problem with rats, but as time passed, the problem faded away. Yes, that's true. And you never thought to investigate why? Well, we just assumed, Arnold said. Look, Wu said, the fact remains all the animals are female. They can't breed. Grant had been thinking about that. When you made your dinosaur DNA, Grant said, you were working with fragmentary pieces, is that right? Yes, Wu said. In order to make a complete strand, were you ever required to include DNA fragments from other species? Occasionally, yes, Wu said. It's the only way to accomplish the job. Sometimes we included avian DNA from a variety of birds, and sometimes reptilian DNA. Any amphibian DNA, specifically frog DNA? Possibly, I'd have to check. Check, Grant said. I think you'll find that holds the answer. Malcolm said, Frog DNA? Why frog DNA? Gennaro said impatiently, Listen, this is all very intriguing, but we're forgetting the main question. Have any animals gotten off the island? Grant said, We can't tell from these data. Then how are we going to find out? There's only one way I know, Grant said. We'll have to find the individual dinosaur nests, inspect them, and count the remaining egg fragments. From that, we may be able to determine how many animals were originally hatched, and we can begin to assess whether any are missing. Malcolm said, Even so, you won't know if the missing animals are killed or dead from natural causes, or whether they have left the island. No, Grant said, but it's a start. And I think we can get more information from an intensive look at the population graphs. How are we going to find these nests? Actually, Grant said, I think the computer will be able to help us with that. I'll stay for a while, Ellie said, and get photos of the stego with Dr. Harding's camera. Those vesicles in the mouth will have cleared up by tomorrow. I want to get back, Grant said. I'll go with the kids. I will too, Malcolm said. I think I'll stay, Gennaro said, and go back with Harding in his jeep, with Dr. Sattler. Fine, let's go. They started walking. When they came to the land cruisers, Tim said, I want to ride in the front one this time with Dr. Grant. Malcolm said, Unfortunately, Dr. Grant and I need to talk. I'll just sit and listen. I won't say anything, Tim said. It's a private conversation, Malcolm said. Tell you what, Tim, Ed Regis said, let them sit in the rear car by themselves. We'll sit in the front car, and you can use the night vision goggles. Have you ever used night vision goggles, Tim? They're goggles with very sensitive CCDs that allow you to see in the dark. Neat, he said, and moved toward the first car. Grant and Malcolm climbed into the second car. A few raindrops spattered the windshield. Let's get going, Ed Regis said. I'm about ready for dinner, and I could do with a nice banana daiquiri. What do you say, folks? Daiquiri sound good? He pounded the metal panel of the car. See you back at camp, he said, and he started running toward the first car and climbed aboard. A red light on the dashboard blinked. With a soft electric whir, the land cruisers started off. Driving back in the fading light, Malcolm seemed oddly subdued. Grant said, You must feel vindicated about your theory. As a matter of fact, I'm feeling a bit of dread. I suspect we are at a very dangerous point. Why? Intuition. Do mathematicians believe in intuition? Absolutely, very important intuition. Actually, I was thinking of fractals, Malcolm said. Do you know about fractals? Grant shook his head. Not really, no. Fractals are a kind of geometry associated with a man named Mandelbrot. Unlike ordinary Euclidean geometry that everybody learns in school, squares and cubes and spheres, fractal geometry appears to describe real objects in the natural world. Mountains and clouds are fractal shapes. So fractals are probably related to reality, somehow. Well, Mandelbrot found a remarkable thing with his geometric tools. He found that things looked almost identical at different scales. At different scales? Grant said. For example, Malcolm said, a big mountain seen from far away has a certain rugged mountain shape. If you get closer and examine a small peak of the big mountain, it will have the same mountain shape. In fact, you can go all the way down the scale to a tiny speck of rock seen under a microscope. It will have the same basic fractal shape as the big mountain. I don't really see why this is worrying you, Grant said. He yawned. He smelled the sulfur fumes of the volcanic steam. They were coming now to the section of road that ran near the coastline, overlooking the beach and the ocean. It's a way of looking at things, Malcolm said. Mandelbrot found a sameness from the smallest to the largest, and this sameness of scale also occurs for events. Events? Consider cotton prices, Malcolm said. There are good records of cotton prices going back more than 100 years. When you study fluctuations in cotton prices, you find that the graph of price fluctuations in the course of a day looks basically like the graph for a week, which looks basically like the graph for a year or for 10 years. And that's how things are. A day is like a whole life. You start out doing one thing but end up doing something else. Plan to run an errand but never get there. And at the end of your life, your whole existence has that same haphazard quality too. Your whole life has the same shape as a single day. I guess it's one way to look at things, Grant said. No, Malcolm said, it's the only way to look at things, at least the only way that is true to reality. You see, the fractal idea of sameness carries within it an aspect of recursion, a kind of doubling back on itself, which means that events are unpredictable, that they can change suddenly and without warning. Okay, but we have soothed ourselves into imagining sudden change as something that happens outside the normal order of things, an accident like a car crash, or beyond our control like a fatal illness. We do not conceive of sudden, radical, irrational change as built into the very fabric of existence, yet it is. And chaos theory teaches us, Malcolm said, that straight linearity, which we have come to take for granted in everything from physics to fiction, simply does not exist. Linearity is an artificial way of viewing the world. Real life isn't a series of interconnected events occurring one after another like beads strung on a necklace. Life is actually a series of encounters in which one event may change those that follow in a wholly unpredictable, even devastating way. Malcolm sat back in his seat, looking toward the other land cruiser a few yards ahead. That's a deep truth about the structure of our universe. But for some reason we insist on behaving as if it were not true.
In a moment, the cars jolted to a stop. What's happened? Grant said. Up ahead, they saw the kids in the car pointing toward the ocean. Offshore, beneath lowering clouds, Grant saw the dark outline of the supply boat making its way back to Punta Arenas. Why have we stopped? Malcolm said. Grant turned on the radio and heard the girl saying excitedly, "Look there, Timmy, you see it, it's there." Malcolm squinted at the boat. "They talking about the boat?" "Apparently," Grant replied. Ed Regis came out of the front car and came running back to their window. "I'm sorry," he said, "but the kids are all worked up. Do you have binoculars here?" "For what?" Malcolm asked. "The little girl says she sees something on the boat, some kind of animal," Regis replied. Grant grabbed the binoculars and rested his elbows on the window ledge of the land cruiser. He scanned the long shape of the supply ship. It was so dark it was almost a silhouette. As he watched, the ship's running lights came on, brilliant in the dark purple twilight. "Do you see anything?" Regis asked. "No," Grant said. "They're low down," Lex said over the radio. "Look low down." Grant tilted the binoculars down, scanning the hull just above the waterline. But it was quite dark now, and he could barely make out details. "No, nothing." "I can see them," Lex said impatiently. "Near the back. Look near the back." "How can she see anything in this light?" Malcolm asked. "Kids can see," Grant said. "They've got visual acuity we forgot we ever had." He swung the binoculars toward the stern, moving them slowly, and suddenly he saw the animals. They were playing, darting among the silhouetted stern structures. He could see them only briefly, but even in the fading light, he could tell that they were upright animals, about 2 feet tall, standing, with stiff, balancing tails. "You see them now?" Lex asked. "I see them," he said. "What are they?" "They're raptors," Grant replied. "At least 2, maybe more. Juveniles." "That boat's headed to the mainland," Regis said. Malcolm shrugged. "Don't get excited. Just call the control room and tell them to recall the boat." Ed Regis reached in and grabbed the radio from the dashboard. They heard hissing static and clicks as he rapidly changed channels. "There's something wrong with this one," he said. "It's not working." He ran off to the first land cruiser. They saw him duck into it. Then he looked back at them. "There's something wrong with both radios," he said. "I can't raise the control room." "Then let's get going," Grant replied. Along the side of the road, clouds of volcanic steam misted rainbows in the bright quartz lights. Grant said into the radio, "How long does it take the ship to reach the mainland?" 18 hours, Regis replied. "More or less. It's pretty reliable." He glanced at his watch. "It should arrive around 11 tomorrow morning." Grant frowned. "You still can't talk to the control room?" "Not so far." "How about Harding? Can you reach him?" "No," Regis replied. "I've tried. He may have his radio turned off." Malcolm was shaking his head. "So we're the only ones who know about the animals on the ship?" "I'm trying to raise somebody," Regis replied. "I mean, we don't want these animals on the mainland." "Well, how long until we get back to the base?" "From here, another 16, 17 minutes," Ed Regis said. At night, the whole road was illuminated by big floodlights. It felt to Grant as if they were driving through a bright green tunnel of leaves. Large raindrops spattered the windshield, and Grant felt the Land Cruiser slow, then stop. Now what? Lex said that she didn't want to stop, and she asked why they'd stopped. And then, suddenly all the floodlights went out. The road was plunged into darkness. Probably just a power outage or something, Regis said. I'm sure the lights will be on any minute now.
What the hell? Arnold said, staring at his monitors. What happened? Muldoon said. You lose power? Yeah, but only power on the perimeter. Everything in this building's working fine. But outside in the park, the power is gone. Lights, TV cameras, everything. His remote video monitors had gone black. What about the 2 Land Cruisers? Stopped somewhere around the Tyrannosaur paddock. Well, Muldoon said, call maintenance and let's get the power back on. Arnold picked up one of his phones and heard hissing. Nedry's computers talking to each other. No phones. That damn Nedry. Nedry? Where the hell is he? Dennis Nedry pushed open the door marked fertilization. With the perimeter power out, all the security card locks were disarmed. Every door in the building opened with a touch. The problems with the security system were high on Jurassic Park's bug list. Nedry wondered if anybody ever imagined that it wasn't a bug, that Nedry had programmed it that way. He had built in a classic trap door. He entered the fertilization room. The lab was deserted. As he had anticipated, all the staff was at dinner. Nedry unzipped his shoulder bag and removed the can of Gillette shaving cream. He unscrewed the base and saw the interior was divided into a series of cylindrical slots. He pulled on a pair of heavy insulated gloves and opened the walk-in freezer marked Contents Viable, Biological, Maintain -10 degrees centigrade minimum. The freezer was the size of a small closet, with shelves from floor to ceiling. Most of the shelves contained reagents and liquids in plastic sacks. To one side, he saw a smaller nitrogen cold box with a heavy ceramic door. He opened it, and a rack of small tubes slid out in a cloud of white liquid nitrogen smoke. The embryos were arranged by species: Stegosaurus, Apatosaurus, Hadrosaurus, Tyrannosaurus. Each embryo in a thin glass container, wrapped in silver foil, stoppered with polyline. Nedry quickly took 2 of each, slipping them into the shaving cream can. Then he screwed the base of the can shut and twisted the top. There was a hiss of releasing gas inside, and the can frosted in his hands. Dodgson had said there was enough coolant to last 36 hours, more than enough time to get back to San Jose. Nedry left the freezer, returned to the main lab. He dropped the can back in his bag, zipped it shut. He went back into the hallway. The theft had taken less than 2 minutes. He could imagine the consternation upstairs in the control room as they began to realize what had happened. All their security codes were scrambled and all their phone lines were jammed. Without his help, it would take hours to untangle the mess. But in just a few minutes, Nedry would be back in the control room setting things right, and no one would ever suspect what he had done. Grinning, Dennis Nedry walked down to the ground floor, nodded to the guard, and continued downstairs to the basement. Passing the neat lines of electric Land Cruisers, he went to the gasoline-powered Jeep parked against the wall. He climbed into it, noticing some odd gray tubing on the passenger seat. It looked almost like a rocket launcher, he thought, as he turned the ignition key and started the Jeep. Nedry glanced at his watch. From here into the park, and 3 minutes straight to the East Dock. 3 minutes from there back to the control room. Piece of cake. Damn it, Arnold said, punching buttons on the console. It's all screwed up. Muldoon was standing at the windows looking out at the park. The lights had gone out all over the island, except in the immediate area around the main buildings. He saw a few staff personnel hurrying to get out of the rain, but no one seemed to realize anything was wrong. Muldoon looked over at the visitor lodge, where the lights burned brightly. Uh-oh, Arnold said. We have real trouble. What's that? Muldoon said. He turned away from the window, and so he didn't see the Jeep drive out of the underground garage and head east along the maintenance road into the park. That idiot Nedry turned off the security systems, Arnold said. The whole building's opened up. None of the doors are locked anymore. I'll notify the guards, Muldoon said. That's the least of it, Arnold said. When you turn off the security, you turn off all the peripheral fences as well. The fences? Muldoon said. The electrical fences, Arnold said. They're off, all over the island. You mean, that's right, Arnold said. The animals can get out now. Arnold lit a cigarette. Probably nothing will happen, but you never know. Muldoon started toward the door. I better drive out and bring in the people and those 2 land cruisers, he said, just in case. Muldoon quickly went downstairs to the garage. He wasn't really worried about the fences going down. Most of the dinosaurs had been in their paddocks for 9 months or more, and they had brushed up against the fences more than once, with notable results. Muldoon knew how quickly animals learn to avoid shock stimuli. Muldoon was more concerned about what the people in the cars would do. He didn't want them getting out of the land cruisers, because once the power came back on, the cars would start moving again whether the people were inside them or not. They might be left behind. Of course, in the rain it was unlikely they would leave the cars, but still you never knew. He reached the garage and hurried toward the Jeep. It was lucky, he thought, that he had had the foresight to put the launcher in it. He could start right out and be out there and... It was gone. What the hell? Muldoon stared at the empty parking space, astonished. The Jeep was gone. What the hell was happening?
Rain drummed loudly on the roof of the Land Cruiser. Tim felt the night vision goggles pressing heavily on his forehead. He reached for the knob near his ear and adjusted the intensity. He could see the Land Cruiser behind, with Dr. Grant and Dr. Malcolm inside.
Can you see us back here?
I see you.
Everything all right?
We're fine, Dr. Grant.
Stay in the car.
We will, don't worry.
It's pouring down rain. Of course we're gonna stay in the car.
Oh no.
Take it easy, honey. It's just lightning. How long have we been sitting here? I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes. I wonder what the problem is. Maybe a short circuit from the rain. But it happened before the rain really started.
Everyone in the cars was silent. The rain thrummed on the roof of the car. Sheets of water streamed down over the side of the windows. It was hard for Tim to see outside, even with the goggles. The rain was coming down hard now, shaking the leaves with hammering drops. It made everything move. Everything seemed alive. He scanned the leaves, and he stopped. There was something beyond the leaves.
Yes, Dr. Grant.
You see what it is?
Yes, Dr. Grant.
What's going on right now?
Nothing. Just standing on the other side of the fence.
I can't see much from here, Tim.
I can see fine, Dr. Grant. It's just standing there.
Okay.
The greatest predator the world has ever known. The most fearsome attack in human history. Somewhere in the back of his publicist's brain, Ed Regis was still writing copy. But he could feel his knees begin to shake uncontrollably, his trousers flapping like flags. Jesus, he was frightened. He didn't want to be here. Alone among all the people in the 2 cars, Ed Regis knew what a dinosaur attack was like. He knew what happened to the people. He had seen the mangled bodies that resulted from a raptor attack. He could picture it in his mind. And this was a Rex. Much, much bigger. The greatest meat eater that had ever walked the earth. He couldn't just stay here. He had to do something. Something.
He left. Where did he go? He left us alone.
Tim?
I'm here, Dr. Grant.
What's going on?
Regis ran away.
He what?
He ran away. I think he saw that the fence wasn't electrified.
The fence isn't electrified. Did he say the fence isn't electrified?
Shut the door.
He left us. He left us.
Lex, close the door. Lex, close the door.
Timmy!
Tim.
I'm here. Lock the doors, get in the middle of the car, and shut up.
Stay in the car. Stay down. Be quiet. Don't move, and don't make noise.
Yes, Dr. Grant.
You should be alright. I don't think I can open the car.
Okay.
Just stay quiet so you don't arouse its attention more than necessary.
Okay. You hear that, Lex?
Timmy.
It's okay. I don't think it saw us. Lex? Lex!
Jesus, what happened to the car?
In another flash of lightning, he saw clearly. The car was gone.
What was that? Was it the little girl? It sounded like a girl. I don't know. You know, at times like this, one feels, well, perhaps extinct animals should be left extinct. Don't you have that feeling now? Yes. Do you, have any suggestions about what we do now? I can't think of a thing.
What was going on? What had happened? Was it possible the Tyrannosaur hadn't seen him? It seemed as if it hadn't. But how could that be? No, the Tyrannosaur couldn't see him, not if he stood motionless. And in a detached academic corner of his mind, he found an explanation for that, a reason why... Grant felt a searing pain and the surprising sensation of his own body flying through the air. It seemed to be happening very slowly, and he had plenty of time to feel the world turn colder and watch the ground rush up to strike him in the face.
Oh, damn, Harding said. Will you look at that? They were sitting in Harding's gasoline-powered Jeep, staring forward past the flick-flick of the windshield wipers. In the yellow flare of the headlamps, a big fallen tree blocked the road. Must have been the lightning, Gennaro said. Hell of a tree. We can't get past it, Harding said. I better tell Arnold in control. He picked up the radio and twisted the channel dial. Hello, John? Are you there, John? There was nothing but steady, hissing static. I don't understand, he said. The radio lines seem to be down. It must be the storm, Gennaro said. I suppose, Harding said. Try the land cruisers, Ellie said. Harding opened the other channels, but there was no answer. Nothing, he said. They're probably back to camp by now, and outside the range of our little set. In any case, I don't think we should stay here. It'll be hours before maintenance gets a crew out here to move that tree. He turned the radio off and put the Jeep into reverse. What are you going to do? Ellie said. Go back to the turnout and get onto the maintenance road. Fortunately, there's a second road system, Harding explained. We have one road for visitors and a second road for animal handlers and feed trucks and so on. We'll drive back on that maintenance road. It's a little longer and not so scenic, but you may find it interesting. If the rain lets up, we'll get a glimpse of some of the animals at night. We should be back in 30-40 minutes, Harding said, if I don't get lost. He turned the Jeep around in the night and headed south again. Lightning flashed, and every monitor in the control room went black. Arnold sat forward, his body rigid and tense. Jesus, not now, not now. That was all he needed, to have everything go out now in the storm. All the main power circuits were surge-protected, of course, but Arnold wasn't sure about the modems Nedry was using for his data transmission. The screens flickered, and then, one by one, they came back on. Arnold sighed and collapsed back in his chair. He wondered again where Nedry had gone. 5 minutes ago, he'd sent guards to search the building for him. The fat bastard was probably in the bathroom reading a comic book. But the guards hadn't come back, and they hadn't called in. 5 minutes. If Nedry was in the building, they should have found him by now. Somebody took the damn Jeep, Muldoon said as he came back in the room. Have you talked to the land cruisers yet? Can't raise them on the radio, Arnold said. I have to use this because the main board is down. It's weak, but it ought to work. I've tried on all 6 channels. I know they have radios in the cars, but they're not answering. That's not good, Muldoon said. If you want to go out there, take one of the maintenance vehicles. I would, Muldoon said, but they're all in the east garage, more than a mile from here. Where's Harding? I assume he's on his way back. Then he'll pick up the people in the land cruisers on his way. I assume so. Anybody tell Hammond the kids aren't back yet? Hell no, Arnold said. I don't want that son of a bitch running around here screaming at me. Everything's all right for the moment. The land cruisers are just stuck in the rain. They can sit a while until Harding brings them back. Or until we find Nedry and make that little bastard turn the systems back on. You can't get them back on? Muldoon said. Arnold shook his head. I've been trying, but Nedry's done something to the system. I can't figure out what. But if I have to go into the code itself, that'll take hours. We need Nedry. We've got to find the son of a bitch right away.
He stepped on the accelerator and hunched forward over the steering wheel, peering through the rain-slashed windshield as he drove the Jeep down the narrow road. He was driving fast, too fast, but he had to keep to his timetable. Soon he should be able to see the beach and the ocean off to his left. The Dachshund's boat wasn't waiting for him at the east dock when Nedry got there. The whole plan would be ruined. Nedry couldn't wait very long, or he'd be missed back at the control room. The whole idea behind the plan was that he could drive to the east dock, drop off the embryos, and be back in a few minutes before anyone noticed. It was a good plan, a clever plan. Nedry had worked on it carefully, refining every detail. This plan was going to make him $1.5 million, 1.5 meg. That was 10 years of income and a single tax-free shot, and it was going to change his life. Nedry had been damn careful, even to the point of making Dachshund meet him in San Francisco airport at the last minute, with an excuse about wanting to see the money. Actually, Nedry just wanted to record his conversation with Dachshund and mention him by name on the tape, just so that Dachshund wouldn't forget he owed the rest of the money. Nedry was including a copy of the tape with the embryos. In short, Nedry had thought of everything, except this damn storm. Where was the damn dock? He was driving fast and he'd already been gone 5 minutes. He should have reached the east dock by now. Had he taken a wrong turn? He didn't think so. He hadn't seen any forks in the road at all. Then where was the dock? Only feet away from the concrete barrier, Nedry sighed in relief. He'd obviously taken a wrong turn somewhere. He could retrace his steps, but that would take too long. He'd better try and find out where the hell he was. The river? He was at the Jungle River? Damn, he thought. At the river where? The river ran for miles through the island. He looked at his watch. 7 minutes gone.
You have a problem, Dennis.
Time had run out. There wasn't a choice anymore. He had to abandon his original plan.
Nedry paused. That didn't really sound like an owl. It sounded like something big, something near. A big dinosaur. Get out of here. It was already there. Spit. The animal had spit on him. Jesus, it was disgusting. Nedry felt a sudden excruciating pain in his eyes. He felt the foam dripping down his face. The dinosaur had spit in his eyes. Nedry knew the animal was coming closer, and despite the pain, he forced his eyes open, but he still couldn't see anything. He was blind. The animal was moving closer now. He could feel it moving closer, but he couldn't see it. He couldn't see, and his terror was extreme. The animal had torn him open. His guts had fallen out. And now there was a new searing pain on both sides of his skull, and Dennis knew the animal had his head in its jaws. And with the horror of that realization, there came a final wish.
That it would all be ended soon.